Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please. Don't take my word for your own benefit. Don't take anybody's word for anything. They're all full of it, anyways. Can't trust the media, major media. You can't trust the freaking independent media, really, because these guys don't know anything. You can't trust it. You can't even trust a lot of the sources. You got to double back and, you know, check versus it, always look at the opposite and see what they're saying. And then whatever lines up between the two sides is probably more closer to the truth. We get stuck in our damn echo chambers, and our echo chambers are just telling us we're right and feeding our ego. If you don't realize that you're wrong about something, then you're oblivious, obviously, because I know for a fact I'm wrong all the time. All the time. All the time. I'm wrong all the time. But that knowledge, knowing that I'm wrong, kind of gives me confidence to come out here. Hey, I'm gonna be wrong. Hey, it is what it is. We learn and we grow. We learn new things. We do new things. We see new things. Your perspective should change on certain topics as time goes on, because like when you were a baby, when you were a little kid, the way you looked at the world was different, right? Once you become an adult, your view of the world shouldn't be solidified. You're still a little kid. You're just a big kid now, and you get access to new information and new perspectives all the time if you're allowing yourself to. Therefore, your perspective of the world should change. If your perspective hasn't changed, then you're not growing. I'm always coming from the left, but I get pushed to the right all the time, and then sometimes pushed back to the left again. I just want to be in reality. I want to be in the truth. Want to have integrity and character. You know, it matters a lot to me. When people walk around and they don't care about, being wrong, they don't care about what they're doing, how it's affecting others. I mean, it is what it is. They can choose to be what they want, but I just don't choose to be that. Anyways, the show is growing, y'all. It really is. Let me take a look at this right quick. Um, 1 second. Yeah, we're at 1120 on the main channel, which is not bad. Now the recent reels that I've made, we're at 28K for the last 48 hours. Apparently Matt Gates has a lot of supporters because that's one of the top videos. I did a video. It's called Congressman from Florida, and it's about McCarthy versus Matt Gates. And a lot of the comments are like, "We love Matt Gates." Da, 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 da. I didn't know Matt Gates had such a huge fan base. 6.4K views in less than 48 hours. It's not bad. We're almost at 30K for 48 hours. Um, yeah, the reels are where I get the views from. So, anyways, and we got the new channel coming up for the kids and everybody where we're gonna be reading books. I've got a new video coming tomorrow for that in the morning if y'all interested in that. Anywho, so the name of the show today is Clarified Thoughts. Clarified Thoughts. That's kind of what I try to do with this show. And that's part of the reason why the show is so long. I'm inspired by Joe Rogan's show, Breaking Points, and Tim Black, you know. And I kind of try to do the show as like a mix of those three shows. Um, and Joe Rogan, he's always like, you gotta let him cook. And that's the reason why he does his podcast for so long when he interviews the people, because people always have their little walls up or whatever, and they have their planned responses on topics and so forth and so on. So, I used to watch Joe Rogan back in the day. So, but like at the beginning of the show, it's always kind of robotic and those like regurgitated comments and talking points or whatever. But as the show goes on, Joe Rogan just kind of he gets them relaxed, and he keeps asking them questions, and then that's when the show gets good, when it's like about halfway through, because the person that he's interviewing can't help but to be more authentic after it's been. Nobody can keep their walls up for more than like an hour, like of talking to somebody. After a while, you start to trust the other person or whatever, feel comfortable with them or whatever, and you start revealing more what you really think about things. You know, I think that Joe Rogan's guests be working on him too, so it goes both ways. They'll be pushing Joe Rogan in a certain direction. Anyways, the point is clarified thoughts, and that's what I think I try to do here on this show. As the show goes on, we be on here for like 4 and 5 hours, sometimes more than that. And I think that we rely on the TikTok. It's the TikTok age. Like I say, the reels is where I get my views on the show, and they're 15 seconds, sometimes 14 seconds. And that's what people get all the information from, like 14-second freaking TikTok or reel or whatever. And they think they know something about a topic, and it's like, oh my God, it drives me crazy to think that you know anything from watching something for 15 seconds. Like, you haven't learned anything, trust you. And the only thing it is probably done is um, strengthened your present views that you already have. So, like I say, I try to be on here for a while and get those thoughts clarified with time, and that's what we do here. So, hopefully we can get to the bottom of it, and hopefully we can get some people to speak their mind. That's why I really like to read the comments. They like to make it seem like people are dumb. Hey, there are some people out here that's pretty damn ignorant, but people are smart. People know things, and that's the reason why I read the comments and I get clarification when I read the comments. One of the things that frustrates me a lot is when I read the comments and people are asking the same question or whatever, and it's like two comments above that comment, they answered your question. Like, all you have to do is read the comments and you have the answer to your question. Like, obviously you didn't take the time to do that. Like, you don't have did you really want to know the answer to your question? I mean, I don't think you did. If you just made the comment and didn't even read the comments, like, your answer is there. Like, why did you even make the comment? Like, people are reading a lot less. They want emojis to answer their questions. Like, anyways, clarified thoughts. Maybe we can get some clarified thoughts today. I want to start off slow. Where do we begin? I think I didn't watch I want to say I didn't watch Democracy Now's headline videos for Friday. Did I watch it? I don't think I did. Let me see. It's not in my history. Okay, hold on. December 15th. Oh, that is it. I guess I did watch it. Try to stay up on stuff for y'all. Democracy Now's headline video gives me stuff to look at. I don't, Democracy Now is a little slanted too, but on the headline video, they tend to give information mostly. Sometimes it's leading a bit, and then there's no unfallible news source out there, or whatever. But I like Democracy Now. I don't have time to watch their full shows all the time, and sometimes it's just like a lot of dribble, you know. The Gray Zone is really good. I ain't gonna lie, the Gray Zone is pretty good. That's some of the best that we have out there, I would say. Uh, their stuff is a little complex sometimes, so not everybody can follow them or whatever. You kind of got to know something about whatever they're talking about, because they're not going to be explaining things very much, like, as far as, like, breaking it all the way down in layman's terms. So you really have to know some stuff to be able to follow what the hell they're talking about. So I don't know if that's the best for my audience. So, but Democracy Now is a lot simpler. So that's why I share their headlines on the show a lot more. But I watch Gray Zone. I'll be into that. Like, I don't watch Democracy Now full shows, but I watch Gray Zone full shows. Like, I literally learn something every time I watch their show. Those guys are great. That's some of the best journalism we got out there. There's another one. What's that lady's name? The chick. She's really emotional and she really cares, and she's got kicked off of every damn show that she's done because she don't hold her tongue. What is her name? Why can't I think of her show right now? It's gonna come to me and I'm gonna say it later. But that's another one that's really, really good, like over the top good. Let's do some Democracy Now headlines. Start us off, and I can get warmed up.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Mimi Goodman. In the Gaza Strip, at least 33 people were killed when Israel's military struck a UN school in Khan Yunis, being used as a shelter of last resort for Palestinians expelled from their homes. Israeli raids also killed and wounded Palestinians at hospitals in Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and in Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah, where more than 1 million displaced Palestinians are sheltering. Abu Mohammed Klab was one of those gathered at the morgue in Rafah's Abu Yusuf al-Najjar hospital Thursday. They'd come to collect the bodies of loved ones killed by Israeli strikes.
It's impressive to me how Amy Goodman says those words. She must speak some Arabic because the way she says those names and stuff, um, Arabic speakers, I mean, like, I don't know, she's very impressive to me as far as that. I think she has to speak multiple languages, and Arabic is, she got to have at least a rudimentary knowledge of Arabic, the way she says the Arabic words and names.
They are looking at the images, but no one is saying anything. The dead are all children, women, and old people. They are not from the resistance. They are all civilians. You know the numbers of civilians, so why are you still silent? How long will you stay silent? Enough. Enough with this life.
The death toll from Israel's assaults on Gaza and the West Bank since October is nearing 19,000. More than a third of those killed are children. An estimated 50,000 Palestinians have been injured. On Thursday, Israel once again cut phone and internet service across most of Gaza, further hampering relief efforts. The World Food Program reports half of Gaza's population of 2.3 million people is starving, while 9 out of 10 people are not eating enough and don't know where their next meal will come from. On Thursday, Philippe Lazzarini, the head of the UN's Agency for Palestinian Refugees, said it's become almost impossible to distribute the small amount of aid Israel's allowing into Gaza.
People are stopping aid trucks, taking the food and eating it right away. And this is how desperate and hungry they are. And I witnessed this firsthand.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed an unarmed 17-year-old boy inside the Khalil Suleiman Hospital. Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, also witnessed Israeli soldiers blocking medical workers and ambulances carrying discharged patients home. Drivers were forced to get out of their vehicles, strip down, kneel in the streets. MSF says it's part of a pattern targeting healthcare workers in the West Bank since October 7th, which also has included shooting live fire and tear gas at hospitals, blocking emergency vehicles, and humiliating and harassing medical staff. Outside the hospital compound, Israeli soldiers desecrated a mosque in Jenin and read out Jewish prayers in the style of an Islamic call to prayer. This came as part of a 3-day Israeli raid on the Jenin refugee camp, the largest in 20 years, which killed at least 12 Palestinians. Israeli forces arrested over 100 others. President Joe Biden said Thursday Israel's military should be, quote, more careful to save Palestinian civilian lives. His comments came as U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet in Tel Aviv. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant told Sullivan Israel's campaign in Gaza will continue well into 2024.
It will take and require a long period of time. It will last more than several months, but we will win and we will destroy them.
According to the White House, Sullivan told Israeli leaders the U.S. expects Israel's military to soon switch to, quote, lower intensity operations. The White House did not give a timeline for the change, but the New York Times cites 4 unnamed U.S. officials who said Biden wants to grant Israel 3 weeks to switch to, quote, more precise tactics.
Biden wants to grant them 3 weeks to be more precise. Really? Really? So does the U.S. really have power over Israel to control what they're doing? And, and if that's true, then it's also true that, the U.S. is complicit in the war crimes that's happening. That's what a lot of people are saying. So, but I don't really believe that Biden has that kind of power to be like, hey, y'all guys got 3 weeks to be, a little more precise or whatever. I don't see that, really like the power that they would have to affect the situation would have to do with the funding that they keep giving them, and weapons and stuff like that. They could be like, hey, y'all gonna have to find your weapons from somewhere else or whatever, hey, we got to take care of our people over here in the States, and it's putting a lot of stress on us to keep giving all this money and stuff. But a lot of people are confused when it comes to like that, because it's not always just money, that it's weapons. And Israel pays for these weapons, and the United States is a weapons producer. So a lot of the money just goes straight to independent contractors. It goes straight to American companies that manufacture these weapons. So it sounds like the money is just going to Israel. A lot of the money comes right back to American companies.
Meanwhile, Al Jazeera has obtained an advance copy of a United Nations report detailing the devastating impact of Israel's assault on Gaza. In it, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemns Israeli airstrikes on protected persons, including journalists, health workers, and UN personnel, pleading with the Security Council to approve a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Guterres writes, quote, "The magnitude of Israel's military campaign against Hamas and the scope of death and destruction in Gaza has been unprecedented and unbearable to witness," unquote. Jewish-led protests Thursday shut down bridges and highways across 8 U.S. cities demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. The peaceful actions in Seattle, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Portland, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Minneapolis, and Atlanta came on the 8th and final day of Hanukkah. In Portland, protesters blocked the Burnside Bridge as they held a homemade 9-foot menorah and sang Hanukkah songs and prayers.
As Jews, we come from long legacies of resistance and resilience. Rededication is a theme of Hanukkah. So on this last night, we rededicate our lineage of resilience towards the struggle against genocide, against apartheid, against occupation.
That protest in Oregon. On Capitol Hill, labor leaders joined progressive Congress members at a rally Thursday demanding President Biden support an immediate ceasefire and allow urgent humanitarian aid, food, and water into Gaza. United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain spoke alongside Congress members Cori Bush and Rashida Tlaib.
The world's seen enough slaughter and devastation. Peace is the only path forward. While we call for a ceasefire, we also condemn anti-Semitism,
That's right.
Islamophobia,
That's right.
anti-Arab racism,
That's right.
all of which are growing in our nation at this moment and must be stopped.
Leaders.
Shawn Fain, this guy is kind of blowing up, man. Being a union president is already kind of political, but I could see this guy having like a political career in the future. This guy is really becoming famous.
Of the Postal Workers Union and the United Electrical Radio and Machine Workers of America are also calling for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, Biden administration staffers and other U.S. government employees are continuing to demand a permanent ceasefire. Dozens gathered for a vigil outside the White House Wednesday. Staffers concealed their identities with sunglasses and face masks as they read the names of some of the thousands of Palestinians killed in Gaza. The House of Representatives voted 310 to 118 to pass a record $886 billion military bill Thursday, one day after it won Senate approval. Its passage came despite concerns over its extension of Section 702 of FISA, that's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which allows for warrantless surveillance of U.S. citizens. The Congressional Progressive Caucus encouraged its members to oppose the measure, though in the end, just 45 Democrats voted against the largest ever National Defense Authorization Act. The ACLU said, quote, "It's incredibly disheartening that Congress decided to extend an easily abused law with zero of the reforms needed to protect all of our privacy," they said. The bill also includes more military funding for Ukraine, a 5.2% raise for troops, and a measure preventing the president from withdrawing from NATO without congressional approval.
So the measure to keep from the president withdrawing from NATO without Congress approval, they're thinking about Trump when Trump gets in office. The thing about this, though, is like, it's so surprising to me how easily they pass stuff like this. Like, it takes them forever to pass anything. But when it comes to this, like, military spending, like, it just, what they say, one day, like, wow, that's got to be like a record, and there's always a clue when it comes to stuff that's bipartisan. You got the left and the right, or whatever. You got the conservatives, Democrats, you got the Democrats and the Republicans at each other's neck about most topics, and it's a stalemate when it comes to a lot of stuff. But then when it comes to military spending, they're all on board. They're all on board. Like the Democrats and the Republicans, both sides. They can agree on this. And the other part of this that bothers me a lot is like, look at the number. The number is so big. Whenever they talk about they digging into Social Security to pay for something or whatever, or saying they need to cut Medicare or Medicaid or other social programs to, to have money for whatever the hell. They're not saying that when they're spending this. What is the number? I want to take it back. $800 billion, it's almost $1 trillion. Where the hell does all this money come from? You see? Oh, and the other part of this bill is like, I was reading a little bit about it. They said that they've expanded, the surveillance of Americans, further than they have done since right after 9/11. So that's a part of this bill, like spying on us, like watching us, big brother, And then, you got the conservatives talking about big government is bad or whatever, but they're all the way on board with this right here. So I don't know, man. Where are they on this?
$886 billion military bill Thursday.
$886 billion. And it only took them a day to pass this. And no freaking arguments about where's the money going to come from.
One day after it won Senate approval. Its passage came despite concerns over its extension of Section 702 of FISA, that's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which allows for warrantless surveillance of U.S. citizens.
Warrantless surveillance of U.S. citizens. Warrantless. They don't have to have a warrant. They can just watch you and surveil you and be like, random Joe Blow, random Tebow sitting in his living room or whatever. It's like, this guy could be a radical. Let's keep an eye on him. So they need plenty of money so they can watch all of us. Like, we're slipping and sliding into this totalitarian freaking government. And then you got the right who's saying that it's the left who's on board with that shit. And they're the ones who's pushing it. But you got bipartisan consent with this shit. Nobody pushed back against this. None of these people who's, worried about, the privacy of American citizens, worried about big government, worried about spending, fiscal responsibility. Nobody's pushing back on this. There's a clue.
The Congressional Progressive Caucus encouraged its members to oppose the measure, though in the end, just 45 Democrats voted against the largest ever National Defense Authorization Act. The ACLU said,
largest ever.
Quote, it's incredibly disheartening that Congress decided to extend an easily abused law with zero of the reforms needed to protect all of our privacy, they said. The bill also includes.
They said it's an easily abused law, They don't have to have any Congress approval or whatever, and they can just spy on whoever. Like, they're going to be spying on their ex-girlfriends and shit, like baby mamas.
It's more military funding for Ukraine, a 5.2% raise for troops, and a measure preventing the president from withdrawing from NATO without congressional approval. The UN's World Food Program reports nearly 50 million people across Western and Central Africa are expected to go hungry next year, warning international funding for humanitarian aid is failing to keep pace with record levels of acute hunger. An analysis published by the WFP this week found more than 2/3 of households in the region cannot afford healthy diets due to a combination of conflict, climate change, and soaring food prices. Alo Sib is the World Food Program's head of research for Western and Central Africa.
Nearly 80% of the people currently facing food insecurity are located in conflict zones. We also witnessed the impacts of climate change. For instance, this year, there have been prolonged periods of halted rainfall in certain areas, resulting in significant crop losses for local farmers.
The UN is warning hunger in Sudan's conflict zones is headed toward famine-like conditions, as some Khartoum residents have been surviving on a single small daily meal. Some 30 million people, roughly 2/3 of the population, are in need of assistance in Sudan, according to the UN. That's double the number before fighting broke out in April between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces. The violence and economic woes have devastated Sudan's agricultural sector, which has also been hit by below average rains. Meanwhile, residents of the city of Omdurman, which lies on the west bank of the Nile River, accused Sudanese soldiers of looting and shooting civilians in the Ambada district, the only area of the city still controlled by government forces. The RSF has also been accused of looting in areas under its control. A court in Senegal has ordered jailed opposition leader Ousmane Sonko to be reinstated on the electoral roll, paving the way for him to stand in next year's presidential election. Sonko, who's expected to be a key challenger of President Macky Sall, was sentenced in June to a 2-year prison term over an alleged sexual assault charges he's accused the government of manufacturing to derail his candidacy. In late July, Senegalese officials dissolved Sonko's Patriots of Senegal party, the first time a political party has been banned in the West African nation since its independence from France in 1960. The European Union's agreed to open membership talks with Ukraine and Moldova. Leaders of 26 EU member states unanimously approved the accession talks Thursday after Hungary's far-right Prime Minister Viktor Orban left the room just before votes were cast. Orban, who is widely viewed as an ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin, had threatened to veto Ukraine's bid to join the EU. He appeared to back down after European leaders released more than $10 billion worth of aid to Hungary it had withheld after determining Orban's nationalist government was failing to uphold the rule of law. Meanwhile, Hungary's government blocked a European Union financial aid package for Ukraine worth $55 billion. Talks on that package will resume next year.
So they're not filling all this money to Ukraine, and they're not talking about adding Ukraine to, what is it, the European Union? I'm surprised. I wouldn't be, I wonder, how come they're not a part of that whole thing anyways already? Like, and with NATO, like the way things look, it's like they was already a part of it. Like it's a done deal. But what do I know? I mean, I don't think everybody over there in the West, quote unquote, the West, has as much love for Ukraine as the United States does. But does the United States really have love for Ukraine? Look at how their country is getting torn apart, and I don't know. The United States, like we were saying before, it's like they don't have friends. They have incentives or whatever. They have like what they want to do. They don't really have friends. Countries don't have friends.
And Brazilian lawmakers have approved a law making it harder for indigenous communities to make claims over ancestral territory. The law, which overrides a veto by President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, says such claims are not valid unless indigenous groups physically occupied the land when the 1988 Brazilian Constitution was signed. Many indigenous communities were expelled from their lands over the course of decades, including during the military dictatorship. The measure comes in the wake of a September Supreme Court ruling, which rejected the 1988 timeline for indigenous territorial claims. The new law, backed by powerful agribusiness interests, threatens to open vast portions of indigenous territory to logging, mining, farming, and ranching. Congressmember Célia Chacabrilla was among the minority lawmakers who voted against the legislation.
The defeat is not only for us, the indigenous people. The defeat is for the climate agenda. We, the indigenous people, have been the #1 solution to stop the climate crisis, and today the Congress responded throwing the solution away.
Célia Chacriaba was sitting next to Sônia Guajajara, the first indigenous minister of Brazil. We'll be bringing you an exclusive.
I think in the future, if these indigenous peoples don't get completely freaking incorporated into the, modern way of living, they're going to be what we use to bring more balance to humanity. You've got us living in harmony with the earth for thousands of years, and then recently we're completely out of whack and out of balance, and we're lost in that. And I think that we need help to bring us back to harmony with nature. As long as we're living outside of this balance with nature, then things are going to continue to go downhill. Leave things the way you found them. Continue to have clean water, clean air. People want to talk about global warming or whatever, but let's talk about pollution. Let's talk about clean water, clean air, living in balance with nature, having, we're also going through like a mass extinction right now, and we, it could, a lot of it could be human caused, what do they call it? The Anthropocene, Anthropocene. I'm probably saying it wrong, but it's like the age of the humans, like, and how much impact we have on the earth and nature and so forth. It's not about the earth. As far as the earth is going to be fine, it's about humans. Are we going to be fine going into the future? We're thinking we want to colonize another planet or whatever. I saw a quote. It said, if we can make another planet inhabitable for humans, then we can make the earth inhabitable for humans. You know what I mean? Like, I'm saying it wrong, but anyways.
Interview with her next week. Brazil's Supreme Court is expected to now review whether the new law is constitutional. And those are some of the headlines.
Yeah, so we need to look to the indigenous people for guidance on how to live in harmony with the earth. And if we lose these cultures, there's going to be a great loss for humanity. So they can tell us how to do it. Do I want to read comments? They're all pretty much saying the same stuff. Where y'all at? I need Doc or Pat, somebody in here, so I can clarify my thoughts. Where do we want to go from here? Do we want to do some doom strolling for a moment? Because I don't know right now. Like, I don't know where I want to go with this. Israel keeps killing journalists left and right, man. Really dangerous to be a journalist nowadays. Roaches City. Is that a word? It says Houston tops roachiest cities list according to latest report. You got Houston, San Antonio, Tampa, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Miami, Atlanta, Birmingham, Alabama, and Dallas. Yeah, I think a lot. These are all warm weather areas, so that's definitely have to be an impact on that. Houston scored 81.41. How did they come up with this, anyways? It says Houston, we have a problem. Houston topped the roachiest cities list according to PestNome report. The report gathered information from the Census Bureau and created a list based on the data observed. From the Census Bureau? So you have people that's coming in and doing the census, and what, they're looking around people's house like, oh, we got roaches in here. And that's one of the questions they have on the census thing or whatever, like the little note they put on the side. Like, what other information are they gathering when they're coming around asking us questions? RT, it says Myanmar is now world's top opium producer. Myanmar has overtaken Afghanistan to gain the dubious honor of being the world's largest opium producer. A report published on Tuesday by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime revealed that 2022-23 production in the country increased by 18% to a total of 47,000 hectares, which is a hell of a lot of poppies. It is not hard to see why Myanmar farmers would take this step when the price of opium poppies has reached a high of $355 per kilogram. Somebody's making some money. Afghanistan, meanwhile, has seen its opium production plummet by around 95% after the Taliban passed a ban on poppy cultivation last April. having previously accounted for 80% of global supply. So yeah, like the Taliban, they say bad things about the Taliban. I'm not freaking here to say the Taliban is good or whatever, but things are more complicated than they look on the outside. And you want to talk about Afghanistan and the United States. The United States running the show over there, and you had huge amounts of poppy farms. So the Taliban came in and they put that to an end. So this one, it says, pretty indicative that billionaires will crawl and hide and poor people face the consequences of all their planetary resource extraction. Mark Zuckerberg is reportedly building a 100 million Hawaii compound with a huge underground bunker. Good for him, I guess. You know, I mean, I think that any one of us, if we had the money, we'd probably do something like this, you know, just in case things go haywire. You have somewhere to go. Zombie apocalypse, you know, but things go to crap. These are the first places people are gonna freaking try to freaking. But I guess, you know, I guess you don't know where it is, but I've seen enough zombie movies to see that it doesn't work out the way you planned. You end up with some zombies in there, and you're in trouble. I saw this clip. Did I share this? Cop looked like he was scared of this guy. He freaking tased him, and the guy just gets in his car and drives away. I'm really surprised that the cop didn't lay him out. He's behaving really aggressive. I've seen the cops take people out for a lot less than this. I think they got him further down the road, I want to say.
Oh, shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Get back! Shit.
He ate that taser.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Dang, man, they tased him. The police sticks are heavy and hard too. He whacked him with that. The dude's definitely on something. Like he act like he didn't even feel that. I would have been crying. I would have been on, like, my knee. I'm not gonna be aggressive with no police, anyways. Like I'm always yes sir, no sir. You know, I don't have time to be risking my life with some police. Whatever the situation is, like, that's crazy. Who posted this? Talib Kweli. Yeah, they're like basically saying if he was a person of color, he probably would have been laid out. Let's do this. It says, it's breathtaking to consider we have two eyes, each composed of 130 million photoreceptor cells. In each one of those cells, there are, what is this number? Trillion atoms, 100 trillion atoms, more than all the stars in the Milky Way galaxy. However, each atom in each cell in each eye formed in the core of a star billions of years ago, and yet all to expand the consciousness that we are. The universe has an interesting sense of irony in that we are the universe experiencing itself. All we are is a thought. He says, I, a universe of atoms, an atom in the universe. Yeah, I love that stuff. I love the idea of the universe like becoming aware of itself through us. Comment, it says life becomes more exciting when you think from this perspective. We are part of the universe. We are in this universe, but perhaps more important than both of those facts is that the universe is in us. You know, and we talk about space as another place, like space is out there, or they'd be like going to the heavens, but we're floating around in space. Like space is, we're in space. Space is not away. We're just on this little bubble that has an atmosphere and oxygen and gravity. Says supreme understanding says everyone who is soft-hearted and want to survive in this hellishness got a hard shell like a ninja turtle because we can't be jellyfish. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm a really nice guy, but I freaking do not deal with people because they're just gonna take advantage of me. And I'm older now and I'm aware of that. So I just deal with people a lot less. I love people, but I hate them at the same time. I got a lot of books on my bookshelf. It says people don't care how you're doing anymore. They're worried how you're doing compared to them. I saw this thing. I don't have it. I wish I did. I would love to share that with y'all. But I saw this thing where they did a survey of people and they asked them, would you like to make $500,000 a year, but everyone else in the office makes more? Or would you like to make $250,000 and everyone in the office makes less than you? And it was like 50% of the people said they would like the $250,000. And it really blew my mind because like you'd rather make less just to like be making more than the people that's around you in your office. So it's like that's what drives a lot of people is they just care about how they're doing compared to the other people around them. Like instead of wanting to make more money, like I really don't understand that way of thinking at all. Like if 50% of the people went in that direction, that's really crazy. That's really crazy. If the numbers would have been smaller, it'd be like whatever, but it's like half. 1 out of 2, 5 out of 10 people would rather make less money just so they can be like the boss or whatever, just so they can be like, I don't know, doing better than the people that's around them. Like that's what really drives you people. Like that really doesn't make any sense to me in my brain at all. Like, but then when I saw that and I was reading about that, it really made me reevaluate things when I look at other folks. And it's like, you can have a position, like you're at a job and you have like a title and you care about that title, like it gives you whatever, like people ask you what you do and you're like, I do this or whatever, and it's like the title sounds all good or whatever, but you can have some guy who works in the restaurant, he's like, I'm a waiter, but he makes like 5 times as much as that guy who has that title. And it's like it's more important to them to have that title than to actually be making money. Like you here in Houston, you got servers who make 100 plus a year in some of these restaurants. No bullshit. And so, but then at the end of the day, they're just a server. So it's like, oh, well, you're just a server. Like that's how people are gonna say, like, oh, you're a server or whatever. But hey, I make like 110 a year, like after taxes. Like, and you're like, well, I have this supervisory whatever da 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 title or whatever, but you make like 45, 50 a year. Like, I don't know. Call me crazy. But I'll take the 110 a year without the title. Let's go into this. Sky News. Am I sharing? It says Royal Navy shoots down attack drone. It says a British Navy destroyer has shot down a suspected combat drone targeting merchant shipping in the Red Sea. The Ministry of Defense said the aerial system appeared to have originated from Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen. It's the first time the Royal Navy has shot down an aerial target in anger since the 1991 Gulf War. It's funny how the little phrase shot down an aerial target in anger, like that little phrase kind of sounds kind of weird to me, like, oh, I'm angry, wow, shoot down the thing. But so they've shot down aerial targets plenty since 1991, but this is the first time they've shot it down in anger. So this one is different. But this story is kind of important because this is what's happening, causing, it's really what it's all about, man. And I've really kind of been talking about this way before this whole thing's been happening. But, Yemen, the way that they have been doing Yemen, it's been a mess in Yemen for years and years. And I think one of the main reasons is because of that port that's there. And there's so much money that goes through there. The Yemen should be rich as fuck. They should be paying them to be able to go through there like that, but they don't. And so that's the reason why. So, but, since the Israel-Hamas war and the Houthis getting involved, they're shutting down these shipping routes. And it's causing these ships to have to go all the way around the southern part of Africa. Like, it adds so much time and money to the shipping process for these people to not be able to go through there. So this is heating up right here. It says the HMS Diamond fired a Sea Viper missile and destroyed the drone overnight. The first time the Royal Navy has shut down an aerial target in anger since 1991 Gulf War. Who wrote that? Defense Secretary Giant Shap said attacks on commercial ships in the global trade artery by Yemen's Houthi rebels represents a direct threat to international commerce and maritime security. Comments, it says, I don't see how that any business of theirs. They should patrol their waters and protect their own country. Yeah, that is interesting. Why would they care, British? But the West sticks together. It says, how does one determine that something was shot down in anger rather than shot down for invading airspace? I'm telling you, am I the only one that noticed shot down in anger? Who writes this stuff? It says, sorry, I don't pay taxes to protect commercial interests of an apartheid state. Another one, it says, Lioness of Yemen versus Zionists of Israel. It says, the Zionists will not be able to live in peace for the next 100 years because of the war crimes against the Palestinians. It says, wow, pro-Palestinians are actually anti-Westerners. Another one, it says, God bless Great Britain and the United States for defending global democracy against jihad thugs and terrorists who want to destroy and blow up everything they come across, and shame on the people who support them naively. It says, get some troops, get some. It says, nice job, HMS Diamond. It says, come on right now, get stuck in. What does that mean? It says, petty, they can't stop dinghies. It says, time to clear the Houthis off the map. Another one, it says, so the beginning has begun. It says, good thing someone other than the U.S. is there to actually retaliate. Let me see. I have some more on this. Let's see. Where is it? Do I have it in here? Yeah, give me a second. See if I can find this. I don't remember where I put it. Is it in here or is it? Where is it? Because it showed the map. It showed the map how they have to go all the way around because of this. Really a big deal. It's costing them money, and that's what they care about. Don't care about people's lives. They care about how much money they can make and how much it costs to freaking ship stuff. and how long it takes. Dang it. Where is it? Where did I put this? Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can find this. That's why sometimes I like to be random, because it takes the pressure off of oh shit, it's not in there. Where the hell is it then? It takes the pressure off of having to look stuff up in the moment. Here's something. This is probably not what I was looking for, but it's still on the same topic. Let's go to this. 1 second. It says, having so soon vacated the placid environs of the Persian Gulf, the USS Eisenhower carrier strike group is apparently racing back towards the Red Sea. Ansarullah in Yemen has effectively blockaded both Eilat and the Suez Canal. It says it's understandable that the U.S. is very desirous to do something about, but what? And at what risk? The Houthis clearly should not be underestimated. They have achieved successes far beyond what were believed to be their limitations. Suppose they're sitting on a few dozen relatively capable anti-ship missiles delivered from either Hezbollah or Iran, and suppose they are able to launch a salvo of such missiles against a U.S. warship or two in the narrow confines of the Red Sea, and suppose one or two penetrate U.S. defenses and successfully strike a U.S. warship. Well, such an event could very possibly set in motion a series of very dangerous escalations aimed at Iran. The Pentagon is facing serious threats all around the world and doesn't appear to have enough fingers to plug the growing number of holes in the leaky dike of the rules-based international order. These are perilous times. Yeah, so it's weird how they talk about, it's complicated. You're talking about the Houthis in Yemen, and then you're talking about Hezbollah and Iran. So the Houthis in Yemen, I mean, are one thing, and Hezbollah and Iran is a totally different thing. So it's like, I mean, there are some connections, but instead of attacking the Houthis, you're going to attack Iran? So it looks like you're looking for an excuse to go after Iran. Let's read some tweet replies that says, wouldn't it be something if the U.S. found itself forced into a war against Houthis out of all possible wars it could fight? Another one, there are no more easy wars to fight. Lots of even minor powers have at least a small stock of serious firepower. It says, I have feelings that the plans for attack on the Yemeni positions are in development. Shock air operations, U.S. trademarks, combined with cruise missile attacks from at least 2 submarines on the detected ADs and anti-ship missile launchers. Eyes should be also on the Saudi and UAE AF. Participation of some Arab countries in the attack may look like coalition aimed to disable Houthi striking capabilities. However, Houthis shall not be underestimated. If this happens, the whole region may explode and the Red Sea route shut off. Yeah, so it's like their traditional way of war is not going to work against the Houthis. They're a small little band. Like, it's going to be like guerrilla warfare. I mean, you can blow up targets, but you're not going to be getting these guys because they're like, they're small and they can move easily. Like, they don't have like a central command center or all that or whatever. What are you gonna target? It says 722 that the Russia, China, Iran and company at some point must start to try to proactively put pressure on the U.S. in many different places around the world to make it back off. They can't just always react to U.S. actions. Otherwise, the U.S. will eat them one by one. action beats reaction. I want to see that map that shows how they have to go all the way around freaking Africa. What the hell is going on? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I want something random to pop up on freaking Twitter and I get freaking attacked. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. And China and Russia have been doing these joint war game deals more and more. I mean, and they're working together, so it's like they're getting ready for something. So that's what it looks like. What is this one? It says U.S. Secretary of Defense General Lloyd Austin will announce a multinational campaign codenamed Operation Prosperity Garden during his visit to the Middle East next week. According to U.S. officials, the joint mission will be carried out by a multinational task force consisting of several allied countries to counter the Houthi threat and protect vital shipping lanes in the Red Sea. Bob al-Mandab of the Gulf of Aden. Oh, here. This is not the one, but maybe we can clear some clarity. This it says, funny the U.S. can do anything except allowing food, fuel, water, and medical supplies to Gaza, which Houthis put as condition to stop their attacks on ships heading to Israel. So yeah, so that's what the Houthis said. And so like, okay, we're not trying to do that. Okay, well, cool then. Then we're just gonna keep on shutting down the shipping lanes right here. So they're like, well, then we're just gonna drive all the way around Africa then, because we're not doing that. So it says Yemen is forcing Israel ships to travel around Africa and suffer losses in the billions. Can we see this? Yeah, so normally they would go through here like this. But Yemen is attacking all commercial ships that's coming through here. They don't even have to have Israel flag or whatever. And that's one of the things that the United States has a problem with, because some of these ships have nothing to do with Israel at all. And so because of that, they have to go all the way, literally all the way around here through the Strait of Gibraltar and around, all the way around Africa. It says Israel usual shipping route versus route forced by Yemen. That's what they care about. They care about money. So this strategy that the Houthis are putting in place is genius. I really wanted some more explanation for this to clarify this a little bit more. But I'm probably going to move on and wait for it to pop back up, because it's going to pop back up. I have it somewhere. Just can't find it right now. So no, you can never find something when you're looking for it. Wait, this one, it says, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Jordan are helping Israel bypass the Houthi blockade. It says the first batch of commercial shipments loaded with fresh foodstuffs arrived from Dubai to Israel through the new alternative land bridge to the Red Sea. Through Dubai ports passing through Saudi Arabia and Jordan. The length of the alternative bridge is 2,000 kilometers and the journey takes 2 days. So they have an alternative here. Well, that's still going to hurt them because it's only so much you can get on trucks. It's a reason why we still use these ships and these shipping containers, because you can put so much stuff on there. You can only put so much in these trucks. It's going to cost a lot more too. So, but they got to do what they got to do. It's going to leave them open to attack too, you know. People can come in and freaking attack these trucks. Yeah, they only care about money. People want to frame this as a religious war or whatever, but look at this. Like, this kind of fights against that idea right here. So, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Jordan helping out Israel. These are Muslim countries right here, okay? You know, and the Palestinians aren't just Muslim either. That's another part of this. The Palestinians are Christian, Jewish, Muslim, all over the place. So you're oversimplifying the situation by saying this is like a religious war that's happening. It's not. You know, it's more about land and resources. And they're like, oh, this conflict has been going on for thousands of years between Jews and Muslims. Like, no, that is not the case at all. Like, totally not the case. Totally missing it. But if you want to oversimplify things and think that you understand what's happening, go ahead. It says we can only count on Yemen and Hezbollah to help Palestinians. What a shame. It says shame on them. They're a bunch of hypocrites, impotent, shameless cowards. It says LMAO, wait till they find out what the real size of the promised land looks like. Yeah, going into Egypt and I'd have to see the new map over this to be able to know where that is. It says, and Muslim Arab folks are upset with Anglo-Saxon support for the Zionist entity, the real problem from within. Let's play some videos so I can give myself a break from talking so much. Why won't it go to my freaking... Hold on, let me reload this. 1 second. Where y'all at? Where's Doc and Pat? Pat must be sleeping. I came in kind of late. I meant to come on a lot earlier, but things didn't work out. So I apologize for that. Let's play this clip here. Check it out.
That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we country, when they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we...
Yeah, so we were talking about in the show how the narrative has shifted about the immigration related to people coming from South and Central America to people coming from all over the world. Robert Wright, he says, claiming that immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country is literal language of Hitler, Mein Kampf. Trump and his allies are openly embracing fascism, and it's time for the media to stop being scared to use that word. I don't like how they use that word. I completely disagree with the use of fascism for, yeah, that's a stretch. Um, it says, remember, it didn't start with gas chambers. It started with politicians dividing the people with us versus them. It started with intolerance and hate speech, and when people stopped caring, became desensitized and turned a blind eye. There's truth to that, though. Slippery slope. It says, I think it's fair to distinguish documented versus non-documented immigrants. It says, another comment says, illegal immigrants is a crime. Where is the punishment? It says, we should just bill each illegal immigrant 10K. 100K illegal immigrants per month is 1 billion a month. It would only take a few decades to balance next year's budget. It says, mass invasion of a country is an act of war. A government failing to protect the country is an act of treason. It says, border jumpers, they're border jumpers. It says, DNA matters. Those that have it don't care. And sad, sick, sick. What does that mean? It says, on October 7th, 1885, Frederick Trump, a 16-year-old German barber, bought a one-way ticket for America, escaping 3 years of compulsory German military service. He had been a sickly child, unsuited to hard labor, and feared the effects of the draft. It might have been illegal, but America didn't care about this law breaking at that time. Germans were seen as highly desirable migrants, and Trump was welcomed with open arms. Yeah, there is a hypocrisy related to people who come over here. Certain groups, it's okay for them to come over here illegally, but other groups, it's a problem. Breaking, Florida man, 4 of whose 5 children were born of immigrant mothers, says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. It says, there is that health issue no one is talking about, serious diseases that were obliterated in our country, antibiotic resistant TB, polio, dengue, fever, Ebola, all spread through blood discharges and physical contact. Another one, it says, his supporters have made no secret of their willingness, nay, their desire to be ruled. It says, I just want all of the cheeseburgers to take their toll. Another one, no one's afraid of using that word, Bob. It's a race between democracy and fascism. In 2023, most frequently used political term. The issue has been how many people in America now opt for the latter over the former. Couple more, it says, at times it appears that the only person running was Trump because of the generous on-air coverage he was afforded by the networks. The others had to pull resources for TV exposure from their campaign contributions, while Trump was handing so much free time on a silver platter. That is true. They thought it was a joke. They were laughing at him. They were like, nobody's going to vote for him. And they gave him all kinds of free media coverage. It's still like that to this day. I mean, like when the election's coming around again, and they're going to do it again, it's because Trump is gold. It's like he's clickbait. He's like, they get views, and all they really care about is money. Another one that says, Mr. Trump's next book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. One more says, well, he does have Hitler's collection works on his bedside table. Not that he read it or anything. Yeah, it's so freaking good for the media. Trump is so good for the media. Like, he gives them views. Like, that's all they care about. Oh, it's still scary to cover this, but let's do this anyway. It says it's called post-vaccine syndrome. But we were told it was safe and effective, and that was always a lie, and they always knew it. Jimmy Dore posted this. Since he posted it, I guess it's safe for me to post it or share it. Let's play this.
Hey, guess what? There's a new thing called, there's a new syndrome associated with the COVID-19 vax. And Dr. John Campbell's here to tell you about it.
Welcome to today's talk, Sunday, the 19th of November. Now, researchers from Yale in the United States have identified a post-vaccine syndrome occurring after the COVID vaccinations.
It's called post-vaccine syndrome.
What is it like? Can I take a guess? Is it a lot like COVID?
Post-after syndrome describes a group of clinical features. So like AIDS, for example, is acquired immune deficiency syndrome. It's not just one symptom. It can affect the brain. It can affect the lungs. It can affect various parts of the body because it's a syndrome. And it's the same with this post-vaccine syndrome, a range of possible presentations. Now, the most common ones are post-vaccine syndrome, most common symptom described by the participants, exercise intolerance. 71% had exercise intolerance.
I had that before.
Now, of course, the heart is essential to maintain cardiac output, to circulate the blood around the body. If the heart is not working properly.
Exercise intolerance, is that a real fucking thing? Like, next time a kid's in high school and he has to go to gym, he's gonna be like, I have an exercise intolerance, so yeah, I can't do this.
People will feel tired and be unable to exercise. We don't know if that's the case here. We just know that exercise intolerance was complained of by 71% of participants. Excessive fatigue, 69%. Now, excessive fatigue could be the cardiovascular system, could be the respiratory system, could be the central nervous system. We don't really know that. We just know that 69% complained of excessive fatigue. 63% complained of numbness. That's very likely to be a peripheral nervous system disorder, different parts of the body being numb.
Now, I had fatigue. I had a group of symptoms. I had fatigue. I had body aches, joint pain, headaches, and I had, I didn't have numbness, but I did have a occipital neuralgia I was diagnosed as, which is a nerve damage and in my neck. And
Wait,
it went all over.
Weed?
What's that?
Do these people all quit smoking weed?
That's what it sounds like.
Brain fog was 63%.
Had brain fog.
Cloudy head, not being able to think clearly. Could be neurological, could be due to the blood supply to the brain, could be due to the way the brain uses nutrients and oxygen. Wide variety of causes, but 63% reported brain fog. And 63% also reported neuropathy. Neuropathy just means disease of the nerves. It doesn't tell us much detail, but it tells us disease of the nerves. 63% reported that. And also in the week before, and this is a couple of years, this is quite a long time after vaccine, a year or more. A lot of people in the week before were still complaining of anxiety and depression related symptoms. It's about time we listened to what people are saying. If a patient is describing their symptoms to me and I don't listen, then that's a fundamental failure of my duty as a healthcare professional, as far as I'm concerned. For example, I taught student nurses about pain for getting on for 30 years. Well, it would be 30 years, really. Anyway, we always said that pain is what the patient says it is, existing when they say it does. We have to listen to our patients. Most of the information we get about a medical examination is from the history, is what the patient tells us. We get a little bit from blood tests and other things like that, but most of it is from what the patient tells us. We have to.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy's kind of babbling. What is Jimmy Dore's point on this? Let's see. It says, remember when they said don't do your own research? It says, I started watching John Campbell's videos in early 2020 while I was gathering as much info as I could. I believe he is sincere, but he was very slow to come around to the fact that the jabs were harming people and masks don't work. He just couldn't wrap his head around the idea that the government of the world and pharma were outright lying. It wasn't hard for us to come to those conclusions. Lie all the time. Comment says, we have been poisoned. It says, I love you for being so courageous and speaking up about this. Thank you. It says, the majority of what our government and media have told us our entire lives, we've learned in the last 3 years, is a lie. Meme, it says, trust the science is the most anti-science statement ever. Questioning science is how you do science. Yep. But if they've come to really good conclusions, like they have really good data to back up what they are saying, then, you should go with that. I'm not going to say that you can't just be like, just because they come out with some really good stuff and then you're like, I don't believe it or whatever. And it's like, wait, they just gave you all this data. Like, it says, is this one of the longer term effects everyone told us didn't exist, when there were no long term data to present yet? Yeah. That was the thing I was saying. It's like, how can you know what the long term effects of this is going to be on people if you haven't tested it long term? It's a new thing, hasn't been around. You don't know. There's no way for you to know. You won't know until time has gone by. So, and if they're telling you that it'll be fine 20 years from now, 50 years from now, then they're lying because they don't know that. And the scientists wouldn't say that. Scientists would say, we don't know. We have to wait till the data comes in. Another comment says, now the big pharma corporations will start rolling out new patented expensive drugs to start treating people with this syndrome. The drugs will not help, but will put people in a stupor long enough to keep using them as their health degrades and their bank accounts drain. Comment says, we need to stop using the term vaccine hesitant and instead point out what this really means. They're afraid. They are kind of people often referred to as super spreaders. We can't talk about how they ended up that way, but first we need to bring them to heel. It says, so glad I avoided the jab. Go for syndrome. It says, my friend developed scleroderma after receiving the jab. She's a new mother and too weak to pick up her son. She just went through a bone marrow transplant and is fighting for her life. Damn. It says, you need to question things more if you got it. Stop sleepwalking through life because there's a lot of evil people in this world today. Another one says, I thought they all just called it long COVID. Yep. They've changed it though. The original jab is not the same as the one they have now that they're giving people. Hopefully it's more improved. Less dangerous. Let's switch the subject because I'm scared to talk about this stuff.
That it was truly just a...
They're still
an honest mistake that went...
censoring and canceling and blocking people's pages and shit behind this. So let's move on.
That it was truly just an honest mistake that went out in typing the email field. And I look forward to celebrating with everyone at the holiday parties that we will have besides this one as well. In just over 100 days, we have connected unhoused residents at Mass and Cass to housing, treatment, and services. We've launched 3 free bus lines. We've taken some big, bold actions, but I won't lie. This past winter was pretty intense. Trial by snow, trial by fire, fighters union. I'm getting used to dealing with problems that are expensive, disruptive, and white. I'm talking about snowflakes, I mean snowstorm snowflakes. That it was truly just an honest mistake that went out in typing the email field. And I look forward to celebrating with everyone at the holiday parties that we will have besides this one.
So it says racist Boston Mayor Michelle Wu is defending her segregated holiday party where whites were not invited. It says Wu says the email was an honest mistake, but didn't deny the intention of not inviting whites to the segregated holiday party. It says, Wu has a history of extreme anti-white rhetoric. During a St. Patrick's Day breakfast in 2022, Wu joked about all the problems whites were causing. Says, I'm getting used to dealing with the problems that are expensive, disruptive, and white. I'm talking about snowflakes, snowstorms, snowflakes. It says, she got caught doing her racist thing, but it's not embarrassed about being racist, only that she got caught. Says, she's not only racist, but a communist. Where do you get the communist part? It says, what do you expect from a Harvard graduate? What the hell does that mean? Are people who graduate from Harvard are racist? If they are, then it's the other way around, because most of the people who go to Harvard are white. Overwhelmingly white. That was a dumbass comment. It's pissing me off that they have these ads in the damn Twitter fucking reply. It says, flashback Mayor Boston, Mayor Wu at a St. Patrick's Day breakfast. I'm getting used to dealing with problems that are expensive, disruptive, and white. Wu has finally shown her true colors. This isn't funny. This is disgusting. She needs to resign. It says, she's not sorry. She is sorry that everyone found out she's a racist. The irony here is that she's married to a white guy. Okay, so, like, there you go again. Like, how racist could she really be? Does she hate white people? She hate them enough to get married to a white guy. I mean, that doesn't really support your argument. It says, racism and discrimination are always the topic until you bring up the fact that today white people are the only race you can legally discriminate and hate against. It's encouraged. When it's called out, it's denied, but we're not ready for that conversation. I don't know that I agree with that. Another one that said, it boggles my mind how the racist woman got elected in the first place. I'm pretty sure she was not making these racist statements as she was running for office. If she was, then Boston got exactly what they deserve. Boston has a reputation for being racist and not against white people. Another comment that says, it is time we remove these woke Marxists from the positions of power and education before they corrupt our country any further than they already have. Their ideology is detrimental to our society and it cannot coexist with it. We cannot play games with these kinds of people anymore. Follow us if you agree. Yeah, I think people try to tap into certain sentiments, but they don't necessarily have anything to really back that up. An old clip from RFK.
One of the reasons that I think that I had the revelation about how dangerous digitalized currency and central bank digitalized currency CBDCs are came during the truckers' protest in Canada. It was a peaceful protest. People who were protesting, asking for the rights that we take for granted in this country: freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, and petition. And they were the government agencies went out, took pictures of their license plates, and used other news stories, etc., to get the names of these truckers. Peaceful protest, and then shut down their bank accounts, shut down their credit cards so they wouldn't work. They couldn't pay their alimony. They couldn't feed their children. They couldn't pay their mortgages. And for many of them, it took them many, many weeks to reconnect to their money supply. And when I watched that happen, I recognized that freedom of currency is as important as freedom of speech. Because if the government can starve you to death, none of these truckers were charged with a crime. They certainly weren't convicted. They were simply They were simply dissenting from government policies that they had a right to dissent from. And the government didn't like that, and so it was ready to literally starve them to death. If the government can do that to you, we are living in feudal serfdom.
Feudal serfdom. Yeah.
One of the reasons that I think
RFK is losing his likability. People like him when he talks like this, but this is an old clip right here. Comments, it says, he comes from the elites and can't be trusted. That's how I feel. I was liking him at first, but as time goes on, another one says, it would never happen, but I pray for the Trump Kennedy ticket, align the anti-establishment wings of both parties. Trump Kennedy ticket, that's interesting. Let's see. I'm feeling kind of thrown off. I'm feeling kind of like I'm not really being coherent. Let's go to something else. Let me see. Let's look at some headlines. How about that? Netanyahu says Israel is committed as ever to war after soldiers mistakenly killed 3 hostages. Yeah, that has come out. The hostages were running away. It was young guys. They had like a white flag, and they killed them. And that has come out, and the internet has been all on that. I think I have some clips on that. Do I want to cover this? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the mistaken killing of 3 hostages, Israeli hostages in Gaza by Israel soldiers broke my heart, but there will be no change in Israel's military approach. And what people were saying is they're obviously indiscriminately killing people. That's how they were, mistakenly kill their own people. Is there a video with this? Let's just read a little bit. It says, 3 Israeli hostages who were mistakenly shot by Israeli troops in Gaza Strip have been waving a white flag. Why is it doing that? It's trying to play these ads. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Don't let me read this. Israeli hostages were mistakenly shot by Israeli troops in Gaza Strip had been waving a white flag and were shirtless when they were killed. Military officials said Saturday in Israel first such acknowledgement of harming any hostages in its war against Hamas. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a nationwide address that the killings broke my heart, broke the entire nation's heart, but he indicated no change in Israel's intensive military campaign. We are committed as ever to continue until the end, until we dismantle Hamas, and to return all hostages. Anger over the mistaken killings is likely to increase pressure on the Israeli government to renew Qatar-mediated negotiations with Hamas over swapping more of the remaining captives, which Israel says number 129 for Palestinians imprisoned in Israel. A senior Hamas official, Osama Hamdan, reiterated that there will be no further hostages releases until the war ends and Israel accepts the military group's conditions for an exchange. Netanyahu said Israel would never agree to such demands. So does he really want to get the hostages? Says Israel's account of how the 3 hostages were killed also raised questions about its soldiers' conduct. Palestinians on several occasions have said Israel soldiers opened fire as civilians tried to flee to safety. Hamas has claimed other hostages were previously killed by Israel fire on airstrikes without presenting evidence. An Israeli military official who spoke on condition of anonymity to brief reporters in line with military regulations said the hostages likely had been abandoned by their captors or had escaped. The soldiers' behavior was against our rules of engagement, the official said, and was being investigated at the highest level. The hostages did everything they could to signal they weren't a threat, but this shooting was done during fighting and under pressure, Herzi Halevi, chief of the military general staff, said in a statement. Halevi added, there may be additional incidents in which hostages will escape or will be abandoned during the fighting. We have the obligation and the responsibility to get them out alive. The hostages, all in their 20s, were killed Friday in the Gaza City area of Shinjayaha, where troops were engaged in fierce fighting with Hamas. They had been among more than 240 people taken hostage during the unprecedented raid by Hamas into Israel on October 7th, in which around 1,200 people were killed, mostly civilians. Speaking at the rally in Tel Aviv, Ruby Shin, father of 19-year-old hostage Itay Chen, criticized the government for believing hostages can be retrieved through military pressure, but the best offer on the table to get the hostages home alive, he said, we don't want them back in bags. The Israel military official said the 3 hostages had emerged from a building close to Israel's soldiers' positions. They waved a white flag and were shirtless, possibly trying to signal they posed no threat. 2 were killed immediately, and the 3rd ran back into the building screaming for help in Hebrew. The commander issued an order to cease fire, but another burst of gunfire killed the 3rd man, the official said. Israel media gave a more detailed account. The mass circulation of daily Yediot and Ranat said that according to an investigation into the incident, soldiers followed the 3rd man and shouted at him to come out, and at least one soldier shot him when he emerged from a staircase. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz said the soldiers who followed the 3rd hostage believed he was a Hamas member. Local media reported that soldiers earlier saw a nearby building marked SOS and help 3 hostages, but feared it might be a trap. Delia Schindlin, a political analyst, said it was unlikely the killings would massively alter public support of the war. Most Israelis still have a strong sense of why it's being fought and believe Hamas needs to be defeated, she said. They feel like there's no other choice, she said. I don't know about that. You know, things like this have a tendency to have a much greater impact, you know, on people's perception of what's going on. You know, the people want to get the hostages home alive, and then when they hear stories about hostages getting killed by, you know, their own military, that can lead them to switch their position on things, especially if they still have people that are over there who are hostages. You know, it's like every day that their friends and family are hostages, there's another day where they could be killed either by Hamas or by bombings or apparently by the military, their own military just shooting them. You know, if they was to bring the war to an end, then they could get their people home alive. Another comment says the killings emphasize the dangers hostages face in areas of house-to-house combat, where 9 soldiers were killed this week in one of the war's deadliest days for Israel ground forces. The military has said Hamas has booby-trapped buildings and ambushed troops from a tunnel network it built under Gaza City. On Saturday, the Hostages and Missing Persons Families Forum asserted that another hostage, 27-year-old Imbar Hayman, had been killed in Gaza. The group gave no details. Hamas released over 100 hostages for Palestinian prisoners during a brief ceasefire in November. Nearly all freed on both sides were women and minors. Talks on further swaps broke down. Hamas seeks the return of all Palestinian prisoners. As of late November, Israel had held nearly 7,000 Palestinians accused or convicted of security offenses, including hundreds rounded up since the war began. The war has flattened much of northern Gaza and driven 85% of the territory's population of 2.3 million from their homes. Only a trickle of aid has been able to enter Gaza. Israel said it would open a second entry point at Karim Shalom to speed up deliveries. They're going to do another Willy Wonka movie. Freaking Hollywood can't do anything original. They're so scared. It's like all the new movies suck. Let's go back to headlines. Maury Povich receives Lifetime Achievement Award from wife Connie Chung at Daytime Emmys. Oh, talk about some trash TV. He gets a Lifetime Achievement Award for that. Japan and ASEAN bolster ties at summit, focused on security amid China tensions. Alex Jones offers to pay Newton families at least $55 million over school shooting hoax conspiracy. Yeah, I saw that. So he's supposed to pay like $1.3 billion or whatever after his trial, his civil suit or whatever. But he's like, yeah, I'll give you $55 million over 10 years. He's back on TV. Maybe he's making money to freaking pay them back, I guess. I don't know. He's like, $1.3 billion. He's like, I don't have that. Like, I don't know how you want me to pay that. I don't have it. It says a black woman was criminally charged after a miscarriage. It shows the perils of pregnancy post-Roe. I saw the cases, the one that they said she flushed it, and they charged her for like, let's look at this. Oh, we got Pat. Let's read this. It says, Columbus, Ohio. Ohio is in the throes of a bitter debate over abortion rights this fall when Brittany Watts, 21 weeks and 5 days pregnant, began passing a thick blood clots. Yeah, I think this is the one with the toilet. Let's see. 33-year-old Watts, who had not shared the news of her pregnancy even with her family, made her first parental visit to a doctor's office behind Mercy Health St. Joseph Hospital in Warren, working-class city about 60 miles southeast of Cleveland. The doctor said that while a fetal heartbeat was still present, Watts' water had broken prematurely, and the fetus she was carrying would not survive. He advised heading to a hospital to have her labor induced so she could have what amounted to an abortion to deliver the non-viable fetus. Otherwise, she would face significant risk of death, according to the records of her case. No, this isn't the one I thought. That was Tuesday in September. What followed was harrowing 3 days, emailing, multiple trips to hospitals. Watts miscarried into, oh yeah, this is it. It says Watts miscarrying into and then flushing and plunging a toilet at home. A police investigation of those actions, and Wyatt, who is black, been charged with abuse of a corpse. That's a 5th-degree felony, punishable by up to a year in prison with a $2,500 fine. Okay, so yeah, so she miscarried into the toilet, and then it says she was plunging and flushing the toilet, and so the police charged her with abuse of a corpse. 5th-degree felony, punishable to up to a year in prison. Let's read some more. It says her case was sent last month to a grand jury. It has touched off a national firestorm over the treatment of pregnant women, especially black women. In the aftermath of the U.S. Supreme Court Jobs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization decision that overturned Roe versus Wade, civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump elevated Watt's plight in a post, and supports have donated more than $100,000 through GoFundMe for her legal defense, medical bills, and trauma counseling. Well, she gets $100,000 out of the deal.
For law, law support, but she ain't gonna be able to get out there and spend it herself.
And she still might go to jail.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the plunging was. The plunging, because the plunging is usually to pull it up, or what?
To keep from your toilet being stopped up. I wonder how big was the fetus if it was stopping up the toilet, because them damn toilets can handle a lot.
Hmm. Yeah, man, I don't know, bro.
It's just this case is just showing how, these are the repercussions of the law. Making abortion illegal leads to this kind of stuff. Like, I don't think anybody would feel like she deserves to go to jail for a year as a result of this circumstance. What do you think?
Well, no, I mean, I think might be a little bit harsh. I mean, my whole thing is if I mean, don't hide it. Like if you had a miscarriage, you just had a miscarriage. You know what I'm saying? Like it makes you look bad by trying to, do all of this extra stuff. Like I said, I mean, I don't know, maybe she was scared. Like I mean, there's a lot of possibilities of, you know, still being in a righteous state. But I mean, the whole thing is man, somebody's they I mean, I think that, like, it's really messed up. Like they're willing to give her money after the fact. Um, she didn't have anybody she could advocate on before all of this to shoot, get to one of the states that allows an abortion, or what I'm saying? Like what I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Like that's really tough. I don't, like, I hate to see anybody go to jail, and especially situations like this, bro. But I guess she felt convicted to some extent because she was trying to do some of these things to dispose of a child.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. These are the repercussions of the law. It's a reason why, I don't agree with abortion, but it's a reason why it was legal. And these are the reasons.
Yeah, but and I don't think. I mean, well, see, I think the problem with it all is the fact that when it becomes an option, like it becomes the main option. Like it doesn't, like, it goes overboard. Like it's not like a last ditch effort. It's more so that becomes the thing that instead of the others thousand ways to keep from the birth the pregnancy from happening, or the uh what they call it, the
Contraception.
contraceptives. Yeah. I mean, bro. I mean, and I'm not, absent from, like, I understand that money is, can be funny in a lot of different situations, but it's just, I don't know, man. I really don't know how to judge this, because it's hurtful either way it goes. Like, it's messed up in many ways.
Yeah. And and it really sucks. I mean, I understand people wanting to use abortion as a contraception is wrong, 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 double wrong. You know, but like I say, it's a reason why abortion was legal because
People were
it's
hurting. It was like people was hurting themselves. Like they was going. They
yeah,
was, but it wasn't. It was still somewhat of a rare occurrence at in the beginning. Like I said, over time, this became where it's like, oh well, girl, I overdid it over the weekend. Shoot, I messed around with such and such, and yeah, I think I'm pregnant. Yeah, I'm gonna go and get rid of this thing. Like, I'm like, what? Like, it's just that simple. Like, it's just that easy to just, okay.
yeah.
Uh,
I think making it illegal is not the answer, but having some little, some more monitoring of the situation,
well, I mean, we're in a capitalist country, so I mean, once it's available, it's gonna be like, what I'm saying, the machine all over again. What I'm saying, people that's willing to do it gonna be happy to do it because somebody in some area, a doctor that's only able to open up in certain areas, will have it wide open and rolling. Yep, I'll take your 300, I'll take your 300, I'll take your, what I'm saying? And that's like
well, then
really,
that shows where the problem is. It's profit over people. It's like people not having any kind of integrity. It's kind of like the example I like to use is the plastic surgery. Like the guy who did the 10th surgery on Michael Jackson's nose, you know, there's no more nose left, and he still does the procedure, because he's gonna cash in. Is there has to be something where you're like, okay, bro, you don't have a nose. Like, I mean, you know, but then that doctor's gonna be like, well, he's just gonna find somebody else to do it, so I might as well just do it and make the money. I mean,
yeah,
but I don't know what the answer is, but I wish that people cared more about people over freaking money, you know.
yeah.
And it's like we're taught that it's all about profit, 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 profit. You're supposed to make money, and that's what it's all
Well,
about. And we
we
hoard
are. I
money.
mean, but no, but see, we are supposed to make money. See, and because to some extent, like something like this, like like some people try to make it evil for you to make money. When not, no, we're supposed to make money. That's a part
Yeah,
of the
but how much?
societal thing. But
How much is
no,
enough? I mean,
it's
that
not a
plastic
money.
surgery is
No, no, no. Well,
guy
see,
is rich as hell, but he wants to make that extra 10K.
is no, no, no. There's not enough money that we can make. But now you're talking about like how you're gonna make the money. Okay, now that's the thing that you're gonna have to decide on. Don't make it like making money is the bad thing, because if it's not, like, I mean, if it's the bad thing, then like you should just go and sit in the corner and die, because like that's what everything you get is based on. You know what I'm saying? In uh any kind of trade, any way to be able to trade. And if I don't want your seashells, like, I take your cash. I mean, like,
Yeah,
that's
I
just
get it. But what I'm saying
okay.
is, people who kill people for money is making money. Drug dealers are making money. People who steal from the banks or rob banks, they're making money. Like,
No, I get you. I'm just saying, like, I just sometimes I think we lean a little too much on, like, like the as if money is bad. It's really not. It's like the root. Remember, the root of how you want to get your money can be bad. Like the reasons why you want to, have, I'm not gonna do anything for it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I do want a lot of it.
Yeah. My damn contact fell out, and if I don't do something about it, I'm gonna end up with a headache. I'm gonna play some of this video. I know you saw this already because you shared this in the group. Tim Black talking about the Democratic Party is unfixable. I'm gonna
Yeah,
play
yeah.
some of this and try to get my contact back in, and I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
do your thing, man. I'm trying to fix me a little smoothie. I didn't really eat like what I was supposed to earlier, and I'm just trying to get some of my nutrients.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right. So tonight's show is entitled "The Democratic Party is Officially Unfixable," and I got the receipts. That's because the Democratic Party is unfixable, and because I do have receipts. Yeah, we're gonna really take this one to the house tonight, guys. This is gonna be big. I did a lot of research for this show. I poured my heart and soul into what I'm about to give you guys, what I'm about to deliver to you, and I'm gonna tell you something. The only travesty will be the fact that I can't let more people know about what we're gonna be doing tonight. So I'm gonna make it the responsibility of everybody viewing tonight's show to share this dope. Yeah, it's going to be on you to make sure the word gets out about this show tonight. Because I'm having one of them coming to Christ type moments, man. I'm having one of those, I done seen something. Not like a UFO, but I done seen something in the distance, man. Like, I had a revelation tonight. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to get religious on you, but I'm saying though. Look, today as I was preparing for this show, something came over me, man, and I just came up with this humongous idea. And it was because of what I was faced with, right? What I'm dealing with tonight, the content I'm about to deliver to you, it just really knocked me back, man. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like, it's been a couple times in my life where I've had conversations, situations like the one I'm about to describe to you, where you are knee deep into something, man, and it's something, and while you're doing it, you realize everything's clear all of a sudden. All of a sudden, you get it. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, you get it on a level that you just didn't get it before. Something, the lights cut on. The lights cut on the house. All the lights turned on at one time, and it's like poof. Ha ha! Oh, God. Here we go. And it reminded me why. It reminded me of something of who I was. And it reminded me of why I was. It reminded me of why I'm doing this, why I gotta do this, and why this is so important, folks. It ain't about going through the motions. This ain't no business plan. This ain't about money. This is about movement. And it's about necessity. It's about what's required at this moment for the people. All right, so let me be real specific for y'all. I watched a replay of Representative Jasmine Crockett out of Texas. She was on the Breakfast Club, and she wasn't talking. She was talking the gospel, folks. She was putting it down for President Joe Biden. She was talking. She was doing her best, man. And I want to, first of all, I want to give it up for Jasmine, Representative Jasmine Crockett. Give it up for her, man. I was inspired. I was inspired by her bold, passionate, energetic defense of President Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. I was hypnotized by her words, man. Like, they really spoke to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, her ability to convey her points, the rapid fire of her delivery, It was a thing to witness, man. I want to encourage everybody to go check out Representative Jasmine Crockett and her appearance on the Breakfast Club a couple of days ago. And I'm glad one of you folks, like say, Tim, please take a look at it because you were right. You know, as a freshman congressperson, she laid out a clear, unbridled support of Joe Biden like I've never seen before, man. The way she articulated her thoughts about this, man, the way she rolled for Joe Biden in the Democratic Party, the way she represented for black folks, the way she was speaking to black folks, man. Like, you got to understand what I'm saying. Like, America's a very segregated country, right? You know, but we have a lot of things in common. You know, there's a lot of things we share. Hip hop, for instance. You know, it's the language of America, man. It's the dominant genre of America. It's, I would say, the Western world. You know, we share that, man. I don't care who you are, man. There's certain concepts and slangs and terms of talk. There was also some other kickers, man. One of the other kickers was that Israel, because it's in the news right now, it's everywhere. Israel has free tuition for its students. Yeah, the country that we send billions of dollars to every year, those kids don't have to pay to go to school. We send them our money, and now we're caught up in this war where these people are being slaughtered, and their young people don't have to pay to go to college. You would think an advocate for black people will be pointing this out. I mean, considering we vote for the Democratic Party 95%, like 95% of the, you know, of the time. It's a group, the most loyal voting base. You would think an advocate for the black community who's using all of our culture, using our slang, talking about our culture, our music, and just coming from, you know, on the Breakfast Club. I mean, it's hard to find a blacker media entity than the Breakfast Club. We got a black man and a black Latino dude, black dude, Envy, and a black congressperson. And they talking about black stuff and how black people should support the Democratic Party and no one's talking about this. All of Israel's 9 universities and some of their colleges are subsidized by their government. And students pay only a small portion of the actual cost of tuition. So it's not totally free, but it's pretty much free. I mean, nobody goes in debt, lives on the street, and no one's dying in Israel with debt on their books from college. Instead of demanding that Democrats or black Americans particularly be allotted free college, considering we're a group of Americans who were denied education by law, you know how many black Americans were lynched? Had their tongues cut out their heads because they tried to read? You would think a country with that type of history and a party that supports those people will be fighting for us to get a free education. And you would think a representative from our community that's on a show hosted by people who are pillars or notable people, influencers in our community, would be advocating not for Joe Biden, but for black people to get free college instead of bigging them up about giving us $10,000 all for cutting the HBCUs to minority students a check or whatever.
Never gonna happen. Timmy talking about how the Democratic Party is unfixable. Man, I would 100% agree with him on that. Yeah.
You would or you do?
I do. I completely agree with him on that.
Yeah.
He's been on that song for a long time.
He has. I mean, you know, but his alternative to me is maybe a little, you know, I don't know. I'm uncertain about West.
I like Cornel West. I think that what needs to happen is the third parties need to have more power. You know, they need to be viable option. Right now, they just tend to be spoilers.
What party?
third parties, some
Well,
other than Republicans and Democrats,
well,
having an actual chance.
well, I hear you, because my thing is that's what they're saying the solution is to the Democratic Party is to have a third party that's of the same people, the people who's been in the Democratic Party forever, been friends with all of these people, Democratic Party, getting support from people that's out of the Democratic Party. I think that third party can easily be swayed right back into or swayed into remnants, something that looks exactly like or pretty much will become another Democratic Party, and that's what I'm afraid of. That's the part that because I love Cornel West. He speaks, eloquently. He's. I feel like like not necessarily Obama, but he's you know he speaks on a lot of things that would help black people, and I mean really people in general. Period. Because anything that has helps black people really um, helps everybody. But at the same time, my thing is that I'm really worried that because of his beginnings and where he's come from, it's just a substitute. It's not the Democratic Party, but it is. You know
And
what I'm saying?
yeah, I mean, I get your worries, but I mean, we have to do something. We have to go in some kind of direction, have some kind of hope that something will make a difference. And I think
Hmm.
that what Timmy is really trying to do with supporting Cornel West so strongly is to hopefully get third parties and independents, you know, that funding that they need to actually have a chance. What is it, 3% or 6% they have to get
Well, well, I mean,
now?
I'm an independent, and I've been independent since I was 17 years, 18 years old when I first, they make you become a voter, file for what's that service, civil service, all that kind of stuff when you s- go to college and all that kind of stuff. But so I mean, I've been independent all my life, but I'm still forced to pick between two options. And like I said, I mean, as far right now, I mean, if I was to, be more left leaning, yeah, I would definitely go with West. But at this point, I mean, I've become quite a conservative, so there's a lot of things on the right that I agree with probably more than I do with the things that's on the left. And that's just kind of me personally. But for those that are more leftist and things like that, I think that West would be a great option for them.
Yeah. Let me read some comments. It says, if you're riding with Biden, you better have insurance. Another one, it says, looking sharp and brother, great show as usual, direct and very necessary in today's climate. Both parties suck, Johnson. Both parties suck.
I
Another
miss him
one,
saying I miss him saying Johnson.
yeah,
Yeah.
both parties suck, Johnson. It's, it says, Sister Girl was on one when she said that she hoped her parents loved her as much as Joe Biden loved his son.
Oh
Was
my God.
thanks to her parents disgraceful.
You know what I'm saying? Like your mama, you trying to tell the world that your mom and them don't love you, or you really willing to go out on that limb just to be able to get that check? Because that's what's going on. Like she's at the Breakfast Club because she's getting paid to go there and make a public statement to the world, to whoever the listeners, and really it's shameful. Like I don't know if you ever heard her on the floor when she's discussing certain things, bruh. Like she doesn't even come there with an argument about the stuff that's presented for the day. Like she comes in there and she talks about Trump. Like she spends her time, her minutes on the floor, not discussing the matter at hand. She comes there and talks about Trump.
Yeah.
It was like it's I mean, really get serious. Like, is that really what you want to spend your time on? Is, like, I don't know, bro. It's disturbing. Because I listen to like the well, it's not C-SPAN, but it's just like C-SPAN, Forbes.com. But bro, I've listened to her many times, and I'm just like, I'm ready to turn it off at that point, because it's like she doesn't give an argument to anything else right now. Like, right now, it's just all about Trump, and try to tell people how bad he is, and submitting paperwork that has been submitted 120 times already. But that's what they've been doing. That's what they do. They go there and act like everything that's been said is a mockery, and for people who don't know and understand, whatever, like they're not. If you are easily swayed, and you can't, you don't have enough information about it, and you lean to the left, you a Democrat, you think that they're winning, or they're saying something, but they're like, there's people there with actual facts that's talking about something that they're trying to ignore, and just use their time to make it seem like everybody else is there on the same type of time. But
Well, it's the whole thing of the vote blue no matter who. So, but if you got in there as a Democrat, then it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy or whatever. It's like, it's supporting yourself, as if you will. It's like, um, vote blue no matter who, so I can have a job next time around or whatever. I like this health care that I get as being a representative. I like the access that I have. I like the money that I have. I like the people that I hang out with, and the power that I have or whatever. So vote blue no matter who. So I can make sure my job is secure. Like, I don't care about the American people necessarily for real. I don't care about Biden necessarily for real. He's the top of the ticket, so vote blue no matter who, and I'm good next 2 years. When the
but
when
I
the
mean,
election comes
I
around.
mean, but my thing is that a good policy for the people? Is that really a good thing for people to do? Is that, as you being a representative of a district, a certain district? I mean, to me, I think that regardless of the race that the people are, or with their demographic, on whether you should promote the fact that they should go vote Democrat no matter what, whatever their personal needs are, because that's just that would be insane.
And the other part of it is that they think you're dumb. They think you don't know stuff. So it's like, don't worry about it. Don't think for yourself. Just vote blue no matter who, and we got you. Don't worry about it. We got you. We
Yeah.
shall overcome one
I mean,
day.
they don't realize, like, we're in the situation we're in because of blue, vote blue no matter who. What I'm saying? They have all of this power. They're able to run, all these major companies, these media companies that that can censor people, allow certain voices to be heard, and, like, they supposedly, support the Constitution, but having the First Amendment of all things is the first one that they, the biggest thing that they suppress. I
Let me read
just,
this. It says, we need to get serious about creating an American political party. No more division. I really like this comment right here. American political party. Wouldn't that be great? If you had a political party that could, bring us together. It's not a left or a right. It's just like common sense is what works for the majority of Americans. Of course, there's going to be people who are going to have things that, you can't please everybody, but you
no.
can, have common sense stuff that everybody, mostly agree with,
Well,
and the way a thing is set up right now is partisan and pointing fingers at one side or the other. And it's like, those people aren't America. They don't care about Americans, you know. And then, meanwhile, we lose. Like what Tim Black was saying, we just sent a whole bunch of more money to Israel. They people get to go to freaking college basically for free, and we can't get that, but we're basically subsidizing that. So we have the money for it, but we don't want to have it for our own people. Now, how can that be? Regardless if you're a Democrat or Republican, if you're a white American or Black American or whatever, we all should agree on that. But
Bro,
but if I start talking about free college or whatever, then they're gonna start talking about communism. So, but they don't call Israel a communist country.
no, they don't say it, but to some extent, it already is. I mean, I guess the makeup of their government would be very similar to what we might call it. It might not be it directly, but the thing is that we don't realize how much we're used as as just slave labor. I mean, until people really realize that we can't have the benefit of our own work, our own labor, like reap the benefits of our own labor because they're going to give it away to other countries that they deem more worthy. Especially, like, I mean, the Jews themselves, or the people that we call Jews, are, you know, they think that they're the highest order of any over any and everything. So they're not just getting money from the U.S. They're getting money from all over the world. Shit, lots of places in Africa, that their money is not getting spent back on them. So I mean, that's but where a lot of
I
the
think you just made a really good point related to slavery, the history of slavery in the United States, and that being that, we can't benefit from our own labor. Like somebody else has to reap all the benefits of the work that we do. And that
yeah,
would make sense why so many people don't want to pay taxes because they feel like they don't get any benefits from it. And
well,
it's like you
in
just
this
pay, you just pay, you just pay, you work all your whole life, you don't never get nothing.
well,
And then you got these billionaires, these people that these major corporations, they have so much money, and like that's where all the money is funneled to them. Like they freaking deserve that shit, and we don't deserve anything. But let me ask you this: how come? But besides the related to slavery and you know uh, the history of slavery and not getting the benefits of our labor, how come we can't have conversations about free college here in the United States? How come whenever we bring up that topic, people get visceral about it and push back against it so harshly?
well, because of the mind control. Um, the media always, because see, if we added up the dollars that we give away and we actually decided to use it for ourselves, it would be almost a no-brainer. Like, I mean, all these other countries, especially European countries, have been able to have free school, free health care, and all that. That's on our dime. That's not because So we're like America, like where the indigenous people have been for the most part, America and Africa are the ones whose resources get stolen the most and used in other places. This is just call it a different version of colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, but the reason why because I mean, there's people who could benefit from it, or their children or their grandchildren that could benefit from it, that will talk against it, and that's because of their mind control. Like the media makes them feel like, oh, we can't afford it, but they'll print up new money, like the because I mean, if we realize, once they realize that inflation is tax, your income tax, which, or you might as well say your wages taxed, um, the property tax, like I mean, every angle you go, your food tax, gas tax, they're taxing you everywhere. That's form of slavery.
And we just gave almost $1 trillion. We just passed a military budget of almost $1 trillion. It only took one day for Congress to approve that shit. It was
Well,
bipartisan.
yeah. Well, wait a minute. You talking about the money's going to Israel and
I think that was in the package. Part of it was in that was in the package, but it was the military spending
Yeah.
bill.
Well, and the Republicans sometimes try to act like there's certain things that they are against, but if it's going to Israel or something like that, in most cases they're going to say yeah. But I did hear that one of the things for them, because I know Ukraine really was off the table until I guess Zelensky was here begging again and this, that, and the other. But I because they were willing to put in a part of that bill, something to happen for the southern border, you end up getting a lot of support because that was the one of the gives and take out of the take, their take, they had to
Yeah.
give for that take.
And I'm thinking it's like and beyond the brainwashing related to communism of us not having being able to have free college, and healthcare like the Medicare for all and all that stuff falls in that same boat. I think there's another factor, and it's racism. It's my neighbor being my enemy. Why should I
Well,
pay for somebody to go to college out of my pocket? Like I don't
well,
even have kids or whatever. And it's like, if everybody gets it, then the blacks are gonna get it, or the Mexicans are gonna get it, or the
the
illegal
immigrants,
illegal immigrants.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you, bro. I mean, I think that there's always gonna be some self-hatred, like just as Americans, we're not a monolith. I mean, what I'm saying, there's people who see people who hustle and go bust their ass and become become millionaires, multimillionaires, and people still have a problem with how that they was able to hustle and get to that point. So I mean, I think that's some form of hatred will exist, but
Voting against your own best interest. Like, I can get health care and I can get education for my family and myself, but I'm gonna vote against it because this other guy's gonna get it, and I don't want him to have it. So I don't want him to have it, so I ain't gonna have it either. So we're all just gonna suffer together.
well, I think that a lot of them already have the resources where they know that they can get it, so they don't, they rather say, "Well, I got it," and if these people get it, you know what, their life will be so much better than mine because, I mean, some genetics is just stronger than others. So I mean, that's one of the reasons why getting proper health care. But for me, like I don't really care so much about going to these people's doctors offices and hospitals because I know a regimen, like I understand real medicine or natural medicine enough to where like I feel I'm in a good position with my health. Still working on losing some more weight or whatever, but and getting down. But I mean, I'm healthier than some of the people that look healthy. You know what I'm saying? So, but I mean, but to those who really do want those types of services, I think there needs to be more of an effort and actually truly making demands instead of sitting back and just expecting that somebody's going to eventually get you the things that you want. And because I mean, you have every right to demand certain things. I mean, you get your community together and say, hey, this is the thing we need. And if you got a representative that's willing to push and fight for you, then you should be able to get it.
But it
At
seems
least
like the representatives don't represent the people; they represent the corporations. The people never get what they want. The corporations are the only
and they
ones that get
represent
what they
their
want.
party. No, and they represent their party. See, they and like that's the whole thing with politics that people have made okay is like, okay, well, they gotta make deals with other representatives. They gotta do this and do that. But well, if they continue doing that, when do you get what you need? Like, there's no point in you going to vote for a lot of some of these people because they get down there and they just make friends. They ain't making deals. You know what I'm saying? They feel like, okay, their first 4 years down there, two terms, they're you know, they're
I,
just
I,
trying to.
I think that's a good point too. Going down there and making friends, it's like they really shouldn't. If they're working for their constituents, then they shouldn't be well liked within the halls of Congress because they
No,
should be
hell
bumping
no.
heads with
No,
everybody in
it
there
that's
to work for their
exactly.
people.
It's like if you this is what my people need, and look, just I need X amount of dollars every year for this for my people. And like once you figure out the costs and this and that and the other, blah blah blah, maybe that thing presents creates a profit where you can utilize it and build other things in that community as well. But like
Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. For them to get anything passed, they have to have a consensus or whatever. And to have a consensus,
well,
then it has to be stuff in there that the other people want, and so forth and so on. And that's the only way anything gets passed and
if
and,
you
and becomes law.
if you ask the average citizen,
So making friends is the only way to get anything done.
l-
And
look, if you ask the
politics.
average citizen, what, like most people don't expect that anything will ever happen that to benefit them through the government. That people end up getting things that they don't need way quicker than the things that they really do need. And it's like, and then the things that they do get that they need is sparingly. You know what I'm saying? It's not enough of it. So it's like, to keep you busting your ass and keeping you in the slave class, like you know what I'm saying, they're not gonna allow you to grow too much off of what is really your own dollars, tax dollars that you put into the system from the beginning. You pay for pay into Social Security, but shit, you can't even really benefit from it. You're supposed to be getting, because I'm just looking at some people I know, like they've been told they're gonna get 1,200, $2,000 a month when they retire, and then when they go in there and get it figured out, it's only $400. Like, who's
Yeah.
supposed to live off of that?
Let me read some comments. It says, after how Bill Clinton and Barack Obama treated black people for 16 years, I've decided that I will never vote another Democrat to be POTUS ever again. And I get that point, but then your other option only is the Republicans. So we're left with
Well,
stir
we
fried
not
shit and baked
we
shit. So we
yeah,
lose no matter what.
we're
It's,
not
it's
gonna
the
act
illusion
like
of choice.
Bush. We're not gonna act like Bush was some savior. Now, economics, because I mean, honestly, economics really wasn't bad under any of them. Um, for a little bit under Obama, but that was some of the late linger from Bush. So I mean, I
One
don't
more
know.
comment. It
Go ahead.
says, I agree, and I'm sick of the voting for the less of two evils. The difference gets smaller every year.
Yeah, but I see the problem to me, because I mean, like I said, West in this third party, whatever it is being called, to me is because we know the structure, the hierarchy, like the people who spends the money, if they put money, like they're gonna want things from them, and the people with the power is just like they spend money, with the Democratic Party, they spend this just as much money with the Republican Party, and they're gonna do the same thing with West. So I'm just like, I don't really see it being so different. And then they're not above knocking him off. Like, shoot, Vivek is getting threatened now because of the things that he's planning to do or wanting to do as president. And I mean, and look, they ain't threatening nobody else that I can see. So I feel like Vivek must be offering something to the people that nobody else is. He's not bought and paid for. That's one of the reasons why I support him. And I mean, of course, we do align on a lot of issues, but overall, my thing, like, and then even with Trump. I mean, I don't know how if he's gonna make it, but at least he's talking about stop taking taxes from people who make who's making wages, which is it's that should have been done a long time. Like that, it was never intended for to be taxed on your your wages when you go to work every day. Like that's just not not in a free society. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you doing business, you making capital gains, that was a part of the deal. And most of the people who are making capital gains don't pay like a dime of tax. So, I
It's
don't know, like,
backwards.
yeah, like
I, I don't like Ramaswamy. I don't. I feel like he's a inauthentic. And does he really have a chance to beat Trump?
no, I mean nobody does. Not on the right. If they was to actually, you know, block him from being able to run, yeah. But that's the main reason why everybody's running. But I mean, my thing is, I don't trust DeSantis to run the country. He's fine down there in Florida. Look, you going to look do what you're doing in Florida, but you know he doesn't have a balanced thought that's gonna be good for people who see, for right, people who live on, right thinking or left thinking. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he has enough balance to do it. But however, because I really believe that he would put a bad taste in America's mouth to where they're gonna be right back looking for some Democratic, Democrats to come back and save the day. Then we'll be kind of right back in the same shit we was in before. He's too extreme.
Let's check this out. It says Alpha Private School is poised to revolutionize the way children learn in the years to come. The institution envisions a future where AI learning, coupled with life skill courses, become the norm for modern educational settings. Departing from traditional teaching methods, the school employs guides instead of conventional teachers. These guides, as adults, actively engage with students to help them navigate their goals, monitor academic progress, and explore their interests. In the initial 2 hours of the school day, students engage in one on one interactions with AI through app based tutoring. The AI utilizes historical figures, digital recreated to ugh, narrate their own stories, followed by basic comprehensive quizzes. The lessons are meticulously tailored for each student, offering reading materials at an appropriate level and pace. Notably, the applications are designed to present information aligned with students' individual interests, ensuring, ensuring sustained engagement in the learning process. Alpha Private School innovative approach heralds paradigm shift in education, embracing technology and personalization for an enriched learning experience. This is interesting. I think that the way we do schooling needs to be like dramatically changed. It's like been the same since what, the 1920s? Like even the desks and the classroom setups are
Mm-hmm.
exactly the same. And it's like they were making factory workers, and it's like we're still making
Mm-hmm.
factory workers, and there's no more factories. But this idea of no school, no teacher, it sounds kind of scary to me.
Not to me, because I mean, I'm like this. I mean, teachers don't really teach. Like, I mean, you're in the learning process is really up to the individual to get it and to spark what I would consider to spark enough thought for them to for the children to actually use their brain and to solve problems and things like that does not necessarily have to be by what we call a teacher. Now I mean, if we have the same, because I mean, like I would say, like, if the teachers of today was doing more of that, then we would, maybe not be looking at alternatives. But to me, it's like, okay, these people are trained to do a certain job, and some of from and like I said, some of it is hearsay, so I'm gonna be careful about how I use it. But as far as willing to pay some of these other people more than what they pay teachers. So my thing too is like, are those people more utilized or going to be utilized to help with the programming of the children and what you call the trying to implant certain ideology? Is that if that's more so what they want to do with those people instead of using teachers? Because I mean, I know most of the teachers I know really like love it and want to, that like they don't have a life without doing stuff like that. Great teachers, but it's more so. I think the bigger problem is usually in the system and what they're trying to evolve or get into. What kind of system they're trying to create with their ideology or things of that sort. Like,
Yeah. So, but how would that be different? If they're just using AI, it'd probably be easier to program the kids into some specific ideology that they want them to go into
well,
using AI.
well, no, I mean, I think that I'm saying that based on AI because I mean, I don't necessarily believe they should use AI, but I think that well, I mean, I think they should, and then also maybe not too much of it because they still need to be able to learn. I mean, when you're looking at the fact that Google is AI, what I'm saying? Like any search engine is AI. So, having those resources, but s- the main issue is keeping the children smarter than like you learning how to use these things as tools instead of, a crutch.
Right. Let me play some of this.
As standard school does in 6 hours. The other 6 hours of the day are set aside for learning life skills. Like this third grader putting together an IKEA drawer in an hour, or 11-year-olds writing and submitting college admission essays. This style of learning goes from 12th grade down to kindergarten. Did you meet your 2-hour learning goal today? Yeah. All things that some schools may feel hesitant to embrace, but Price believes will become the new norm in modern schools. In Austin, I'm Darrenisha Heron for KVUE News. School with no teachers? It sounds like a
That's
nightmare.
near
But
where my
Mackenzie
son went.
Price, the co-founder of Alpha Private School, says it's actually the wave of the future. So how do they learn? The students work one-on-one with artificial intelligence for 2 hours at the start of the day.
What we do have is a lot of adults who are in the room engaging with these kids, working as coaches. They learn more than twice as much as standard school does in 6 hours.
The other 6 hours of the day are set aside for learning life skills. Like this third grader putting together an IKEA drawer in an hour, or 11-year-olds writing and submitting college admission essays.
Yeah. So I don't know. And writing college admission essays. It's like that's what the whole point of it is. I don't know.
Well, but I mean, like that's I mean, to me, that right there, I mean, you're not gonna be writing those essays every day. Like, I mean, that's a great, selling point, for some parents or what I would assume. But we're talking about day to day. What else is being fulfilled into those that other time? What other things are interjected into their minds through the EA, the AI and these coaches, shall we, if that's what we're gonna call them, life, because whether they be life coaches or what I don't know what they're intending to call them, but you know, my thing is that it need to be restructured. Like this whole school system thing should be restructured.
Yeah, so
But
that makes this a good idea for me, just for fundamentally completely changing the way we do it. And like maybe we
yeah,
can tweak on it a bit. And let me read
yeah.
some comments. It says, uh, and how does a computer stop bullying and assault from spoiled, entitled students? Another one that says, OMG, nice intent, but missed the mark. If y'all think putting an IKEA desk together is a life skills, we are screwed. I agree with that. It says, I was iffy at first, but they had me at coaches and life skills. I can't lie. It says teach them finance, economics, and basic math, English and geography, and other, etc. It says that's what you get for abusing teachers. Blame parents for this one. So yeah, this is a part of this that I do have a scariness about because, they're gonna probably save money if they don't have to hire teachers. They just have quote unquote coaches.
More
They don't have to.
unemployed people. More
Well, no, I'm
unemployed
talking
people.
about the money that they spend. They have a lot of money coming into these school systems, right? And it's already being mismanaged or whatever. So then you don't have to have teachers. You don't have to keep buying new AI freaking materials or whatever. So to me, this sounds like a way to save money, you know, and that's the problem with a lot of the stuff is it's the economic driver is what it is. It's all about making more money, and not necessarily about what's helping the kids. They're gonna save money by not having to pay teachers, and they're using AI, and they just like, you know, the school is a business
Well,
turning a profit.
well, no, I mean, like, yeah, that's definitely been a problem long standing. Like, it's been like that for so long. But I don't think that they can take that out of the equation anymore. And it's sad because I mean, I really think the more human interaction is just that the interaction has to be positive. And when there's when it's politically driven, such as trying to uh, I don't know why I keep overlooking the right word, but when these institutions are trying to program our children to think a certain way outside of just teaching them wholesome things that they can build on, instead of teaching them things that isn't necessarily as beneficial to them at certain ages. Because yeah, it is appropriate at certain ages, but for some
I
of it
just
is way too far.
I just feel like the profit model is the root of the problem with a lot of this stuff because it shouldn't
well,
be that you're about making money when it's about
well,
educating kids. It shouldn't be that you're about making money when it comes to healthcare and so forth.
no,
You
it
take
shouldn't.
the
But that's the same thing that's going on. Like, just think about this. Like, because honestly, we're getting that model is the same. Like the pipeline to prison model. Like, this is the exact model that people that they're what they're doing. Even because it's gonna be where you can invest and you can own your own school and make a profit based on what you invested.
and,
Like,
and then you invest in the prisons and you making money of coming and going.
yeah.
I'm reading another comment. It says, does that mean independent school fees will be lower? Good question. Another comment that says, will AI teach kids morals, ethics, responsibilities, being respectful to elders, and so on? Good
Nope.
question. Another one, it says, A, sounds terrible, but then again, look at how abusive and uninterested these teachers are. One more,
That's a rare. That's not the majority.
it says colleges also, which is great, you can get degree that actually teach you something for a small amount and could get done in under a year. I have a clip that's similar kind of. I want to go to this. Where is it at? It's hold on, let me find this. Okay, yeah, here it goes. Because we're talking about when we're talking about teaching kids, but we're also talking about like molding people's minds, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're talking about. Let me play this clip right here. Check this out.
See how community trains its teachers.
Bear this in mind. Young people cannot be trusted to form their own opinions. This business about open-mindedness is nonsense. It's a waste of time trying to teach students to think for themselves. It's our job to tell them.
And when teachers put such training into practice, despotism stands a good chance. These children are being taught to accept uncritically whatever they're told. Questions are not encouraged.
How can you ask such a question? Have you got a textbook?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say here that our law courts are always just?
Yes, ma'am.
Then how dare you question the fact? Sit down.
And so we aren't surprised when...
But it must be true. I saw it in this book right here.
Whoops. Newspapers and the radio are efficiently controlled. The people will read and accept exactly what the few in control want them to. Government censorship is one form of control. A newspaper which breaks a government censorship rule can be suspended. It is also possible for newspapers and other forms of communication to be controlled by private interests.
Wow, that was heavy, right? The parts like, why are you gonna ask the question? That's kind of what they did with COVID, right? Like they was like, man, you wrong for asking the question. It's like exactly what this lady just said in this
You don't
thing.
care about your neighbor. Like what do you mean question? Like you question the medicine that they're gonna give us? Like seriously? It's gotta be good. They did it.
It's like, wasn't it written in the textbook? Why are you asking these questions? Like, wow.
Yeah, bro.
See how community trains it.
Hold on, I want to
see how community trains its teachers.
Bear this in mind. Young people cannot be trusted to form their own opinions.
Young people cannot be trusted to form their own opinions. And not just young people, they're saying everybody really, because you look at the media and the way they talk at us with the freaking talking heads and the opinions on the freaking news shows. It's like they're the experts, so we're supposed to go with what they. You can't trust them to form their own opinions.
But listen, he's older than probably everybody in there. So from his point of view, even like they can't be trusted to accept their own points of view, or learning, having developing a teaching style. He's telling, like, look, I can't trust that y'all gonna do it the way I want you to do it. So this is how you gonna do it. So I mean, this is multi-layered,
Mm-hmm.
This business about open-mindedness is nonsense. It's a waste of time trying to teach students who think for themselves.
This business of open-mindedness is so having an open mind. And that's what it is. Like the way our society is structured, it's all about,
You say, bro, you are a hindrance to society because you are skeptical, or you have questions about anything that you see or feel, or like you become the problem to our society if you try to have our leaders, so to speak,
Yeah.
if you question anything that they're doing. Like you're wasting time with these questions. Like, bro, like
having an open mind to other solutions or other cultures or other ways to do things or whatever, like, trying to understand other people and the way that they do things in the other parts of the world or whatever, or having an open mind that, the way we do things maybe could be done in a different way. It's like, we've always done it this way, so this is the tradition and this is what works. Stop fucking questioning that shit.
look at this woman's face, bro.
Oh man,
Bruh, like she should have been pissed that they try to use her in that way. She looked mean and hateful.
It's our job to tell them.
it's our job to tell them.
And when teachers put...
So this is that they were showing training. So she was supposedly a teacher that was being trained by this other guy. He was telling her, the young people can't be trusted to have to formulate their own opinions. It's our job to tell them. And so she soaks it in.
This had to be back when, at least back when my mom and them was growing up. This is what, the 50s, 60s? Well, this might
I,
have been before my mama was born, maybe.
yeah, I don't know, but looking at their clothing, I would say 50s, 60s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put such training into practice, despotism stands a good chance. These children are being taught to accept uncritically whatever they're told.
Accept uncritically whatever they're told. So they tell you the jab is just fine, you know, and it's not going to have
No.
no long-term
We
effects.
don't even have to get that deep. The freaking math, you got to, if you know what I'm saying, using your fingers is to help count is insane. Use these freaking squares and circles and other things to count. And if you don't use that, then you're a failure
And
because you know what I'm saying.
earlier I was making the comment about I was wondering why it's so easy for us to be sold on all of these wars over and over again. Like it's necessary, we should be involved in it, and not only that, we should put lots of money into it and put our life on the line for it. And then this is the reason why it's so easy for to just tell people that, and they don't question it, and they just go with it.
Well, well, I think that most people don't realize that America is just like a lot of people have gotten to the point like they get excited when a war is coming because that gives them a chance to say how great their country is and superior their country is, and in turn, how great they are as a citizen of this country. But most other countries are sitting around like like this is the worst country on the planet. You know what I'm saying? They're such a bully. They're looking at ways to get rid of us because of us not being humanitarians, as far as caring about how other people live on the planet, especially if they just don't, think exactly how you think. It's, it's, I don't think they realize how insane that really is.
Crazy. Let me see.
Questions are not encouraged.
How can you ask such a question? Have you got a textbook?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say here that our law courts are always just?
Yes, ma'am.
Then how dare you question the fact?
So, questions are not encouraged. He says, "Isn't our courts just? Doesn't it say that all our courts are just? And why are you questioning that fact? It's a fact that is, the court system is just for
Well,
everyone."
honestly, I think shoot, your kid just being at home and you giving them certain tasks to things to do each day is probably better off than sending them to place with people like this. Because like they're entering certain messaging in their minds and making them almost maybe just as hateful, and they end up stressed out and um you know not trusting, not being able to trust because of all the things that they see, and you send them there telling you, look, just shut up and just deal with it.
Crazy. I'm looking for something and I can't see it. Let me play a little bit of more of this and I'm gonna move on.
Sit down.
And so we aren't surprised when.
But it must be true. I saw it in this book right here.
And if books and newspapers and the radio are efficiently controlled, the people will read and accept exactly what the few in control want them to. Government censorship is one form of control. A newspaper which breaks a government censorship rule can be suspended. It is also possible for newspapers and other forms of communication to be controlled by private interests.
It's like no wonder they're like want to control what books you read. You know, uh, they want to ban the books. They want to hide them. Whatever. It's like
Well, they
they
they have they have a recommending reading list, and then they have ones that they're gonna take off, like you shouldn't read. So that right there presents a problem to some extent, because I guess unless there's a certain way that they're choosing this that's approved by everybody, like there's certain subjects that we're not going to teach at different levels. Okay, that's one thing, but that's in a lot of cases that's not the issue. It's things that's going to inspire you to actually live, think for yourself, and become the innovators of the world, and the creators, like things, bringing new things in that we can all, that can benefit society. They don't want, they don't want that to happen on a mass scale. They want that type of mindset to happen to the elite children that they've deemed elite.
I'm looking for the one where they were talking about why is it so easy to get people to go along with whatever the hell they come out with every time. I don't see it. Let's go to Instagram and let's do something like, I need to get some reels out the way. Somebody posted something. Let's see this. It says, that's some serious brainwashing S. Somebody said.
Faceless.
Yeah, man, that's
Is that
serious
a
brainwashing.
is that a YouTube or
That's all for Twitch. Thanks
okay.
for listening. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
Thanks for support. Yeah, man, and that looks all old and stuff, but it's not no different now. I mean, it's
Nah,
just it's the
it's
same.
actually it's more updated. It looks cute and things. It's like, but it's the same ideology.
Let's do this really quickly.
CBS's Christina Ruffini explains. Growing up in the Bronx, Ashley Torres had never even heard of an apprenticeship.
A 16-year-old working at a corporate bank. I took a leap of faith, basically. Yeah.
That leap landed her in Manhattan, making $25 an hour and learning on the job as an apprentice at JP Morgan Chase.
I don't think they should underestimate someone just because they don't have a college degree.
Tight labor markets and the skyrocketing cost of college are causing companies to take a second look at education requirements for many higher-paying jobs, focusing on skills instead. Ali Morano, head of JP Morgan's apprentice program, says firms need to rethink decades of diploma-driven recruiting.
When you start looking in different areas because of a socioeconomic background or because of how somebody grew up, you get people who are thinking differently, and that's what you need in a firm.
A recent study showed the number of job postings requiring a college degree began dropping even before the pandemic, a trend that could unlock more than 1 million jobs to workers without a college degree over the next 5 years. At Delta Airlines, around 85% of corporate jobs, including pilots, will no longer require a college degree.
For us, it's really about what you learn and what you know, not where you learned it.
And for Torres, that real-world training helped her get a leg up on the competition and a full-time job.
I'm not in a class learning the work. I'm actually doing the work.
Christina Ruffini, CBS News, New York. While it was the second best year on record for jobs, there are still nearly twice as many openings as there are job seekers. So that has led some companies to drop a long-standing requirement, a college degree. CBS's Christina Ruffini explains.
If there's so many openings, why is it so hard to get a job? Why do it takes so long to get on? Like, I know a lot of people have been looking for jobs for like 6 months. Like, if it's so many openings, then why is it so hard to get jobs? Anyway, so it says more U.S. companies ditching college degree requirements to fill positions, and here's why. So, yeah, this is the trend that we got going on. I don't know, man. It's like they sold us a dream. They told us, to get good grades and try to go to college and get a job out of college or whatever. And everybody is loaded with student debt, and their damn degrees don't mean nothing. And the people that went straight to work out of school are doing way better than the people that went to school, but they told us to do. But it's like, I
Well,
don't know.
well, I'm gonna tell you, man. I think some of this is based on, because I mean, a lot of these jobs. The first question you asked was leaning toward why are there so many openings and this, that, and the other. But I think that's because they're not really pushing, like they're not trying to get any and everybody to come apply. They still want to, like they're saying on the outside that okay, they're willing to limit some criteria, but I don't think they want to open it wide open to where like there's a bunch of people that doesn't want to hire immigrants. There's a bunch of people that don't want to hire black people. They don't want to hire you know women. They don't want to hire whatever that thing is. They're trying to still keep it to a limit, like who they actually getting to apply for these jobs, because if it is about a meritocracy, then that means whoever's the best person for the job, they need to get the job. But everybody's not quite that open-minded because of how the schools was trained them to not be so open-minded about who can get these jobs done.
And I
So
think they're full of shit too, because they keep screaming these Biden economic shit, and Biden is so good for the economy and there's so many jobs and all of this, and it's
it's
like,
lies,
I
bro.
think it's
It's
part of the narrative, and and that's what they're
but
selling us, that
but
everything is so good, but
if you're
everybody
left
around me is struggling. They're struggling to pay their bills, their mortgage,
bro.
the
But
food costs so
if
much.
you're left leaning, you want to believe in Biden so bad because you're so afraid that Trump or somebody, the Republicans is gonna come and brighten your day up, and you got to accept the fact that they actually it's their policies that actually make things better for them. Like I mean, I think that would be a big thing, pill to swallow for some, is that the people that they despise the most are the ones who actually get things done that actually help people. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Let me read the comments. Faceless says, same thing, no critical thinking and shutting down the marketplace of ideas, nothing new. He says, lots of entry level jobs, nothing for people with experience. So, yeah, it's a lot of jobs out there, but it's the jobs that nobody wants to work. There's low paying jobs, low skilled jobs, the jobs where you got to
yeah,
have 2 and 3 jobs to be able to pay your bills. And that's the other part where they're talking about Biden and the economy and it's so many jobs. Yeah, so many jobs. People got 3 of them and still can't pay their fucking bills.
bro, I have a
And,
tough
and,
I
and
have
if
a
you
tough
have
time.
experience, like what he's saying, if you do have experience, then you're the ones that they're not hiring because they know they have to pay you. So they go get
Yes,
some high school kid who doesn't know anything, and then they can pay him pennies to do the job and tell them they're entry level or whatever.
yeah, because I mean that's one of the things that I was looking at, because I was trying to transition from being over the road, be able to have more time at home, and try to build up some of my other businesses. But everything that they would offer or was willing to hire me at, it's like, I mean, shoot, I got grown up bills, man. Like I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like making $25 an hour, for some might be, big deal, but that's chump change. Like I mean, so but I don't, you know, I don't really, I guess like I don't, not really expecting like just them to pay, give to pay some, I don't know, especially in Louisiana where I'm living at now. But bruh, it's just, if you really know what you're doing, they don't, they really don't, like they don't want you, because like I said, they know that they're gonna have to pay you, because I mean, in transportation alone, I've been in the transportation field for 25 years, off and on, like from like I since the 90s, since I like after I graduated high school, I've been doing in transportation to some extent, whether it was a part-time or whatever. And shoot, they're not trying to pay me, and I had to get back on the road. And of course, I'm trying to get me a, position myself to get another, truck of my own. But shoot, it gotten so bad I couldn't even afford to keep my truck I had. But You know,
Faceless says, narrative is the right word. Keep people separated and in the dark. Check this out. It says 117 bankrupted, um, greater than 2 businesses, 84 arrested for drunk driving, 71 can't get a credit card, bad credit, 36 accused of spousal abuse, 19 accused of bad checks, 14 arrested for drug related charges, 8 arrested for shoplifting, 7 arrested for fraud, 3 arrested for assault. These are the numbers of the U.S. Congress. So these are people that are in Congress.
developing policy for us is living with those charges.
So these are our leaders. These are our representatives. These are the people who, make the laws and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
So people we're supposed to be looking up to.
Yeah, I was wondering where they was going with that, but damn, that's wild.
Faceless said, LOL saw the top 4 and was like, oh, this must be the U.S. Congress. He knew right away. It says, nah, not doing work, just enriching themselves and scamming the people that elect them. Man, you wonder, man. There's so much corruption and shadiness going on, and you wonder, man. Like these people aren't no better than us or whatever. They just,
But that's the thing. Like when we was talking about it earlier, like most of them once before, like, because I think some of them go, like when they're originally trying to become a politician, going to try to help the people. It doesn't take long to convert them to politician because like they start out as a community service workers, and then they become politicians. As soon as they get get in the door, they're down there trying to make deals or with, see where they, see where they can make a few extra bucks, and they got to climb their way up because there's, everybody's not going to trust them as soon as they get in, and they're not going to get they're not going to get the big piece of meat when they get there. So, but overall, it just seems like they're like they just get there to just fit right on in, and that's why it's like people who really is about this life, that really wants to see people, like see the people change, like that's who we need to really try to fight to get in there. But we've made it harder for that person to be able to survive in that in that area,
environment.
in that
And
environment. Yeah.
it's regular folks need to be the ones to get in there, but the money is the problem. Like you can't get elected unless you can raise large amounts of money, and like so it's the shadiest people who end up getting in there because they're the ones who can raise this money because the people know that they're going to look out for them. Like if some company came and gave you, like, I don't know, $100 million to help you get elected in Congress, once you get in there, do you not think that they're going to want something back for the money that they gave you? And then you
No,
can't
they
even
just
really
looking.
blame that
No,
person
they want to
because
make
they're
sure
going to feel
you and your.
obligated
No, they
to
want.
give back.
Yeah, they're giving away all that money so that you can do good for your community.
Yeah. Let me read some comments. It says, should publish the names. Then there's the Fed employees that owe $4 billion in back taxes, including members of Congress and Senate. And what about the 59 members of Congress reported owing student loans in their latest financial disclosure released last year? Roughly 40% of those borrowers are part of the young and diverse class of freshman lawmakers first elected in 2018, according to Open Secrets. Guess who were first in line to get theirs cleared? And they got a whole bunch of money when they did those PPP loans and those loan forgiveness deals that they had. Like all of them got that. One of the things that jump out to me out of all of these is the one that says 71 can't get a credit card. Damn, like yeah, I have 2 credit cards and I don't have the best credit, and I'm not a rich person. I'm a poor person. I live
Yeah.
check to check.
No,
Like
you're
they
not
can't.
poor. You're
They
not
got
poor, but you know,
71 of them can't even get credit cards. Damn.
yeah. But well, you know what? Because maybe I'm mistaken. Because I know that there's some of them like what's the salary for a representative?
I don't know. It's I don't know, like 200,000 or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't
Because
know what the
the
number is.
Senate, they're what at 400,000 or something like that.
I don't know if it's that high because the president don't even get paid, but like six
No,
hundred thousand.
not all. Say, well, no, they make $1 million a year.
Hmm.
The president does. So the vice president might be around 600, but I think the senators and things like that, I believe they around that $400,000 range. So
Let me read this. It says, if you want to commit crimes and get away with them, become a politician. It says, the question, it says, how many millionaires? And I covered one about, what was the chick's name? She just passed away not that long ago. Why can't I think of her name? Anyways, she died and she had so much money that she was given to her children or whatever. And it was
mhm.
like, the question was, how did she
Where
get
did it
so
come from?
rich? Yeah, where did all that money come from? Because as a congressperson, she didn't make that much money. So it really didn't make sense for her to have all of these millions of dollars to be able to pass on to her children. And it's like, that just shows like it's corruption and shadiness. Like maybe the whole reason to become a politician is to get rich. Like it seems to me like your motivation should be to help people. But if your
Well,
motivation is to get
mm,
rich, then you can't blame them for doing the shady stuff that they do while they're in there. They're making all of this freaking money.
well, that's just like when I was taking the class for to be to learn about government contracting. Like one of the main things they teach you is that this is the biggest spinner on the planet. So, some people are really looking at the fact that, um, you know, that the money, this is where the money is. This is,
Feinstein. That was the name. Thank you. Go ahead.
yeah, this is where the money is. So, and especially if I mean, the Senate, Congress has the power of the purse. Like where the money gets spent, it's up to them. So, if you do have some level of control and you can make deals with people who are going to help you, solidify a certain amount of money going to a certain area, and if you independently have money to invest in those certain things that they're going to be putting a bunch of money into, like, you know, yeah, it's almost a no-brainer. Like like I would be rich too. You know what I'm saying? If I could have influence on what area of we're gonna put more money into, what's gonna be get heavily invested in,
Yeah,
what we already we're already set up to be the next big thing.
yeah. And damn, it's easy to make some investments. You ain't got to be a genius to do that. He says, faceless, he says, I don't wonder, man. I know it's so obvious. Look at Pelosi and the stock deals. That kind of
Oh,
goes
no doubt.
exactly with what you're
I,
saying.
that's
And
who I was talking about without talking about.
yeah,
You
so
know?
and her husband is like got a great like they have like an AI that helps them do the investments or whatever, and this guy beats the AI. Like his average is higher than like Wall Street investment firms who do it for a living, and are supposed to be some of the best in the industry, and Pelosi's husband beats them. Like, how could that be? Could it possibly have something to do with the fact that his wife is privy to information that affects these industries?
Man, that's say, bro. This is the one of the greatest financial minds of all time, man. What like I can't even believe you're sitting here questioning this.
Yeah, he's a genius. He can predict the future. Like Faceless, he says, even those with the best intentions get seduced by the money and the power and learn quickly you are
Well,
early or part of the system or an enemy of it.
well, and that's the part right there, because I think that
Because any one of us will
with the
probably
atmosphere,
go
with
right now. We could say, I want to help everybody, I want to do good or whatever. And as soon as we get in there, we see how the system goes and we just say, fuck it, it's hopeless. Let me just
yeah,
take care of
once
my
you get
friends
in
and
there, it's
family.
kind of like, all right, like fixing, like anybody trying to fix that system is like wasting their own time. And I think they get to the point where they're like, all right, you know what, I'm here, I might as well do something for my own family at the least, if I can help
Yeah.
other families on the way. But I do believe that a lot of people go in there
With good intentions.
with good intention. But once
The
you're in there
system
and
swallows them up.
yeah.
Comments. He says barrier of entry is too high for regular people. He says, look at the last Speaker of the House resigning. He owed all kinds of people and couldn't deliver anymore. Yeah, McCarthy. I did a bunch of clips on him.
Wait a minute, he resigned?
Well, he's not. He's stepping out of his seat. He's got a whole year left, and he's not going to be in there for that last year. And I think it's a big fu to the party because they screwed him and took him out of the speakership. And he's like, "Screw y'all!" So now y'all got one less vote. So y'all got less power. So
Oh,
that's
that
what they
part. Okay,
care
well,
about.
yeah. All right, because all right, him being the speaker, that yeah, all right. I'm looking at it like, all right, but yeah, they didn't oust him totally like they're doing Santos. They but
Yeah,
he,
they just kicked him out of the speakership. So when he's resigning, he's not going to finish off his term. He says, dude from New York that just got booted was stalking. Dude from New York, who is that?
the Santos.
Is that Santos? It says stealing credit card information from donors. It says the salary is under 200K, so that's what we were talking about, how much they get paid. He says, but they get cash from their campaigns, and a lot of it is that, and that's what I've been noticing. Like these people, they get paid to lose, and because of the way the rules work, they get to keep the money that's left over from their campaigns after they lose. People donate all of this amount of money, they lose, and they get to go home with that check. And I think that some of these people are in it just for that. Like,
I
um,
think
what's his name from
what
the Young Turks is running. He ran for Congress and failed, and now he's running for president or something. And
nah, he
he don't
can't run
have
for
no
no damn
chance.
president.
I don't
No,
know. He's running for
he
something
don't
else.
even he don't qualify. He wasn't born in the U.S.
Either way, what I'm saying is, I think he's running to make that paper.
Well, man, and yeah, bro, he's definitely a scammer, and like, but I don't like him for a lot of reasons, especially because of the way he tries to talk about, like he's one of those, like, he gets paid to talk against common sense things, in my opinion.
Let me read the faceless comments. He was like Feinstein. He says her daughter had power of attorney over her personal life, but she was still representing her district. A lot of people was covering that too. Like, so she didn't have the authority to even control her own life, like decisions, but she was in Congress and being able to make decisions on our life.
Well, but that's the whole thing. Because I mean, just think about the dude, like, in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania. Fear. Wait a minute, what's that dude name? He had the
Fetterman.
Fetterman. Yeah, it's like he's really not. I'm not saying like his mental fit, like he can't think and this, that, and the other, but he should have given himself some more time. But just so that they could have a Democratic seat there, is why they forced him to take that seat. Like, and they don't mind somebody just being there to hold the seat just as long as it gives them the power that they want. Like, that's mainly what it's about. It doesn't matter what you do for your community. It's about what you're going to be able to do for the party.
For the party.
That's
Yeah. So, well, Fetterman won his election, and he's been doing stuff. You know, they changed the rules because of the way he dressed.
against Dr. Oz. Bro,
Yeah, he
that's still
won.
like that, bro. That kills me for real. Like, there's no way that really he should have won.
He won,
Yeah, he did.
and like I say, he's been doing stuff, and he seems pretty coherent to me. And like I say, they changed the rules based because of the way he dresses.
Yeah,
They
he's getting better
forced
now.
everybody to wear suit coats and stuff like that just
Yeah.
because of him. The faceless comments. He says need term limits and serious campaign finance reform. I completely 100%
But
agree with that.
who's gonna vote for that?
It
Like, who?
says
Go ahead.
government contracts are the biggest game, and we talk about that a lot here on the show. It's all about government contracts. It's like freaking getting rich, man, and that's where a lot of the money goes. Like we just talked about the 800, almost $1 trillion for the military budget spending. I'm willing to bet like 85% of that is going to go to independent contractors. And
I'm
a lot of
trying.
those
I'm.
independent contractors, it's like my buddy, my cousin, my uncle, or
Hmm.
whatever. You know, like
That's who
I'm
I'm
a
enriching.
representative, but I'm gonna make sure
Oh,
my cousin, my buddy, or whatever, he gets this contract that we just and he'll
hey,
probably get
I'm going in
kickbacks.
there and acting like I'm a representative or senator or something. Cause believe me, I'm getting me a couple of contracts this year, and I'm enhancing the people I know, like that. And that's the thing. Like, I think that that's one of the things that, like, we really should, you know, be trying to control things, like to really to uplift our own communities. That's, instead of trying to become a politician, we can get in there one way or another and have some control on how these dollars are being spent.
They should put that shit on the app, man. We live in the future, you know. They could put that shit on the app and like depending on your district or whatever, and then they have funds and how they're gonna be spent instead of going through the long ass process of like voting the bonds or whatever. But we could do that besides the point. After we've done the voting, and then after that, you could, through an app decide on how our money is going to be spent like more specifically, it could have some transparency on where this money is going.
Well, I mean, that's what the bids are for. You putting in, what you can offer, how much you charge, and to get these things done.
Yeah, but then, no,
So
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people deciding where the money is going specifically, depending on what projects that needs to be done or whatever, what we prioritize to feel like more important or
don't
whatever.
didn't you hear the man? He said that y'all don't know what y'all want. Yeah, we gotta tell you.
Yeah. Comments, faceless. He says Chink just he says he just wants to see Biden lose. Yeah, I saw him
That,
say that. I don't think
yeah,
he's
that,
gonna have the power
that
to really do that. I
I
mean,
don't think I don't
shit,
think.
the Democrats are doing a good enough job
Look,
themselves to make that happen.
Chink is jumping in as if he's gonna be the one that does that. He has like Biden has already done that for himself. So, like, Chink can just go sit his ass down some damn well.
Yeah,
Like, Biden has lost already.
yeah.
I don't care what happens between now and November. There's no coming back.
Maybe they could get somebody else in
Well,
there,
well, no, well, I'm
different
and
Democrat
this
or whatever.
look, hey, look, here goes some rumors if you want to hear it. Uh, well, of course, one of the first people they said that they're gonna try to bring in is Michelle Obama, but supposedly Hillary is supposed to be helping Biden with his campaign and helping him get money for his campaign. But I think that
She
I,
couldn't
I
help her own campaign. What the fuck?
well, my thing there, that's like, 'cause, no, she look. she got a bunch of donors still. She still own the minds of a bunch of rich people.
Uh,
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 but
uh, Clinton's Bill Clinton released a book, and he said the Clinton campaign couldn't sell pussy on a military
man,
train or some shit.
man, stop it. He didn't say that, bro.
He did. I swear to God. I'm saying it wrong, but about along the lines of that.
Man,
Let me read
that's
some.
fucking hilarious, bro.
Let, let me read some more. It said faceless. He says, "You see, he video of Feinstein where her aide is like, just say yes, just to say yes to vote, and she is on another planet, so dumb that she keeps her seat." It says Fender is keeping it interesting, calling out the senator with ties to Egypt. Another one. I used to deal with some local state level contracts, and that was a racket even at those levels. He
Oh, it's
says,
plenty
"You
of
are right
money.
about Biden. I think it's going to be a Newsom from all Cali dude is a scam artist."
No, he ain't gonna make it either. Cause I mean, say, bro, I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of minds that have been shifted. I like the fact that they come up with a third party, but at the same time, he leans too far to what everybody else is, like used to. Like
Talking about Gavin
it's
Newsom?
Oh no, he doesn't have a chance. Like he's ruined
Oh,
California so much, so he don't really have a chance. Like that's only that like they'll prop him up, maybe people who really don't know nothing about him, but once they do, he's in the dust. I mean, Biden is a better president option
candidate, yeah.
than Newsom.
Let me read
But
this.
go ahead.
It says FBI chief who investigated Trump Russia ties jailed for Russia ties. Let me read that again because it's complicated.
So yeah,
FBI chief who investigated Trump Russia ties jailed for Russia ties.
No, but bro, that's been clear. Like there's people like because I know like it's not being said on the news, and anybody who's really relying on news, real news, is not getting any news. But there's in different circles they've been talking about how a lot of that stuff was created by the Clinton campaign. I don't want to say it's Clinton herself, but the Clinton campaign came up with those things, but there was things that was happening because that's what she was Secretary of State in coming out of Obama's administration. So all of that stuff that they were saying was Russia ties. It was themselves, but they pushed it on the Trump to make it look like and to push it off of them, so they wouldn't have to catch any heat, but they was able to make that shit stick. And like even after those impeachments, like they never could prove his collusion, but after you really look into it, you can see where they were the very
Yeah,
what you call it
they were
culprits.
implicit. And
Yeah.
so yeah, the whole thing they were like Russia, 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 and then it was like Russia is interfering with our elections, and everybody was eating that shit up. But there is
Hmm.
a twist to this because recently information came out about documents that came up missing at the end of Trump's presidency related to the Russia investigations.
Well,
So,
you kn- that might have been some of the stuff that was at Mar-a-Lago because I mean, you got to think like there's had to be a reason for Trump to feel like he wanted certain things that certain files and just take them to his own personal home, or offices or whatever of his own because of all the stuff that was going on. He trying to keep some proof to something that he can be able to lean on and use because the FBI is not with him. They seem to be partisan. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not really for like it's almost like they are a part of the Democratic Party. In a lot of things, like decisions that they make, like they're willing to give up whatever they can on Trump or whoever they can on the Republican side, but they'll hide as much as they can for the Democratic side. I mean, if and I mean, this is something that I've noticed, but I'm very much into, like, that's one of the things that I investigate all the time. So I mean, but they are clearly, like, the people who point the finger the most
Yep.
are the ones who's got more fingers pointing at them, because they,
Uh, That is the case for sure. Let me read this. Charles McGonigal, former special agent in charge of the FBI's New York Counterintelligence Division, has been jailed for 4 years for accepting bribes from a prominent Russian billionaire. McGonigal was in an extreme and very predictable case of irony, part of the team investigating Donald Trump's alleged, and as it turns out, non existent ties to Russia. The charges relate to 2021 scandal involving Russian industrial Oleg Deripaska. McGonigal and former Russian diplomat Sergei Shestakov has secretly agreed to remove U.S. sanctions from the Deripaska in exchange for some discrete payments via various shell companies. They also promised to attempt to get the sanctions applied to one of Deripaska's rivals instead. Why was Deripaska being sanctioned, you ask? Why he was accused of sending illegal payments to buy favor with Donald Trump, of course. Facepalm. It says, while McGonigal was unsuccessful in getting the sanctions lifted, he was successful in getting paid, which, according to the indictment, totaled approximately 200,000. His attempts at disguising the arrangement by only referring to himself as the big guy, where we have heard that one before, were not successful, however, and found himself under investigation for the very thing he'd been tasked to investigate. McGonigal has been sentenced to 4 years in prison over the affair, making him one of the highest ranking agents to ever be convicted. Really interesting. And that number, 200,000, is really small. Like, uh, I know that these people are playing around with numbers much bigger than that.
yeah.
So, like,
W-
mm,
One of the things I think that we really need the American people to remember and recall when voting time comes, and all of the different things that that'll be spewing out of the media, is that this is a actual tactic. Like, I know a lot of people saying, oh, Trump bad, Trump did this, Trump did that, but a lot of these, the court system is being used as a fight, a, them can
political.
political, fight against him. Not giving him enough chance to build up the momentum that he has before, or would normally. You know what I'm saying?
If that is the case, then it's failing miserably because it's making it more popular. And if he beats these cases, I mean, this guy's going to be Teflon Don riding the wave on top of everything. He's going to freaking steamroll his way into the presidency. And then once he becomes president, he's going to be even more powerful. He's going to be one of the most powerful presidents in history just as a result of these situations of how things have played out. And then he's
Bro,
going to go after all his political enemies. He's going to say, "Look, they did it to me, so shoot, I'm
bro.
going in on them."
Say, bro, I mean, if you really dissect a lot of it, you'll see that the charges really don't, like, they're making accusations, and they know they're accusations. It's nothing that they can actually prove. It's all based on ideology and something that they're trying to make stick. So I mean, no real evidence, like, you know, I don't think, especially not in a superior court, like the state of Georgia, they're not gonna be able. I don't think the state of Georgia gonna be able to do anything to him. New York, yeah, the civil trials and this, that, and the other. Yeah, okay, you can continue to do that, but it's all about wasting time and your money. I like, and I say your money, other people's money, because they ain't getting none of mine to waste on it. But
I don't know, man. It's hard to beat those RICO type charges, and a lot of his co-defendants have already plead out.
On what? But that's the part. On what? What did they do? They give the information on what they played out? Because if that was the case, a lot of it would be already over. Like if they got the evidence, if they have any evidence against Trump, like because that's like the black guy that didn't have the bail money, or like I forget what it, like he was, I think they were saying like he was pleading out, but to something that was not even a part of this thing. Like they just like he just wanted them to leave him alone. He was like, okay, I'll admit to this or whatever, but it has nothing to do with the case or Donald Trump. And that's the thing, like they're screwing people's minds by saying, oh well, this person already turned state evidence. Well, they're not telling you specifically on what. And that's the part that's a problem, because they're keep building the public up and making them feel like, oh, he wrong, he wrong, he wrong, and they're gonna try to steer it in the media as if, you know, all the things that they've been saying was true. It was just that the judge did this, or that, like, just the blame, like they're gonna continue to play the same blame game. They knew when they started that there was not enough evidence, or even, you know, because like you got to prove what his mindset was. Like, how can you prove what somebody's mindset was?
Let me read some more of these comments. It says, we can't read this in USA News. Disgusting. Exactly. That's the reason why I like to look at RT a lot. You know, our media is so freaking slanted. You know, you can't say anything bad about the United States in the United States media. So if you want to get any good information about what's going on over here, you got to go over there somewhere else to get it. Let me read it more. It says, and is reported by Russia News. So that's ironic too. So this is like, that's pretty ironic. And it says, why is RT admitting that Russia basically has controlling our politics, LMAO? Another one, it says the left accuses their opposition of doing exactly what they're doing. That's kind of what you said earlier. Really interesting. That's why I fuck with RT. And like, you can't expect RT to be honest about what is going on with Russia either. So for the most part, a lot of times. But then, you know, it depends on who is the journalist, because you have a lot of journalists from the United States who works for RT, and they'll give information about, you know, Russia or whatever, give you better news reporting, because they can't find a job here in the States just because they like to tell the truth too much. So they go to somewhere like RT to be able to. And ever since the war with Ukraine, they've really been going in on RT. You have a lot less access. They freaking, you know, been blocking all of that journalism that's coming
But
out of
RT is just like another internet type of this is not like a mainstream media of Russia, is it?
It's complicated because it's partially Russian funded, and that's the part that they like to use as evidence that it's a Russia propaganda arm, which is not necessarily true, because those journalists make their own stories. They just need a host site, and it just so happened to be RT, because they can't get they don't have a base in the United States to be able to. And these people don't even be in Russia. They be here in the United States doing journalism here in the United States. It's just that they're hosted through RT.
Yeah. I mean but I mean that's a lot of how a lot of this stuff does work. I mean, but you know, I am I definitely understand how is, you know, it's difficult to see, you know, if it's truly transparent, if it's truly honest, but just when we really add up the records, you know, who like in the world and how the rest of the world sees some of these other places, it makes you kind of, you know, you will start to lean in the direction you wouldn't expect to.
Mm-hmm. Let me read this faceless. He says, LOL, of course, Russia is messing with our elections. I'm sure the CIA is messing around with Russian politics. It's just harder to do. Yeah, any major countries in the world are, meddling with other countries
No,
around
they
the
all
world. Like
yeah.
they all do it. There's
No,
nobody that's not.
they're all doing it, but they try to act. The United States try to act like, you know, oh, like as if they're not doing it, but also like, oh, look, they're trying to what they're doing to you know, our elections and blah blah blah. Bro, say, bro, we talking about all right now? We're talking about Russia or whatever. Man, they do it to everybody's. Like they in everybody's business.
Hmm. Face
Shoot,
this.
well, I'm gonna hold that one. Go
He
ahead.
says, "Yeah, that's some walking around money for a Russian oligarch." LOL. I'm telling you, that 200K, it's got to be a lot more going on with that. He says Trump might get convicted, then still elected. It might get crazy, and yeah, man. They, I covered in the other show about how they asked the Supreme Court to weigh in on whether Trump is what's the word I'm looking for? They were saying
Electable.
that Trump can't run for president because he was involved in an insurrection, yada yada yada. Saying that
Hey,
technically by the
say, bro.
Constitution he can't do it. So, but look, they pushed and said that we want to get the go to the highest court of the land and get them to make a decision on that because there's no precedent and they're on it. So, and I was like, man, the way the Supreme Court moves, they move so slow that they're not gonna be able to do anything about that before the election happens. I was wrong.
But that's
The Supreme Court is going to take up that case, and we will get an answer for that before the election.
but listen. I think that because one of the biggest problems that we have as human beings in this era, this day and time, is that we don't even know what words really mean. And when you say insurrection, and there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that went to that rally and that end up protesting at the Capitol. No, none of them had guns, bro. There's no insurrection. Like they need to stop it. Like there was no insurrection.
Hmm. Let's do this. It says, we just passed the 19th anniversary of the death of one of the most important journalists in American history. His name was Gary Webb, and he sacrificed everything to give us a glimpse of the truth about the drug war. It says, after a series of articles entitled The Dark Alliance detailed the CIA's connection to the crack epidemic that terrorized the nation and destroyed countless lives, he was initially hailed a hero before a massive smear campaign destroyed his credibility, family, and career. Gary refused to back down and stood firm against the attempt to assassinate his character. On December 10, 2004, the body of journalist Gary Webb was discovered in his home near Sacramento with 2 gunshot wounds to the head. It was ruled a suicide. 2 gunshot wounds to the head, ruled a suicide.
It was automatic.
Since the rise of the internet, his story and work has been since seen by millions who recognize the heroic nature of his investigative reporting and the suspicious nature of his death. There was even a movie that came out in 2015 depicting his life that starred Jeremy Renner. It says, never allow his memory or sacrifice to fade away. This man literally lost everything to give us a glimpse of the truth.
Because it tends to ruffle feathers. I mean, good investigative reporting does ruffle feathers, and it draws lawsuits, and it gets news.
Oh shit!
What?
And I'll be doing that all the time. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me go back to this. Okay, hold on.
They were selling this stuff in South Central, which is predominantly black section of Los Angeles, immediately before the outbreak of the crack cocaine epidemic. They started selling powder, tons and tons and tons of powder cocaine going into this one small area of the city, and from there they sold it to Freeway Rick. Investigative reporting is being sort of squeezed out of the picture, and I think intentionally, because it tends to ruffle feathers. I mean, good investigative reporting does ruffle feathers, and it draws lawsuits, and it gets newspapers in trouble.
So there ain't no question why investigative reporting has pretty much gone away, and you can't blame these journalists. They want to have a career, they want to make money, and they want to be alive. So doing all we have is these opinion heads talking on the news and arguing with each other, and we used to have investigative reporting news stories, and that used to be the dominant top of the line type of journalism stuff. It's like journalism is dead, man. And it's like the death of this guy is what we're talking about. And then we're talking about Julian Assange being locked up. He did what he did, tried to inform the American people of shadiness, and look how it goes. It's always the whistleblower who gets persecuted, not the people who did illegal stuff and shady stuff. They get to continue to do it, but they be like, who snitched? Who told something or whatever? That's how you know we're ran by criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Who snitched? That's what's important, and that's what dominates the media, not what the hell he said, what he exposed. That's beside the point. Who snitched?
Who stopped our racket?
That's why journalism is dead. Let's read this. It says Webb's death was listed as a suicide, but Webb was found with 2 bullet holes in the head, indicating that he was executed. In the days leading up to his death, Webb had told his friends that he was receiving death threats, being regularly followed by what he thought was government agents, and that he was concerned about strange individuals who were seen breaking into and leaving his house. In the late 1990s, Webb detailed how the explosion of crack cocaine in South Central Los Angeles during the 1980s was sparked by 2 Nicaraguan immigrants, Danilo Blandon and Norwin Menezes, who sold huge amounts of cocaine to raise funds for the CIA-backed rebel army, the Contras. Webb was a Pulitzer Prize winner whose Dark Alliance series went viral in the early days of the internet. It caused a firestorm that led to the resignation of CIA Director John Deutch after he was grilled by angry black activists at a meeting in LA. Webb was in turn banished to a small Mercury News bureau in Cupertino, California, south of San Francisco, 125 miles from his home and family in Sacramento, and forced to write stories normally assigned to cub reporters. His career was effectively destroyed, and he would never again get a job with a daily newspaper. Webb stood by his research, nevertheless, and continued to expose corruption as a freelance journalist. Some speculate this is what got him killed.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's a common, I guess, ideology and the common conversation here of how this mainstream media really is not the friend of anyone honest. If you're honest, you're gonna die by the story. But because Assange was that when they was talking about
Clinton.
Verizon and
No, the Democrats, Hillary Clinton.
I thought that was with Obama.
Obama was the president.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but yeah, he exposed the shady shit that and Clinton was
Oh, was this the
implicated.
wiki? Was this the WikiLeaks?
WikiLeaks, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and a lot of they feel like that's the reason why Hillary
The
Clinton didn't
Clinton,
win.
yeah, the Clinton campaign, and all the stuff Benghazi and
Exactly.
yeah, okay.
I'm missing comments. Let me see. What's the last one I read? Faceless. He says, I don't know, one or two swing states pull Trump from the ballot super late, and shit can't even more through the courts before the election. Trump loses an important swing state and loses the election. The whole election is called into question. So yeah, that's the thing. So the argument is, he can't be on the ballot, and some states have already passed that. Is what they're saying, and that's the reason why they're pushing this to the Supreme Court because they need a national answer to it because the different states can choose what they want with related to it. And like what Faceless is saying here, it only take one or two of the swing states to not have him on the ballot, and then that affect the overall election. And then people are gonna be like, it's illegitimate, and Trump got screwed, and then freaking the country would, man, bro. I don't want to see what would happen as a result of that. If Trump ends up losing, and it's because a couple of states said he couldn't be on the ballot because he was involved in insurrection, and yeah, we would have a powder keg on our hands here in the United States.
Well, I think we already have one with a lot of different subjects. I mean, that would probably be one of the tipping points is, the election, because I think a lot of people are counting on, you know, Donald Trump or at least the Republican Party to bring back some of the core ideology of America. So I think that that would have some people pissed off, but we can't forget that some of the most gangster people on this in America are Democrats.
Yep.
So I mean, pissing them off is not that great either.
Yep.
You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Yep.
So it's
Scary. Scary.
we're in a pickle.
We're in a pickle. Faceless. He says Trump should have pardoned Assange. That was terrible. Yeah, man. I mean, given the side that Trump is on with that situation, you would think that he would. And you got Trump pardoning people like what's Kodak Black or whatever, but he didn't pardon Julian Assange. Like, there's another clue because, like I say, whenever you got something that's bipartisan, it's a clue. So Assange should have been, at the very least, Trump should have looked at that and been like, boom, I should look out for this guy. But he's pardoning people like Kodak Black, so that makes you wonder, you know. Talk about Trump being against the deep state or whatever, fighting against the deep state or whatever. But
Well,
I think that there's more to it than that, and like I think that once you become preview to some of the information that you get preview to becoming the president, it also allows you to be, you're a part of the group. You're part of. He automatically became an elitist. He automatically became a
but let me
part of the machine, if you will.
let me ask this: what happens to Assange if he's out on the streets
What are you saying? You think somebody gonna kill him?
here in America? Yeah, shit, maybe even somewhere in another country. Like he he upset the wrong. Like I just told you who the most gangsterous people are.
Yeah.
So I mean, regardless, are very much still upset about it. Shit, they
They don't
still
let shit
upset.
go.
They still upset with Haiti from 18.
Yeah, they don't let shit go. They hold on to shit.
So nah, that's not gonna just die down. And he might be able to live for a little while, but shoot, he might end up dying from a heart attack from wondering when, waiting to see when they're gonna kill him, because
Yeah.
he know that they're gonna do it.
Yeah. Well, they could get him. They could probably get him locked up too. So, let me read more. Faceless. He says, "Man, Obama had the worst record for going after journalists and whistleblowers, and no one talks about it. Obama gets
No.
a pass on so much stuff. It's like
Well,
it's pretty amazing."
well, see, the
Uh,
thing about it is that was one of the things that he was somewhat shielded from, but a lot of it was not necessarily based on his, his orders. It was based on, like I said, the bigger narrative. The party had more to do about how that was going to be handled. So the Democratic Senate and House and like laws that was enacted after that, the way that was one of the things. Like, it was under his administration, and I would say that he still had a lot. Was very much involved in some of those decisions, but it didn't just come straight from him. It came from the top.
Faceless says it was while Obama was president, but yeah, it was Clinton did while Secretary of State. It says, yeah, it's going to be a mess after 2024, no matter how it goes down. He says, I think Trump to get Assange back to the States to use him against the Dems. He said, I think Trump wanted to get Assange back to the States. If he did, he could have did it. But I don't know. They've been trying to get Assange to the States. That's the whole thing. They want to try him here in America, in the United States.
Yeah, I don't think it's a
And
good
get
idea.
and yeah, and they've been pushing against that.
He's gonna live a better life where he is.
He's locked up. He's locked up.
He's
But
gonna
they're
live a
trying
better
to.
life. He's gonna live a better life
Yeah,
if
he's
he
not living
stays.
life. His life is fucked up, and they're trying to extradite him to the States so they can try him here, and that's gonna not go well for him.
At all.
It says Assange could move back to Australia where he is from. His plight is pretty much done unless I don't know how
Somebody
he could
gonna
get
give
out
him
of
up.
it. He's pretty much screwed. They've already ruined his life. He's been
These are
locked up for so long now.
These are globalists, bro.
Yeah, they don't care about which country. Like, way too much power. And I think that's what people really have to understand is like we get lost in this nationalism stuff, right? We want to be nationalists, and we're like, okay, America first, and I'm totally with that. But these corporations.
America.
These corporations don't have no freaking loyalty to the United States in any
Hell
kind of way
no.
or fashion. It's that's the reason why they ship jobs overseas or whatever. They're all about making their money. They get the benefits of being an American country, but they don't act like they care about Americans. They don't move that way. And we are stuck on this nationalist point of view, and these corporations, these globalists are not looking at it that way at all. So, we tend to lose because we are all like, yeah, nationalism or whatever. And the powers that be are not looking at things that way.
Not those ones. Because, I mean, I think we have to be involved in international affairs, but I don't think to the extent where our people suffer. And that's my only issue with the globalist party, these neo cons, these neo libs. That's my biggest issue is that they advocate more so for other countries to have a better life than the people who actually provide that life for those other countries. So, but we
In the
should
end,
we
we get
should be
screwed.
involved. Oh yeah. In the end, it's the most of us
Same
die
reason why what
with
Timmy was saying
insane
about
disease.
Israel having their people be able to go to college for free, and we don't. And meanwhile, we're paying them giving them all kinds of money, basically subsidizing their shit. Breaking: Congress just passed an $886 billion Pentagon budget Time and time again, we're told we can't afford to address homelessness, poverty, or provide adequate health care in this country, but there's always money for endless war. What an absolute disgrace.
Hmm. Well, I mean, a lot of it is, you know, their ultimate agenda, which for some of them happens to be the extinction of others. So they're very much doing what they intended, or what, you know, they're following their recipe book.
You know, and so yeah, the argument always is, we don't have money, we can't even pay Social Security, we can't pay for Medicare or Medicaid or whatever, we can't pay for SNAP, we got to be fiscally responsible. Uh, we're in debt to all these countries. We have a debt ceiling and all of this. And it's like, well, damn, what the fuck about this? But the other side on this, what people don't really understand, a lot of this money, it goes to American companies, these United States manufacturers or
Well,
whatever,
I see them as foreign companies.
Right. It's kind of just what we were just saying. Like they don't care about the United States citizens. They're just making money. But it's still American companies where a lot of this money goes to. Um, that's where it goes. A lot of it. Boeing, Lockheed Martin,
Raytheon.
The regular players. Let's read this. It says, let's not kid ourselves. Those funds do not all go to where they're needed. The troops and their equipment are the last places these funds go to. They go to the CEOs, shareholders, and Congress people, and the funds are point on frivolous stuff. So they like to say, because they did put a raise in this budget. There's a raise for military officers or whatever. They're making a little bit more money, so that was part of the package. But that's how they sell these deals.
But no, I think, well, I could be wrong, but I do want to add in there that there's incentives for those soldiers that were denied the Jabiwaski,
Mm-hmm.
for them to come back with a higher rate of pay.
They're still gonna probably jab them. Another comment, it says, in Bidenomics, I can't even say that. Close the southern border. Doing those two things will solve most of the problems. Yeah. Where did they come up with this word? They've been saying this for a while. Bidenomics. Like, what the hell, bro?
Well,
Like,
see, because
out of here.
It's a joke. Because
Definitely,
it's not written somewhere. This is the
media's been
supposedly
saying it.
the ideology of what, because the new Green Deal is what it's really called.
It's a joke that's not funny. Another comment says, that's one area Democrats and Republicans agree on. Screw the Americans that really need help. Nothing brings politicians together like killing people. And like I say, whenever something is bipartisan, there's always a clue there to help you understand what's really going on. Because they keep us fighting with each other. We're fighting about cultural issues or whatever. Like we talk about LGBTQ and all of this. We talk about the abortion and different topics or whatever, books in schools, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We arguing about this stuff. Meanwhile, nothing gets done in politics that helps the American people. But when they need to pass some money for the freaking military, then they're all on board with that shit. No arguments, and it passes in one day. It's like, I don't know how high on the list this is for most Americans. Like, we worried about, how much it costs for food, paying our mortgage, paying our rent or whatever, these are the things we're concerned with. But yeah. Let me read another one. It says, and you keep telling us how much better Democrats are. Yeah. It's two wings, same bird, good cop, bad cop. You know, if they got you on that shit, pointing fingers at the Republicans or pointing fingers at the Democrats, then you are falling in exactly where they want you to be instead of looking at things as the way that they really are and, pointing
Because
out.
it's still separating Americans from other Americans with their ideology. Because it is I do believe that it is true that their core beliefs of each party, but overall, I mean, there really shouldn't be anything. I mean, I guess trying to prioritize what's more important should be really the deal. There shouldn't be really anything to split Americans from other Americans, but that's a part of their plan. The reason why they're able to get away with a lot of the stuff that they do is because those divides do exist, and we propagate them, like we
Yeah,
lift them up.
yeah,
You know,
because we're all like, oh, it's the Democrats, or oh, it's the Republicans, oh, it's Trump, oh, it's Biden. Well, both sides are on board with this shit right here, but y'all don't have nothing. It's crickets when you talk about this.
oh, it's the Muslims, oh, it's the Christians, oh, it's the
Yeah,
whatever the O is. Like, it's really full of shit, because overall, when it comes down to a national budget, it really should be down to where the greatest needs are, and
right.
those greatest needs are usually overlooked because they're looking
And
outside of.
most of us agree on this stuff. Like the main stuff is what we agree on. The few things that we disagree on is what they focus on, so they can keep us at each other's throats, and we lose at the end of the day. They get to run out the back door with the bag. Let me read this. It says, "How about they find the missing money first and get better contractors?" Right. So these people, I covered in the show. Like all the money lost, unaccounted for, don't know where it's at. So, but then they just keep giving them more money. It's like, where is the fiscal responsibility if you can't even have no good, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Accounting. You can't even do good accounting, but I'm gonna just keep on giving you money. If I'm losing money left and right, I don't even know where the money is at. And then I ask you for some more money, you're gonna be like, bro, where the hell is that money that I gave you last time? Oh, I don't know where it's at.
See
Now
what
you're
had
asking me
happened.
for more
See
money.
what had happened was,
It's like, would that not be ridiculous? But in this situation, is not considered ridiculous. Like,
no, because see, that's like, they're able to operate outside of themselves when it comes to that. Like, they're able to use other people's money to do to 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 lose, and like, it's not really lost. I mean, they know where it is, and but as far as the how ignorant the American people are, you know, to a lot of these conversations, or really to be able to understand the depths of some of these things, they they're able to continue to get away with it the way they do, because we've given up the power to them to handle those things. But a lot of, like, I really feel like they know where the money is. Like their main thing is to money grab, to be able to rob all of these different funds as much as they can, and still try to produce something that would, I guess, supposed to be some proof of them doing something.
it's lots and lots of ways. We talked about that fighter jet that they made, and it became obsolete like before it was even finished with production. And it's like the reason why people are against Medicare for all, because they're like, the government is wasteful, and
Hmm.
they're not going to spend the money properly. They're not going to manage it properly or whatever. So, but then, okay, you don't want Medicare for all because you feel like they're going to mismanage the funds, but you're okay with them giving $1 trillion to the military, who has proven that that they're going to mismanage the funds.
Well, my thing is, or at least one where I would point the finger. So it's like, okay, we're talking about healthcare. Why is it that it's a bad thing to be competitive in the market? You can subsidize different companies with our money, but they can still charge us $100 for a pill that we've already paid for them to produce for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's a lot of these things just don't make sense, but the average person is still looking at it like, well, at least it's available. Like, no, like it should be available to you for free. The medication, like, I mean, especially like when it's our tax dollars that's actually creating
Right. We did the we funded the research and development of it,
all
and
of its losses, like
then it
all the
becomes
losses that they
private.
took, all of the losses that they took was on our dime, you know, and then they was finally developed it. So now that they get to reward the patent and all these things for this drug, and now they're selling it for, you know, $100 a pill, and you need 3 of them a day.
Crazy. Couple comments. It says, in order to address poverty, we need to tax the ultra wealthy who are not paying their taxes. If you're wealthy, you have to pay your fair share of taxes in this country. It says, one thing they can always agree on is overpriced weapons of death. Another one, it says, money for war but can't feed the poor because America will be like, shame on you. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and work harder. Now go make my money. This place is whack as F. Another one, it says, look, it's simple. They will make money off of war until we stop that. It's always going to be this way. I am 100% Democratic, but I also feel right now we absolutely need to pour into our defense program with what is going on in the world.
That comment doesn't really tell me anything because I'm Democratic too, but I'm an independent and I'm also conservative. Like, I mean, being a Democrat and being democratic, I don't think is the same thing. But
Says we need to pour money into it with what's going on in the world. We're causing these situations, you know, and it's like, when was the last time we had a war over here in the States? Or, you know, they're like, it's making us safer or whatever, but I just don't see it. I mean, like, I don't see the justification for it, you know, and things are revving up, you know. You got Russia and China working together on military drills. You got the Houthis shooting at the vessels, shutting down the transportation. I don't know. I mean, like, things are going crazy, but maybe that's
what about
what's
the
going on. They're
what
gearing
about
up
the
for a
wars
major
that's going
war.
on down in South America, Central and South America? There's like people still fighting to try to keep their land, and I mean, it's stuff going on everywhere, really. But I think that we're still in a very much privileged standpoint because there's, like I said, I mean, we see dying all the time. Not to say that this is not a part of the war, because in, you know, to look at it wholly, I guess it really is. But it's not like, you know, we walk out of our house and there's a true battlefield. You
That's what I
know,
mean. Let me read some comments. It says, Faceless, he says, yeah, look at all the countries that have public health because the U.S. funds their defense.
yeah, we. Well, is he? Because we kind of said that earlier, right?
Hmm. Yeah, these
Yeah.
it's kind of old. I'm catching up. I'm about 14 minutes behind on these comments. It says defense contractors are the one group that haven't been outsourced to other countries. Yeah, like we don't manufacture anything over here in the States but weapons, you know, military gear, shit like that.
Yeah, I've been into some of these facilities. You know, I used to, you know, transport a lot of these weapons, and that's one thing I could say. They do have they spend some big money on some of this stuff, man.
I read this. It says, damn right, the uni party is real, and both parties are only concerned with maintaining their power. That's it. And they maintain their power by balancing off of each other, by pointing fingers at the other side. So it's really like the Democrats maintain the power of the Republicans, and the Republicans maintain the power of the Democrats. It's like, and that's how we get to have the continual system that we have, and everything still continues to stay the same. You know what I mean? It's the
within
illusion
they
of
keep that.
choice.
Yeah, my bad. But yeah, for interrupt. But yeah, they keep a healthy balance between each other, and that's the part that we need to see and understand, that like they understand that, if one outweighs the other too much, that they're causing each other or causing themselves at the time of problem. So they do allow a certain level of balance. But you would, just like me and Chaka was talking about a week or so ago, about how the the conversation of censorship, we see the change like overnight for people who are advocates of, not censoring, to,
Right.
making concessions on why it's okay to censor. So, they're all hypocrites. I mean, let's not be fooled. And, we need to, definitely, if we're gonna vote, we need to vote for people who, that actually is working on in our interests right now, because I mean it'll swap at some point. Somebody, the other party is gonna be like, oh, that's what they use. This is, and they'll start to utilize it one way or another and put a spin on it and make it look a little more attractive. And okay, maybe they're
Yeah.
the ones. So
Yeah, but that choice of Democrat or Republican leads to them both continuing to have their power. And it just every 4 years or 8 years, it flops to the other one. And that's why we don't have any viable third parties. Third parties aren't viable, and independents aren't viable.
what
The
my
Democrats and Republicans maintain the power.
Yeah, well, and see, my thing is that regardless of what party, because I mean, I think even if we had 5 or 6 parties, our superpower is when we can look past any party and see that what person is providing the work,
You know,
uh,
but
ethics, the
but you
moral
can't get
ethics.
elected. They should disband the Republican and the Democratic Party and have everybody just run as independents. And then that
Or,
would force people to follow the policies and vote on who they want to vote for, who's voting for their interests, instead of voting the R or the D, because a lot of people just vote that way. Is if they have an R next to their name, that's what I'm voting for. They have a D next to their name, I'm voting for them. They don't even have to think. So, but if you just get rid of the Republican and the Democratic Party, everybody is running as independents, you know, then, that would be it right there. So then you could just vote for who you think is going to represent you. But they don't want that. And it's because of the way the funding goes. There's so much money in the politics. They need the money to be able to run. That's the big problem. You can't have a chance if you don't have the money. But see, the party is the ones who, you know, build the funds. That's the reason why you run as a D or R, is because that's where you're going to get your funding to be able to do your campaign. You
so
know what
who
I'm saying? But if you got rid of the money and made it a lot less to be able to run or whatever, or whoever ran could get those funds, then you wouldn't have the power of, like, the DRC is really powerful because they're the ones who raise shit tons of money, and the Democrats get paid to lose. They just, that's the whole game. It's the money in politics. Take that shit out. They need ads. They need radio time and TV time, and they need to flyers and all of that shit. And that shit costs money. Like it's been costing more and more each time the election comes around. They're breaking records on how much money was spent um, for the election. So that is the problem right there. Take the money out of the politics and just disband the whole idea of a political party. No need for
Well,
it.
I mean, and I agree with you. I mean, I think that that could help in certain ways, but I mean, I think we'll have to find a foolproof way to still be able to, like, each candidate have the ability to spread their message. Whether, like, do they get free airplanes to
just
fly
just
to
just
different?
make it publicly funded, and everybody has to get their funding from like the people. If you can't get, that's why, like, like Democrats, even Hillary Clinton, like they couldn't even get no groups together. They didn't really have no support of the
Well, no.
people, really. They made it
Mm-mm.
look like they did with the media and the pictures and stuff, but it wasn't nobody at these damn campaign events or
But
whatever.
listen,
But they had
see
the
the
money from the DRC, and that's what did it. So, but if each individual had to raise their funds, and individually, if they had support from the people, then they're gonna have the funds to be able to run their election.
well, I think that the very thing that you're saying we need, we have, because if you're saying the people, so whoever has the money to come out and fund is what these candidates will end up with, and it's going to be like there's some people with more money and with more influence, and the same thing that we're seeing happen will continue to happen.
No,
That's
it's
why.
these corporations that they get all of their money from. These big
Well,
companies
but
give
that's
them
still that,
money, and then
but
they
that's
get money
still.
from the party.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying, because I mean, if we're relying on the candidate to get money from any individual person or corporation, that's where we're gonna have some problems. So it has to be fixed to where the candidates fairly get the right amount of time, the same amount of time, the same amount of visibility, without the people having to provide for that. It would have to be something that's automatically fixed into
Like
our
a cap and an even distribution of funds,
if even
and
if
keep a
like, I
level
mean, no,
playing field.
like each media channel has to donate X amount of time to each candidate, regardless if it, Fox, because they're more conservative, they got to give just as much time to liberals as they do conservatives, and CNN and MS, all of them the same. So, like, these media, because I mean, they owned by I look, they owned by the government anyway, or the corporations who run the government. But
Let me
I
read
think
some.
that,
Let me read
yeah,
some
that,
comments.
go ahead.
Faceless. He says it's all bullshit, man. I live in Austria. He says Australia and my kids. He said Australia and my kid needed surgery, even with private insurance and the government health care. It cost me 5K. Hmm. It says Venezuela is making some noise, claiming parts of an other neighboring countries. Yeah, I covered that, and it's really turning into a big deal. What Venezuela is saying is that it was colonialism, the way that they drew those lines, those borders, and Venezuela is saying that that territory was really a part of their area, and they got screwed out of it from the jump. So and then but there's natural resources in that area that they want or whatever. So I mean, I think Venezuela has a fair argument for that situation, and they're using their military to they passed they did a vote and let the Venezuelan people vote on it, and the Venezuelan people overwhelmingly voted to annex that territory. So that's what's happening with that, and that the West is not liking it, and they're gonna
But I
they're
would
gonna get
too.
involved in that.
I mean, I think I would too, if it gives my country more power to be able to, take on that other position. Because I mean, like, I
But I
mean,
think they have a good what they're
historical.
yeah.
Does historical maps line up with what they're saying?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I was looking at it, and the they kind of got screwed when they drew those lines up for where those countries were. Like the colonial powers are the ones that decided where those borders were.
Yeah, my brother-in-law is from Venezuela.
I'm reading that one Faceless. He says Australia has 5 or so major parties and ranked choice voting, and it still comes out he the same as the states. I like the ranked choice voting. It made some differences. Where is it? California, they were doing it. And they do it in they do it in the UK too, I want to say. I like the ranked choice voting deal. So like I like that. I think that's a good thing. And read another one. He says,
Rank. Wait a minute. Say that again. Rank choice.
yeah, ranked choice voting. So like you make your second and third choice or whatever. So your if your candidate doesn't get enough votes, then your second choice goes up there.
Hmm. I
He
think
says
it's
that
worth a try.
he says the outcome still turns out to be the same in Australia. I don't know. I have to see more on that. He says states two sides against each other publicly, but working together behind the scenes. And that's what I say
Mm-hmm.
all the time. Like they argue with each other on TV, but then afterwards they go and have coffee and a martini together. And their kids are go to the same schools. They all live in the same. Washington D.C. is small, you know. It really is.
Bro,
And
they're
they're
sharing.
all
They're sharing
friends.
They're sharing hookers with each other, man.
Yeah.
You can't get more personal than that.
Sharing
No.
STDs. Faceless, he says the DNC and RNC control the money and whose names can get on the ballot. Exactly. He says you're 100% right. He says, yep, publicly funded with a set amount that can be spent based on the office you're running for. Boom. He
Mm-hmm.
says corporate donations to super PACs that goes mostly undocumented and unaccounted for. And a lot of times they don't know where this money is coming from. It's like dark money because they can use shell companies and like you'd have to do a whole freaking deep dive and research to try to figure out where the hell the damn and then once you get through with it, you still won't know where the hell the damn money came from.
Well, I tell you what. Any of that money that comes about should be gone right. Should not be used by any party. It should be used as to fund the government. I mean, fund some program for one sector of our the homeless, the battered women. Like I don't know something like stop. The parties can't just keep sucking up the money and being able to use it because I mean them being policymakers can't be the people who decide what happened to that money.
Yeah, well, they like they say, it's a rule, so they get to go home with that money after they lose. So maybe that's what they should do. If if they lose the election, then they gotta donate that money or something like that. I don't know if they get to go home with that money. It
No,
incentivizes them to, try to run and lose, and then go home with the damn money. Get
yeah,
rich
but,
off
but
of
I
running
don't.
for office.
If it's a couple 100,000, I wouldn't be upset. Like, okay, they needed something to live on for the year that they was. But I mean, when we're talking about multi millions of dollars, I mean, honestly, like if we had it where this country where like the average person, like the senators and all that, like if they were making the same money that the average American citizen was making, then we will see a difference in how they handle these funds because they would be like, okay, well, this is what the average person get, this is what I should get too. You know what I'm saying? So that them making whether it's the 175 200,000 a year for the house and up to 400,000 or so in the Senate, then we would have more of a, even if we looked at a somewhat of a median, at least looking at the average American making 150 200,000 a year, in different things, because this is what's necessary to live. So I think that we've given them too much of an incentive, and then once they get there, they overuse their position to enrich
Make more
themselves
money.
even more. So it's like, where does it give? You know what I'm saying? Like if America's not invested in these companies where we can profit share as a whole, what 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 are we doing?
Yeah, so just like what we said about the research and development of these drugs and then they're owned privately afterwards, what's wrong with the American people getting a return on their investments? If they used taxpayer funding, 90% of taxpayer funding to do their research and development, then how come the
Yes.
American people can't own that product, that drug or whatever that came about, and the profits that come out of it goes back into the pot for the American people,
Any
you know,
profit. I mean, I mean, shoot, a
and that
lot
could
of the
go straight to social programs or whatever.
yeah. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, ultimately, everything comes from our earth, from our piece of land that we majority, and even if we get it from another country, we've invested in Walmart enough, all these different companies to be able to have these things available for us. It should never get to a point to where we're paying, you know, 300% of its cost, you know, to be able to acquire it for ourselves. Like there's a lot of things
Yeah,
just really don't add
yeah.
up, and
They
or
turn
or
around and
or if we are gonna pay those types of percentages on our daily goods, things that we need day to day, we, we should be like we should be invested each state, each like the federal government, however you want to set it up. Like if there's 1,000 Walmarts in your state, you should be not. We ain't talking about like because it could be taxation. That's I'm fine with that. But if not, like a dividend,
yeah,
because we're the biggest investors of that company.
yeah. So it's socialism for the companies, and it's rugged capitalism for the individuals. We subsidize them left and right, and then they charge us for the same shit that we just
Well, they're
fucking
benefiting
pay
from
for.
both sides of the coin. They able to reside in capitalism and socialism. They're able to receive monies from the government to subsidize them, and then the employees still are not in it like that. I know this is probably like this is an argument I've been having for the longest, time and time again. But why are we subsidizing somebody who doesn't even give a fair living?
A wage for their
What?
people, and then the people have to get on health care, government assistance, SNAP, and so forth and so on, because the people aren't getting. Walmart doesn't pay them enough.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're subsidizing Walmart left and right. Let me read this one. It says the problem with ranked choice here in Australia is the top spot is highly coveted because so many people just vote to the top of the ticket. He says, and
Yep.
voting here is mandatory. If you don't vote, you get fined. Whoa. See, our
Really?
participation here in the States is a big problem. Like a lot of us just aren't, involved, and we don't get involved, and we don't
Well,
participate in it.
the
We're not
reason.
motivated to. They could do a lot. They could do like a voting holiday. Whenever we have like the presidential election, make it a holiday so where you don't have to go to work and you can go vote. We don't incentivize it. We don't make it easy
Well,
for
what
for people.
that's one point right there. Because I'm gonna tell you, I'm a truck driver. Like I mean, and with the way technology is, like I should be able to still vote in my state with on my phone, my
Right.
laptop, or something like that, and truly be able to prove who I am. I got an IP address, all these things. Like they should be like that. That should be available for me to still be able to vote my state and this, that, and the third. But however, they have to leave. You know, like the whole because as much of slaves we are, they still want to give the visibility or the, you know, make it look as though make us feel like we're free. So I mean, if they forced us or fined us because we didn't vote, that would, be taken from, that the ability to consider ourselves free, whether we choose to vote or not. So that's why it happens that way in the U.S. But um, finding someone for not voting anywhere, I think, is somewhat criminal.
Let's read some more. It says, couldn't afford to live in D.C. area on what the average American makes. It says, average salary in the U.S. is under 60K. Median household income is like 80K. Would love to see Congress people making less with maybe extra if they pass a balanced budget on time or something. It says, yeah, I grew up Kentucky and lived and worked in Ohio for a long time. Moved to Australia 8 years ago. He says, here's my hot take on the labor. Let's move on. Let's do this one.
People that have a lot of money. I know about 20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts. We're going to pay off our debt. We're going to give you tax cuts. 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 And we're all people that have a lot of money. I know about 20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts.
So it says Trump didn't want people to see this. You know what to do. So basically, he's in a room full of rich people, and he's telling them he's going to give them tax cuts.
How can we prove Trump don't want somebody to see this? It's being recorded every time. This is one of those bits where you chop it up and try to make and give it some kind of different ideology. You're lying to people and trying to give them a false idea of what was actually happening in the moment, which, I mean, you're never going to really get the full context if you get thrown in on a 5-second clip, 10-second clip, and then that's that. So, I mean, I don't believe that.
Well, I mean, he's historically, that's like the first thing he did when he got in office was pass a massive tax
And he's
break.
never been ashamed. That's what I'm saying. Like, what would be? Why would he? That's a part of his culture. That's a part of his who he is. Like, he's gonna do tax cuts. So, like, why would he say you want people to believe that he don't want other people to see this? Because
Well, that part was silly, but the point of the post was that he was in a room full of rich people, and he told them he was going to give them tax breaks, and that's what he did when he was president. I mean, the wealthy people overwhelmingly benefited from the tax cuts that he did.
Okay, so
Average folks didn't.
What did the tax code do under Biden? Who's getting taxed more now?
That tax break that he put in is still in effect. That hasn't changed.
Oh, well,
even though Biden is in there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm like this because I don't know how much more he's gonna be able to change it, because him personally, he's not gonna change it, but he may try to get some of his constituents to put a bill together, something to try to stiffen it up, get some of the things he didn't get before. But I think that more people were more happy with, because it wasn't just rich people that got tax cuts. And that's the part that I think gets overlooked. He didn't raise tax. He cut taxes for everybody.
Well, it overwhelmingly benefited people who were wealthy. Overwhelmingly.
Well, it always does, because they got more that they could, we're looking at a percentage base, so it's gonna always affect them more on how much they're, the amount they're gonna be taxed than somebody who's not making as much. I mean, if you make $100,000, I mean, you're not gonna pay into pay in as much taxes as somebody who makes $1 million.
But that tax code that he passed was written in a way for it to benefit wealthy people more than everybody else. That was the intention of it.
Well, and I know like it's maybe this trickle down effect or whatever, but I mean to me I think I feel it does make sense to where you want to incentivize people to be in that bracket. You want to incentivize people to make more money so that they can, like you started learning, like hearing and seeing more people, you know, get EINs and doing different things so that they can be able to write off, because this is what we can really consider the American way. If you're not utilizing those things, you can't really blame anybody other than yourself, because these things are available. Like him getting away with not paying taxes for 20 years is not because he was robbing. It was because he was following a tax code. It was because he was following a law that exists and something that's available for him to use. So that's the whole thing is like if you don't utilize it, you can't really talk crap about nobody.
I don't think that those loopholes should be there at all. I don't think anyone should be able to dodge their taxes. I think everybody should have to pay.
Well,
No
bro, like
exceptions.
no, look, listen, because first of all, now if we were on Goldback and we was talking about real money, because like I've heard you even say before, it's like they just can print more. They can just yes, they can, but I mean we do pay for it because all right, this is a medium of exchange, but there has to be like you're not going to treat everybody the same financially, because that you know everybody is not the same financially. So if you are somebody who brings a product, or you sell, you're doing something that helps grow America, like yeah, you get benefits that other people who not adding to they're only getting getting enough to provide for themselves. Like we don't need you to incentivize you for that, because you're going to do that anyway. But those who create jobs for others, this, that, and the other, there's incentives for that. And I don't think there's anything, personally, in my opinion, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, because that's going to push them to maybe open more businesses, which we need. We need more businesses to exist so that we don't have to fall into this monopoly of things that ends up happening and them gaining the control of the supply
It's
chain at the
the
top.
and like you say, and we still pay. And what happens when those people dodge the taxes, then the rest of us take on that burden,
Well,
And as far as the opening businesses, they're making it harder for people to compete. It's monopolies. It's
I'm a,
major
let me let,
conglomerates, and they smash out the competition. It's an illusion of competition. We don't have a real free market.
say,
It's
bro.
it's
I challenge you to read that the document that you signed when you get a job, and if you really, I don't think anybody really really qualifies, but you know it's you're pretty much donating money to the government every time you get a check. It's not because you necessarily owe them. There's no rule, no law on wages, and that's why it's like there's really no reason like if you donating your money to the government, I mean, what are they gonna say? They just split it up and use it however they want to use it. But the tax game is for really for businesses, and that's why there's more incentives there for that. But I would say to any and everybody, like y'all need to read these documents before you just sign it and say, okay, here, and then you allow them to take whatever percentage that they've chosen to take from you when they don't really have the right to take any. You signed it over. You've given them permission to just take your money.
Yeah, but taxes are a good thing. I mean, how else do we get to have all the stuff that we need to have? It's
They
cumulative community.
they're not running the government off of your taxes, bro. They're running the money. They're running the government off of resources that like the resources that the land has, and the like how they call it, like how they assess what the possibility of what those products can make, and they print money according to that. That has nothing to do with your tax dollar. And maybe if the average person would understood that, and maybe they would be forced to do the right thing and start charging these corporations. But if they can get money to do as they will because you're donating it to them, then you know they haven't done anything wrong. You're not abiding to your business the way that you should, because like I said, you're donating half of your money to them, and with no real reason, just because of a belief. It's because you don't know is why you do continue to do it.
Well, they'll come and take you to jail if you don't pay your taxes.
Yeah, because if you promise you're gonna give them, like if you don't made a contract with them, you don't sign a contract with them that you was gonna give them X amount, and they said, hey, you said you was gonna do such this, and this, but you didn't. Now, like you've created yourself into a criminal. You've made yourself a criminal, not them.
Let me read this. It says Tesla is being forced to recall nearly every car it sold in the US. The problem is the autopilot system, which has been involved in numerous fatal crashes, is another sign that Tesla needs a union. Musk must be stopped from putting profit before human life. So Perfect Union posted this, and it's true that they have a massive recall in the Teslas, and they have been pushed. They knew this information about the problem with the auto pilot system not being able to monitor. What is it like? The people in the car are supposed to still pay attention and take over the autopilot system when necessary or whatever, but people are just kind of letting the car drive or whatever. And they've been knowing about this for a long time. They didn't fix the problem, and now they're getting forced to recall these cars.
Which one is this?
Tesla,
Hmm.
a major recall. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I think all companies go through that. Um, you know, over time, and I mean, you, th- there's usually not going to become a perfect car until it has enough trial and error. So I don't really see it being any different than any other company.
Yeah. Let's move on. It says, love how basically every study says that students do better in school with less homework and later start times, and workers do better with more vacation days and shorter shifts. But we do the exact opposite in this godforsaken country because puritanical feelings apparently beat facts. Yeah, so I don't understand the motivations with a lot of the stuff that we do, other than like slavery. You know what I mean? Like, um, yeah, the data is out on a lot of this stuff, and it still doesn't matter. Like, the work from home argument and productivity went up with it, and now they're pushing people to go back to the office, even though uh, their
Production was
productivity
high.
was higher. You know,
Well, the indoctrination, the control, the impression that they can make on these people, and because bro, it's there's a lot of high paid slaves, and which is fine. Like like if you're an employee, look, good for you. Hopefully you're making a good bit of money. But the main thing is they didn't send you through elementary, junior high, and high school for you to come up there and be able to run things or controls nothing. They want you to abide by. They create a culture for you to go by, for you to, this is what it's going to be. And if you be at home too much, you're going to develop your own culture, and you're going to be a free thinker working and making money from their company. They can't afford that. They need you under their thumb and under their control.
It's all about control. It says, as a scientist, I can confirm that most people are unmoved by facts, especially in USA, where people are bound so tightly to their beliefs that they become personality defining and absolute. It says, see religion, politics, climate change, etc. And it's so true. It seems more and more now that people are not moved by facts. Like, facts does not mean anything nowadays. Like,
no, it's feelings over facts. Like,
crazy.
And like, feelings are a good thing, but when somebody turn on the news because they didn't like something that Biden did or whatever, or somebody said something negative about anybody for without any proof. Or let's what P Diddy going through it right now. I mean, the public believes that he's a monster because of all the different things you done heard 50 Cent say stuff over the years, and different people say this, that over the years. But does that necessarily mean that he raped somebody? Until you actually have proof, like, you gotta be careful about how you throwing this stuff around as, acting as if it's law, and you don't have a clue about any of these people. You know what I'm saying?
What reading this makes me think about how, like, we know that poverty is the main driver of crime, you
Yeah.
know, and they want to say democratic cities or whatever, and it's crime because it's a democratic, political
Policies.
leader,
Yeah.
democratic policies, whatever. And so, but it's really simple that when people are hungry, that they go to the store and they steal bread, and if you really want to fight crime, then you want to fight poverty. You know what I mean? Bring people up out of poverty, and then your crime is automatically going to go down. But then our policies don't reflect that point of view. They want to say that people are predisposed to crime, like it's a genetic thing or a racial thing or whatever, and that they put all their money in policing and prisons, you know, um, um, it's all about the punishment. You know what I'm saying? It's a punitive system instead of a preventative system. You know, and it, and you hear it over and over in the politics that that's what it is. Like, these people just need to be locked up more. We need to have more strict rules. We need to have more police on the streets, instead of saying, like, paying these people a fair wage or whatever. It's like, oh, these companies can't afford to pay these people $15 an hour or whatever, for flipping burgers or whatever. So, and then the argument, like I'm saying, like the homeless, like, I don't think we totally could get rid of the homeless. We could totally fix that problem, but they don't want to fix that problem because homelessness is a message to the rest of us that this is what can happen to you if you don't keep your head down and keep on going to work. Go ahead and be a slave, do what we say, or otherwise you're going to be out there with those homeless folks. Like, it's your punishment. It's to struggle. Like, and every company, every owner, every business knows this, and they use this to their benefit to not be fair with people, and treat them like shit, because the people have to put up with it, or otherwise they're going to be homeless. Let me read a comment. It says, it's because students and workers have a habit of organizing against the state if we have the least bit of energy to spare. Another one, it says, the U.S. is structured this way on purpose. We're socialized to accept it as normal. Then we're kept in financial hardship to make sure we're fighting to survive. So those of us who want change don't have the energy, time, or capacity to actually fight back. We need communities of support to care for each other so that we can resist and fight back. That's basically what I'm saying right here. I'm getting tired. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Let me read some of Faceless comments. I'm behind. Let me see. Let me go back. How far back? He says, depress wages by doubling the workforce. Yeah, depress wages by doubling the workforce. When they have so many people to choose from, to work. Remember, I played a clip on the show where this guy was like, we need to put some pressure on these people. They got besides themselves after the pandemic, and we need to make more unemployment people, so it'll benefit the companies, because they can, pay you whatever. You're starving, and you need to live. And so let's create a situation of hardship. It's like the scarcity, it's all about creating scarcity, you know what I'm saying? And that's how you create a situation where you can price gouge and, you know, uh, make something seem like it's worth more than it is. I'm all over the place, but let me read more. It says, Trump doesn't Trump doesn't care. He will spin tough and his base will eat it up no matter what he says. These are earlier comments. So it says, under Biden, the stuff to track any transactions over $600. Yeah, I remember that. He's talking about the IRS. But look, it's a lot of people pushing against the IRS, but they have been doing good things. They found all this money. They recovered a lot of money. So funding the IRS is a good thing because it causes the country to have more money, because they have the money to go after these big tax cheats, the ones who have the money to fight against them and hide the money and all of that. It costs money and resources and time to be able to go after these big dogs. But when they do, they get a lot of money in return. So, but then us as the people focused on this particular part where it says track transactions over $600. And that's what we focus on. And we're like, it's like they were kind of going after the people who have like their own businesses and stuff like that. And people were paying, like, if you use Cash App or something like that, and now you got to pay taxes on that, and you probably just doing like cutting grass or something like that. And it's like a lot of these smaller like individual people working have been dodging taxes in that way. And so yeah, that is a thing. But pushing against the IRS having the funding to be able to go after these big guys is a good thing for them to have that funding, because then they can recover that money. Because we talk about the debt ceiling and how much we owe and all of this. A lot of that would be mediated if just the taxes on the books would just be collected, like the regular taxes, without changing any laws or anything. Just collect the taxes that should have already been collected, and we can fund all of these social programs. Let's read this one. It says, go after the billionaires so they claimed, then hire way more IRS agents. They were. I covered a story where they did collect a bunch of money as a result. I wish I could pull that up right now, but it's on one of my older shows. It says they got more money. Of course, a tax cut is going to benefit the wealthy more. Middle class still saw some benefit. that's when we were talking about Trump and his tax cuts that he passed. I guess the upper end of the middle class people saw some benefit. It says print more and inflation goes up. That's kind of what Pat was saying. But look, inflation is driven mostly by lately has been price gouging ever since the pandemic, and they were saying they had supply chain issues and all of these reasons why they had to raise the prices. And the pandemic ended and the prices stayed the same or even continued to go up. I covered a story about the eggs, and remember the internet was all talking about I'm balling because I get to buy more eggs or whatever because eggs cost so much. It came out that they were being shady. They faked that shit with the eggs and the prices of the eggs and the chickens and all of that shit, and it wasn't true. And they got in trouble for that shit. It's come out just now recently, that evidence have came out that they did that shit. Like they did some price fixing shady shit. So a lot of the inflation that we're dealing with is price gouging by these corporations, and it's coming out. The news is not really covering it, but if you type it in your search bar, all kinds of cases will pop up related to them getting caught price fixing. And the American people, we would have never accepted this bullshit, but because of the pandemic, we were like, well, maybe they are, having trouble or whatever. So I guess, they have to charge more. But then all you have to do is look at the profits of these corporations over the last year, 2 years, or whatever, and see that their profits have skyrocketed ridiculous, huge amounts over the past 2 years or whatever. And it's like, okay, so if it was inflation, if it cost more for them to do the stuff that they were doing, and that's the reason why they had to raise prices, then why did their profits go up so much? There's no justification for it. If it costs more for me to do what I do daily or whatever, and then I have to pass that cost on to the consumers, then my profit shouldn't go up like tenfold. Another one, it says everyone should pay less taxes. Doesn't matter how much you have. Let's just make it fair across the board. It says taking advantage of the system as it is isn't necessarily wrong. Loopholes aren't illegal, but they should be closed. They aren't illegal. And taking advantage of the system is what they train you to be like. It's like you can just do it too or whatever. But that's bullshit. I don't agree with that shit. Like, just close all those loopholes. That's really damn simple. Everybody pay their fair share. It says, yeah, it's a formula for car companies to see if it's going to be cheaper to do a recall or pay out settlements. Yeah, and in this case, it was cheaper for him to do a recall for sure. A number of people died related to those autopilot mishaps that happened. So yeah, it was a voluntary recall for the Teslas. He says the work from home is all lies. Production was up until the narrative didn't need it. If greedy companies really saved money having people at name, then that's how it would be. They're having trouble filling these office buildings. There's a real estate issue related to that, and they're losing billions of dollars, and that's the reason why they want to make people come back to work. And then it's like work-life balance. Like, they tell you to just work, and that's all that's important. But the pandemic opened our eyes to work-life balance and actually wanting to spend more time with our family. You know what I mean? Like, actually having a real life instead of just working only. And the amount of time that we spend in the commute back and forth to work is ridiculous for a lot of us. We spend hours and hours a day on our way back and forth to work. We spend money on gas, wear and tear on our car. We have to spend money for lunch and so forth and so on, getting tickets and paying car insurance and all of that. Like, it drives the economy for us to have this damn commute back and forth to work when it's not necessary. And we saw during the pandemic that it wasn't necessary. Things still went on just fine, you know, but I don't know who the hell wants to be sitting in traffic every freaking day. Like, and then the whole thing with the cars, you know, the mass transit is the answer. More cars is not the answer. You know, they're building bigger, wider freeways, but there's still more cars. You're still stuck in traffic, you know. It says companies want people back now because production went way down. I don't know that that is true. It says facts are so easily manipulated. Take any major political issue, you can find data and facts to support your side. It doesn't matter, and it's hard to really find the truth. I don't have time to do it and can't trust any source. That's true. That is so true. And it's so sad that they got us running on this hamster wheel and we don't have enough time to dig through all of this bullshit that they're giving us. And the sources aren't very reliable. And the best thing to do is read both sides of whatever topic, and whatever parts line up together, that's where you're going to find more truth. You know, like I say, my thing is look that shit up. And I've been saying that since the beginning of this show. Type something in your search bar when you do have time and look it up yourself and see what you can come up with, you know. It says nobody is stealing just to eat. They're stealing to support habits and to live. I don't agree with that. In Easy Life, it says, yeah, the criminal justice system in the U.S. is concerned with punishment, not justice. It says the homeless crisis is way bigger than it looks. Most of those people choose to be homeless either because addiction or mental health. Can't just put something. I don't agree with that either. It's a lot of people who live in their car or that couch surf, or people who live in hotels. These people are effectively homeless too. These people have jobs. They don't want to be homeless. You know, I mean, the price of rent, crazy. How hard it is to get an apartment nowadays is crazy. You know, the pressures from the system. You know, the mental health issues. A lot of the people that are homeless have mental health issues. The ones that are out there on the streets. So we have a mental health epidemic that needs to be focused on. The people that are on drugs, and the people that just don't want to, you know, be a part of society, are the small percentage, I would say. You know, a sane average person don't want to be homeless. You know, and the drugs are a problem, but you got functioning addicts all over the place who have places to live. So you know, no, I don't agree with that. It says them in a house and expect the problem to go away. It says profit went up because so many small businesses went under during COVID. When only Walmart is open, of course they're going to make more money. Yeah, but like I say, I covered this story with the eggs, and just type in price gouging, price fixing, something like that, and you'll see a bunch of cases that are being persecuted right now, for these companies who got caught red-handed fucking price gouging. And that's the main thing that's driving the inflation. And it's really true. I know people don't want to believe it, but a corporation wanting to make extra profits without giving anything out to people is not too hard to fucking believe. And look at the amounts of, like, when you go to the grocery store with it, there's other ways to price gouge. They're changing the weight of the items, you know, how much is in the product is one of the ways that they're doing it. And you don't notice it. It's just smaller packaging. Anyways, y'all, I'm getting tired. It's 4:19. Oh, let's do this one right quick. It says the House votes to formalize the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into President Biden. The House votes 2021 to 212 along party lines to formalize the Republican majority's impeachment inquiry into President Biden, a move that could give them more legal firepower to investigate his family's business dealings. The vote puts Republicans in districts that Biden won in 2020 on the record for whether they support an investigation that has so far uncovered no wrongdoing by the president. Yeah, so this is something that people are going to sink their teeth into. Yeah, what evidence do they have against, like, Hunter Biden is in trouble. He might sit down behind the tax evasion situation that he's dealing with. But as far as Biden doing something illegal, I haven't seen any evidence to really support that. So it's politics, and we're going into election year, and it gives Trump talking points too. So it's like, what do they want to get done in Congress? Like, what are they doing to help the American people? You know, what are they doing to help their constituents? How does freaking doing an impeachment query into President Biden help anybody? You know, they get to argue back and forth about anything that freaking helps the people, but they can come together on impeaching President Biden on what grounds?
The people on under too many feelings, like we was talking earlier, like all of it is based on feelings instead of facts. And so many people wouldn't be feeling the same way if they had more facts. If facts really mattered, we wouldn't be in the condition we're in. Or at least it wouldn't be as bad as it has gotten.
Comment. He says, "Man, Hunter is a mess. You can't tell me he was making all that money on his own. Joe was pulling the strings. It's pretty obvious." That could be true, but I don't know what he was doing was actually illegal. Now, if they could come out that Joe Biden was sharing, like, I don't know, government secrets or something to Burisma, and that's the reason why they were paying Hunter Biden so much money, then that would be something, you know. But Burisma made the decisions to hire Joe Biden and pay him these consulting incomes. I did see a list that showed how much he was getting paid, because that's what they're doing with the tax evasion. So all of that information came out. And while early parts of Biden's presidency, the amount that Hunter was getting paid was large, and then it substantially went down as time went on. So that's interesting part. So, but Hunter was definitely doing some shady stuff. Like they know he wasn't paying his taxes on that money he was making from Burisma. So that's what they're getting him on, is tax evasion. So, but as far as Biden doing something illegal worthy of him being impeached, I don't know that there's actually data on that. And we were talking about in the show previously about Trump's doing shady stuff, he's getting in trouble, and I was like, yeah, if Biden is doing shady things, then I think he should get in trouble too. I mean, like, I don't think there should be a pass for anybody. Everybody, you break the law, you should be held accountable. There's no partisan view on that, if you will. It shouldn't be anyways. But the way people are looking at things is like, these guys on my team, he's a Republican or he's a Democrat or whatever, and I support him. So I don't want to see him, get in trouble for anything. It's like, I won't admit that he's done anything. Like you said, the facts don't matter. All the information can come out showing, let's say a whole bunch of information does come out showing that Biden is, doing illegal stuff. So but would the Democrats, maybe that's a thing that's different between the Republicans and the Democrats, because I think the Democrats would throw Biden under the bus in a heartbeat. But the Republicans are trying to do that. against Trump. Like no matter what he does, it seems like it's like when he was running for president, Trump was like, I could kill somebody in Madison Square Garden and I would get away with it. He said that years and years ago. Faceless says, no doubt in my mind, every president in my lifetime has broken some law to enrich themselves while in the office. That could be true. That could be true. I think the war crimes, I think they've all committed war crimes. But it's like what we mentioned before about Obama getting the Nobel Peace Prize at the same time bombing more people than ever, doing extrajudicial killings, sending drones to kill one person and killing the whole family. Like, you know, when did we become the world's police? And we decide somebody is in a whole nother country is doing something that we don't agree with, and then we can send our military to go kill them without a declaration of war. And that's fucked up. Comments, it says, so it's another year of distractions and getting nothing done. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Another one, it says, what a waste of taxpayer money. They should be ashamed. It says typical BS conservative behavior, an impeachment inquiry with which they have zero evidence of anything in order to waste more time, which is all they are capable of. They have accomplished nothing of value for the people they supposedly represent, and because they can't function as grown-ass adults, this is what they do. I don't understand why they are even being treated as legitimate and viable political party, because they absolutely are not. The modern day GOP is not viable and obsolete. This is just more unequivocal evidence of that. Yeah, man, but I would say the same about the Dems. I saw a thing, it came out about the banks and the black people. Where's that? Oh, is this it? Oh, yeah. Let's do this one right quick. Report 44% of all single family home purchased were by private equity firms in 2023. Now, this is scary. The private equity firms are buying up all the homes. And it's like a regular person can't compete with a private equity firm who has liquid cash and can just come in and buy the house before you can finish getting your loan approved, you know? And so what's going to happen is we all renters. No one's going to have a chance to even own a home. It says, I mean, the easiest way to fix this is just tax the returns on single family homes by owners above a certain number of homes by like 80%. Give them 2 years to get out. They'll flood the market and bring housing prices way down. It says, yay, capitalism, America, don't like the freedom, get the F out. There's another one. Let me see if I can find it. Because this is effed up right here. Like, this is effed up. There's no way a regular person can compete with a damn equity firm to buy a house. They should not be in the market. That's not right. We can't compete with them. They can pay liquid cash and just buy the house. Let me see if I can find the other one on that broke that down better. Is it in here? Here it is. Is this it?
behind me here. For rent, for rent, for rent. These homes are all for rent because they were recently built by a builder called Meritage Homes. And that builder sold these houses to Progress Residential, one of the biggest Wall Street landlords in America. And they bought these houses, which are now sitting vacant on the market for rent for around $2,100 to $2,400 a month. And this is, of course, a concerning trend because these homes could have been purchased by regular home buyers, but instead a Wall Street investor bought them up, and now no one is living in them because the rents are too high. And I personally wonder, what is Progress Residential going to have to cut the rent on these houses in order to rent them? Right now, it looks like there's around 20 available for rent. No one's living in them. Are they going to have to cut the rent down to $1,900, $1,800, $1,700 a month to fill them up? We'll see in future months. And if you're an investor or home buyer who wants to track this type of data on the U.S. housing market, go to www.reventure.app, where you can look at home price and inventory data for every zip code in America for free. Look at the signs behind me here. For rent, for rent, for rent. These homes are all for rent because they were recently built by a builder called Meritage Homes. And that builder sold these houses to Progress Residential, one of the biggest Wall Street landlords in America. And they bought these houses, which are now sitting vacant on the market for rent for around $2,100 to $2,400 a month. And this is, of course, a concerning trend because these homes could have been purchased by regular home buyers, but instead a Wall Street investor bought them up, and now no one is living in them because the rents are too high. And I personally
Yeah, so how much does this have an impact on homelessness? And then this is the thing where I was talking about creating scarcity. You know, um, we have plenty of homes, and we can build more homes, but they're sitting empty. I was looking at this neighborhood that's sitting behind my apartment complex. I've been here for over 6 months now, and these houses are empty. They're new buildings. They're very nice. They're probably in the 300 plus range, and they all been sitting empty this whole time. And it's like the creation of scarcity, driving up the prices for everything. And it's like, so that's the reason why everything is fucked up, man. I mean, I'm tired now. My brain is not working very well, but let me read this. It says a Wall Street investor called Progress Residential bought about 25 homes from a builder here outside of Phoenix, and they are now sitting vacant. That's because Progress Residential is charging $2,100 to $2,400 a month, rates that are clearly too high for the area. This type of example is sad because these homes could be purchased by regular home buyers, but instead the builder, Meritage Homes, opted to sell them in bulk, probably at a discount to an investor. Now, interestingly, investor home buying is down significantly from the pandemic peak, but clearly there are still cases of investors buying and taking inventory off the market. It's like, I don't really understand it. Like, it has to do with control too, because how much money are they making when it's sitting there empty? Comments, it says a lot of them are just using them as tax breaks until they sell, some even laundering. Prices will only drop temporary and then skyrocket. Everyone's situation is different, so if you find deals like this one in Texas, please. But yeah, so some kind of laundering or tax scam would make sense, because I don't understand why you would, you're not making any money if these places are just sitting empty. And then, like I say, having to do with controlling people, the pressure on us, making it harder for us, living check to check. It's so hard to get out of an apartment when your rent is already high and you're just making ends meet every month. How can you save up money to make that down payment to be able to get into a home?
Why you ain't getting paid the way the rates that you should to even be able to afford a home? Like that's probably a bigger question. But I wanted to mention to you, I gotta get, man.
I'm wrapping it soon anyways. Thank you for being here, man.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Thanks for having me, man. Always glad to be here, and want to, of course, always thank the subscribers, the listeners, the viewers for paying us some attention, and hopefully they'll realize we do still need some funds to keep this thing rolling. So whatever you can, donate, we appreciate it. Um, I know Chaka's gonna run that. Is it
Yeah, I'll put it
already
up here.
running?
Hold
Yeah.
on.
But yeah, I mean, donate what you can. I don't want to make much of it, but of course, always the like, the follows, the comments always help as well with the algorithm. So that would be a way to pay as well. So y'all get involved and help us out. Thank y'all, and I'm out. Uh, I don't know when we're coming on again, but I will do my best to be here.
Yeah, we'll be back next week. Thank you for being here, bro. Get you some rest.
For sure. Peace out.
Yeah, you guys. So what's the answer? Am I missing some comments? Let me see. Faceless, he says, "Oh, for sure. Look at all the drone strikes and killings that get ordered. He says, "We aren't the world's police, just the executioners." Ooh, fucking sad. It says corporations should not be allowed to own single family homes. One simple change in the law would fix so many of our current housing problems. It says this should be illegal. Another one, it says do what Toronto just did and jack the taxes way up for vacant properties. It's already helping their housing situation. It says that and house flipping. So many good starter homes are being bought and simply painted, then put on the market for 50% higher price. The Airbnbs are another issue. If some states are passing laws though, to keep from that, but if they just buy the private equity firms buy up the homes and then put them on the market as Airbnbs, and then it's fewer homes for people to be able to live in. These Airbnbs be ridiculously priced too, almost every time. Another comment says corporations are destroying America. Another one says that's a good price. Most of my rentals are built in 1930s, and that's what I'm getting, and they are not in the greatest rental areas. I pay $1,500 a month for a 2-bedroom over here. Apartment. It's not a townhouse. Let's read some more. It says there is legislation on the table now to prevent this. Call your representative to support. It says, I'm so thankful my husband and I bought a house last year. The seller had another offer from a corporation that was going to rent the house out, higher bid than ours. And the seller said nope to them. We need more sellers like this so people can start owning homes or not be priced out from an area for a rental. That's a really nice story right there. I mean, the seller was willing to take less money to sell the home to a family instead of a damn corporation. That's great. We need more people like that. Another one says BlackRock has bought 44% of homes in America. 2030 agenda, you will own nothing and love it. It says this is a huge underreported problem and it is a key reason housing is so damn expensive. Another one, it says, when is the government going to step in and stop letting large corporations buy development and rent everything when people just want to buy a home to live in? When you got profit model, when it's profit over people, the results are going to be bad for the people in all sectors. Let's see.
Hey, John, you've been decided to violate the food service food ordinance. Officer Rand is going to issue you the citation.
All right, Mr. Walk. It's going to be 1400 Lubbock, court number 3, 6 o'clock on the 9th of January, okay?
All right. Day after my birthday. Yay.
Sorry about that. Conduct a food service event without consumer property, all right?
It says man gets a ticket for feeding the homeless in Houston.
My name is John. I'm a volunteer with Food Not Bombs. This is our 82nd ticket we've received for feeding the homeless and serving people that are hungry. We just need your help to help get the word out and let people know what's going on over here. And if you want to come, if you're in the Houston area and you want to volunteer, you can come here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Sunday on the corner of Smith and McKinney. There you go. Smith McKinney at 7:30 p.m. Sharp.
All right, John, we've served 6 people. You ready to get your ticket?
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah, so what kind of system do we have? What do they care, you know? What do they care really? Like the argument is that, you know, health code violations or, you know, somebody could get sick or whatever. But you can't tell me that they care about a homeless person getting sick or whatever. Like, so why do they, you know, give tickets to people who are feeding homeless people? Like, what are they hurting, you know? What is the incentive of this, you know? This is our system right here. They want the homeless people to just be hungry, right? It's like, get a job, you bum, you know? It's like whatever the situation is with these people, could have got sick, you know, I had a spouse or loved one that died and they couldn't pay the bills. Like they fell on hard times, you know, they just got fired for whatever reason. Like, you know, it's lots of people who have homes and have houses and jobs and are still struggling to pay for food. Like the prices are through the roof. Like, why is it this way that, you know, the law comes down on someone who is just trying to pay, you know, just trying to feed folks? Like, we're not incentivized in this country to help each other, you know? We're supposed to hoard money and just look out for ourselves, and that's it. And you're praised for that. If you try to help people and build a community, then you get punished for it. Comments, it says they have a law against people not getting a permit from the city and simply feeding them because people have fed the homeless and poisoned them to try to kill them. Okay, whatever the fuck, bro. Like that is so much. Well, it's a big load of fucking bullshit. Like, okay, yes, they do have the thing with the permits or whatever. Like, so whatever. But the point is to keep you from feeding people. Like, you know, like, and I know they don't care about somebody poisoning a homeless person either. Like, they don't care about that shit. They don't care about the homeless at all. That is not their motivation. Freaking have people going out there killing homeless people and then getting away with it. People spit on homeless people, run over them with their cars. Let's read this. It says it's bigger than he's just feeding the homeless. The area where he is feeding the homeless is the City of Houston property, specifically the library located across from City Hall. The homeless line up in droves, making it nearly impossible for the employees who work along the street to walk out of their job safely without being harassed or assaulted. The homeless litter the streets and the food in containers, which increases the rodents and pests in the building outside the area. Also, the homeless are going in the buildings and hiding in the bathrooms with their drugs and knives. They recently attacked an employee that found them in the bathroom after hours, according to the city ordinance. Charitable food services allowed on private property. If the intended food distribution is on public property, it must be done on 61 Resner Street, Houston, Texas 7702. Again, it is illegal to offer charitable food services in any other public place besides the Resner Street location without written permission from the city after February 24th, 2023. If you are found to be in violation of ordinance, citations will be issued. The ordinance is for the safety of the city, the homeless, and the general public. I'm calling bullshit. So it says, if the intended food distribution is on public property, it must be done on 61 Resner Street. So you got one location where you can legally give people food. Why is that the case? Come on. It says, I plan to feed them on Christmas. Comment, it says, I applaud the mission, but why not get a permit? 82 tickets is wild. It says, if more people knew the reason behind this, they'd stop doing it and just get the permit. There were people intentionally poisoning the homeless at one point, so you have to get the permit so it can be documented who's feeding them in case this happens again. It sucks, but blame shitty humans. Another comment says, he could really set up a nonprofit organization and give food handlers permits. Another one, the law really is double-edged sword. It protects the homeless from being poisoned by sick individuals, but also keeps folks from helping them not starve. Another one, this is crazy. I get that it's to protect homeless from tainted food, and by tainted, I mean poisonous, but there are literally laws in place for attempted murder and murder. My sister lives on those streets, and as much as I've tried to help her and wish she'd allow me to continue to help her, I'm glad that there are people out there feeding her. Getting tickets for clout is crazy. Just feed the homeless in a designated area. Another one, at this point, they're bored. The fuck we got going on here? How are we so disconnected with reality that we can't feed people in the country, but we send billions to foreign countries to feed them and or support foreign wars? This is why voting in our local elections matters so much. We need to hold those we appoint accountable. This really pisses me off. It says, blessings to you and your team, G. Get a permit, Larry. People don't care about you doing good. Another one. Trabian, Pawwall, Champagne Poppy, man, go support these dudes and let the world know the law needs to be changed. It's really disheartening to me how many comments was like, just get a permit and all of that. It says they can't make homelessness a crime, so they make it a crime to be a good human instead. How is this serving or protecting the community? It says, y'all damn well you need to have a permit. It's been like 15 to 20 years since they passed this. Just get a permit. So it's crazy how you truly try to do good. The devil has a way of hating. Let's see. It says, unfortunately, it's against the law to feed them. It's sad, and I think complete BS. Lord, have mercy on all your children who are in need and trying to help the needy. In Jesus' name, amen. Stop thinking everyone in the world has good intentions. Some look at the homeless as a nuisance and want them gone by way of poisoning. It says, I would love to volunteer to help feed the homeless, and I hate the way the city treats their poor people. So how can I help? It says, you can tell we're living in our last days because the young man doing a good deed in them as officers, all they could have said was happy holidays and keep going. It says, unfortunately, you got to have a permit. That right there stopped a lot of people from giving back. Y'all can't tell me that it's not a systemic reason. You know, like I say, they could fix the homeless problem. They don't want to. They don't even want you to feed them. You know, systems manage people. So you put a bunch of bureaucracy and red tape in the way to keep people from helping others, to de-incentivize them. Because if you cared, if you wanted them to help them, then you would incentivize them to help them. You know, give them some kind of benefits for doing it. But you don't see that. It makes me angry. It says supercomputer that simulates entire human brain will switch on in 2024. You know, I grew up kind of poor, man. I know what it feels like to be hungry, and I hate to see people hungry. I love to feed people, especially children. Like, people want people to starve. I don't understand. I don't get it. It's something in your heart that ain't right. Like, um, you know, maybe you don't want to feed them yourself. That's fine, but you want to get in the way of somebody else doing it. And read this. It says in 2024, a groundbreaking supercomputer named Deep South, designed to simulate the human brain, is slated to become operational. This neuromorphic supercomputer, developed in collaboration with tech giants like Intel and Dell, is expected to perform around 228 trillion synaptic operations per second. This capability is on par with the estimated synaptic activity of the human brain. The company behind Deep South has engineered it to mimic brain functionality, heralding a new era in AI. This advancement suggests potential for more effective AI processes compared to existing models. I like this. This is cool. I'd like to know more. What would be the practical and uses for this? It says go for regular long walks, work out, master your craft, drink lots of water, create wealth, laugh loud, love intentionally, and forget the nonsense that's going to be pushed in 2024 and beyond. It says artificial humans before GTA 6 is wild. Another one says human evolution at a rapid rate. Can't wait until we can merge with AI and become super beings, immortal, and load smarter. I don't know about that. It says it will only be able to use 5%.
And to Kirk Douglas Gaskin. And listen, I'll be straight with you. The details of this case are so disturbing. If 12-year-old Kirk Douglas died like this today, this would no doubt be national news. But in 1973, nearly no coverage. And frankly, no real investigation. But what's more disturbing is the fact that his family has lived with these painful details, and for 50 years, they felt they have never been heard. The story starts with a chance meeting with one detective who's bringing Kirk's case back to life.
I was getting my oil changed when Kirk Douglas's brother, who's a record driver, said, "Are you still in cold case?" I said, "Yes, I am."
Well, me and Kurt, we were real close.
He said, "Do you think you can look into my brother's case?" I said, "Of course I can."
I was always the follow. Whatever he did, I wanted to do.
But what was shocking was he said he was only 12. I said, "Wait a minute, 12?"
Yep. Still in me. I miss my brother every day. And I'm 61 years old, just like I miss my mama.
This is probably Houston's first time hearing about Kirk Douglas. Say the name. Saying Kirk Douglas Gaskin is us saying the name that we need to look into what happened to him.
In 1973, a 24/7 diner called Early Roberts Famous Foods sat right here on the corner of Harrisburg and Wayside. The East End looked a lot different back then. The restaurant is since long gone. Kirk Douglas's mother was a short order cook at the cafe, and on December 8th, a few Saturdays before Christmas, she brought her 12-year-old son to work with her.
And that particular day was my time to go. And she said, "No, let Kirk Douglas go."
Mom allows Kirk Douglas to come and be a little busboy. So he has this little apron on. Mom sees Kirk Douglas walk away to the restroom. Mom says she also sees others that go into the men's restroom. They exit, but Kirk Douglas didn't. So she went in and saw him hanging from a pole with a towel.
Police took only 3 photos of the crime scene, never seen until now. A 12-year-old was killed in a bathroom at a busy restaurant, and investigators got a statement from just one witness. According to the police report, she told officers she saw the fifth grader go into the bathroom with 2 other boys. That's it. No description.
The policeman never came to any of our family members and talked to us. They just didn't follow through like they should have. That's the only thing I can say, but
it felt bad. I mean, we were a poor Black family, and of course you're going to think that that's the reason why nobody's doing anything.
I tried not to even imagine that that was a factor, especially with the age. However, when I started going through the archives, I was hoping to get just a whole throw up of information in regards to his death. And I only saw an article that was really small, and it was disturbing.
Nearly nothing exists about the death of Kirk Douglas Gaskin. A couple newspaper columns, but his photo is indecipherable. And through the years, Kirk's family has lost their pictures of him. But now they have this. Usually, police release a suspect sketch, but investigators want you to see the victim. Were you at the Early Roberts restaurant that day? Did you see him? Detectives are reopening Kirk's case thanks to the Emmett Till grant, which allows HPD to put money and time into investigating unsolved murders of Black men from the 70s.
The problem is that we're going to need a lot of help.
It should be somebody out there knows something. It was a restaurant full of people in there that day. That was a lunch hour.
The Early Roberts restaurant sat across from the old Sears. And this is the only photo we found in police archives from another HPD case. If you have a shot of the building, police want to see that too. Kirk's brother knows anything could be the key.
I'm glad y'all opened up the case. At least we can talk about it.
Talking about it. Remembering Kirk Douglas Gaskin. That's the ending this 12-year-old deserved.
Taken away like that at such a young age when he had such promise is so important to say his name. He wasn't just anybody.
In Houston, I'm Courtney Fisher.
Man, sad story, man. The chances of them freaking solving that case is like low. It's like enough. They have that show First 48, and they're like, if they don't solve a murder within 48 hours, it's not likely for it to be solved. And this is way back in the 70s. It says, do you recognize this little boy? On December 8th, 1973, 12-year-old Kirk Gaskin accompanied his mother to work at the Early Roberts famous food diner in the East End. She later found him dead in the bathroom, strangled to death. It was a hate crime, police tell us, that barely made news in 1973. But now, 50 years later, detectives and Kirk's family have come to ABC 13, and the case is finally being reopened. Comments, it says, wow, what a shame. The police department failed that family. What kind of a terrible investigation was that? You didn't even take a statement from the victim's family or conduct a thorough investigation by only questioning one person. Unacceptable. It says, this is so sad. I hope Kirk Douglas Gaskin's family can get some answers and the justice this family deserves. So she said he went to the bathroom with some other little boys. So what was it? Some kids who killed him? They said it was a hate crime. So like, why? Another comment says, make me so angry and heartbroken. That poor little boy and his family. Can you imagine his mom finding him like that? And other young boys did this to him. They need to rot for this. So some murderer is walking around right now who did this. That's what sucks about these kinds of deals, because, you know, that person got away with that. It probably emboldened them. They probably did more crimes later. Very sad. It says, travel and tell no one, live a true love story and tell no one, live happily and tell no one. People ruin beautiful things. Yes, they do. It says, why everything is ruined, social media, everyone's life a fake life trying to keep up with others. It says, I swear I've seen this quotes by Bradley Cooper or something dumb like that. It says, there are no regrets in life, just lessons. So tell no one. Yep. Living for the approval of others, living to like, I don't know. Let's move on.
Know that the United States was engaged in bombing China because the Chinese dared to have a revolution? No, American people don't know that. They also don't know that in May 1953, the Joint Chiefs of Staff voted unanimously to start dropping nuclear bombs on North Korea and on China unless North Korea agreed to an armistice agreement to end the Korean War. The North Koreans, like the North Vietnamese, they were prepared to fight and fight and fight until the foreign occupiers gave up. The North Koreans wanted to liberate and unify their country. So the U.S. knew it couldn't win. They obviously communicated to the Chinese government on Hiroshima and Nagasaki all over China unless you get your North Korean allies to sign the armistice agreement. And then in July, 3 months later, the armistice agreement was signed. This is a history that the American people know nothing about unless you have a particular interest in this subject. What we're witnessing is the U.S. keeps poking, insisting that it has the right to carry out these kind of military maneuvers and provocations, which any reasonable government in this part of the world would say, look, we're not going to have this happen to us again. We're going to get ready for war, because the U.S. is not only preparing for war, but doing everything possible to incite a war. This is the kind of BS media coverage that people in the United States get, that they don't really understand the dynamic of the situation.
I will definitely do a reel on this. I study history. I'm an anthropology major at the University of Houston, and I have never heard this before. So it just kind of shows how our history is so, what's the word? They teach us about certain things and they leave huge parts out. Anything that makes us look bad, they leave that out or they change it. That's the reason why we have such a bad understanding of what's happening in the world, because we don't know what happened before. How can we understand how things are now if we don't understand what happened before? I mean, like, the past leads up to now. Like, I love history. I think it's so important, history and geography, which we tend to not focus on in school very much. And that's why so many people are lost, and they have a misguided view of themselves, their country and the world, and how can you know what's going to happen, like, tomorrow or the next day? You don't understand anything really if you can't understand what happened before. You were lied to about it all, and it's like, that's why things don't make sense to you. It says, personally, I learned, this is a comment, Zane Network. He says, personally, I learned this just recently, but wasn't really surprised. Americans haven't won a single war by themselves, not even for their own independence. No comments underneath this. I want to try to do some quick stories before I get out of here so that I can have some reels later. This one, it says, Italy becomes the first nation to ban Bill Gates' fake meat due to serious health concerns. Am I sharing? Interesting. Italy ain't feeling Bill Gates' fake meat. It says the world needs to ban Bill Gates. Another one. He also bought Bragg's, so beware. Bill Gates now owns Bragg's. Unfortunately, what could possibly go wrong? Oh man, I know that brand. I've had that apple cider vinegar. It's probably in the cabinet right now. Fucking ads. It says the law will have little effect as cultivated meat has so far only been approved for human consumption in Singapore and the US. The EU has not given any lab-grown meat the green light. If it does, Italy's law could be challenged by the European Commission. It says, as a rule of thumb, if man made it, don't eat it. Another one, it says, Melanie is one of the few voices of common sense and reason in the Western world, as well as profound loyalty to her people. Very impressive lady. It says, Italians know what's up with Bill Gates. It says, well done. It says, should be banned. It says, Gates talks about the vax, population control, Planned Parenthood, Jeffrey Epstein. I can't cover that. That'll get me. It says, hopefully the U.S. will soon follow, but sadly to think the government is in its pocket, so probably not. Well, this guy up here just said that only the U.S. is like one of the few countries that, where did it say? What did I see? It says the EU, where did I see it? It says the cultivation, it says, as cultivated meat has so far only been approved for human consumption in Singapore and the U.S. Man, the U.S. does not care about its people. Like, oh, you want to create some lab meat? Cool. Our people will eat it. This one says, Germany warns EU to get serious about defense. Military Chief Boris Pistorius has said Europeans have to fight. It says, have 5 to 8 years to arm up before U.S. focus shift to the Asian Pacific. Yeah, so, but how does that affect Germany? Yeah, the Philippines, I think, is on the next list. And then you got Taiwan on the list, too. I think they're going to be Ukraine of the future. But how does that affect Germany, though? How does that affect Germany? I don't get that. It says he left out Africa. The EO is yesterday's mashed potatoes. It says Germany has become evil troublemakers again. Once a crock, always a crock. Who is the big threat here, China or Germany? Economic threats are not military threats. It says, or they can simply sign a non-aggression and security treaty with Russia and save all that money otherwise wasted. Without doubt, it's been Germany and the UK that violated treaties, not Russia. Another arms race. So maybe that's the point. You know, we were going down a road of eliminating nuclear weapons, and now we're going in the opposite direction. Really scary for the future of humanity. It says nearly 400 Houston restaurants citywide were at risk of being shut down this year after inspectors uncovered a host of health violations. Really? 400 Houston restaurants? Houston Chronicle. Makes you scared to go out to eat. It says, good, it's time to protect Houstonians from the unsafe and unsanitary businesses. It says, gross, do better, Houston. Yeah, it's got to be tough to, you know, monitor all these restaurants. We have so many here in Houston, like, so many. Let's do that.
7 years ago, Donald Trump took the presidency. Pundits, allies, and adversaries tried to believe he'd be a normal president, a normal Republican, and that the good guys would steer him right. They were wrong then. They're wrong now. His legacy was chaos, hate, violence, and corruption, counted in a grim tally of deaths, 500,000 graves, a wrecked economy, massive spending and debt. Trump shamed us to the world. shattering alliances and fawning for every small-time dictator and full-time thug. He made America weaker, poorer, and less secure. Defeated, he drove a shameful assault on our democracy. He's back and more dangerous than before. Stop pretending that this is just a campaign, that his threats are a joke, just more locker room talk, that a Republican can beat him, or Joe Biden won't run. Wake up, grow up, get in the fight. If he wins, his plans are clear and terrifying. He's promised to take revenge on us, on the country that rejected him. It's a risk we can't take. That's why this election is about one thing. It's America or Trump.
Wow. That was dramatic. God. It's like it's going to be the end of the world. Trump becomes president. Oh, the world's going to explode. Everybody's going to die. Like, God, that was so dramatic and extra over the top. Ridiculous. Man, pointing fingers all the time, man. You know, if I was to make a video like this, it wouldn't be Trump. I'd be talking about these corporations, these multinational corporations. You know, that's what I'd be talking. I'd be talking about BlackRock or someone. You know, like, wow, Trump isn't that freaking powerful. Like, let's read it. It says, it's time to wake up and face the facts. Trump will be the Republican nominee for president. He told you flat out that he wants to be a dictator, and this time he could succeed. These are the stakes. Yeah, so they love, our media is very good at fear mongering. Like, they make you so scared, and then like that's why we can't get anything accomplished or move forward in anything, because we're terrified. That's how you control people too. You keep them really afraid. And like I was saying about the Democrats, like they don't give you nothing to vote for, they only give you something to vote against. Like that's what their motivation is, that's what their strategy is. We'll see how effective that strategy is going to be. We're going to find out. I don't think it's going to be very effective, because you can't motivate me that way by telling me what to vote against or whatever, or to tell me that it's the most important election of my lifetime, or the world's going to come to an end if I don't vote. Like, I mean, y'all say that every freaking cycle. Like, so this one is actually the one where it's actually true. Like, ugh. Wow, they look like they spent some money on that ad. It's like a movie.
7 years.
Damn it. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, man, these people want to scare the shit out of everybody. So that's how they control y'all. Y'all can't scare me like that. It's like, it is messed up. But we need to figure out who the real enemies are, and what we can really do about it. We can just hide in our corner and just cry, go vote Democrat, and then we see all the results still the same. Like nothing changed. You're like, well, I did my part. But I didn't vote against Trump. I voted for somebody else, so I did my part. Crazy. Did I play this? It says, yes, having the entire world watch and do next to nothing while whole families, friends, people with mostly children are killed and generations are wiped off the earth by Israel while they play victim totally makes Palestinians pampered. It says, last one, Palestinian people are arguably the most pampered people by internationalized aid organizations in the history of the world. I don't think I want to cover that. It says Hamas released hostages under the temporary ceasefire. It offered to release all civilian hostages in mid-October in exchange for a ceasefire. The UN resolutions called for the release of all hostages, but the U.S. blocked it. The reason Israel hostages aren't free is because Israel America won't agree to a permanent ceasefire. It says, I saw a video of him being taken and his injured arm was apparent. Both UN resolutions call for release of all hostages. Hamas terrorists don't often keep deals. Kind of tired of that topic. That's why I kind of haven't been covering it that much today. This one, CIA torture whistleblower John Kiriakou on Assange extradition. I know from personal experience Julian Assange cannot and will not get a fair trial in the Eastern District of Virginia.
You know, I've been thinking about this a lot. And I mentioned the last time I was here that Julian's family has accused me in a very friendly way of being overly optimistic. And I've come to realize that they're right. I have been overly optimistic in the process. I just have believed that Julian's case was so crystal clear, and our concerns for his human rights and his civil rights and civil liberties has been so clear that he couldn't lose. And even as he began losing in the British judicial system, I convinced myself that cooler heads would prevail. I realized that I was wrong. And so I've come to the conclusion that from now on, it's up to us, right? We're the ones that have to take this to the streets and to the courts. Julian, in the event that he is extradited, and it's coming up to crunch time, today's the 10th, the Westminster Court is supposed to send his extradition to Priti Patel on the 20th. And then I'm assuming now that she's going to order his extradition. And so, God forbid, he could be here by the end of the month. And so when he comes, I'm going to say when, he'll come to the Eastern District of Virginia, the espionage court. Forgive me if this is repetitive, but I've had personal experience in the Eastern District of Virginia. He cannot and will not get a fair trial. It's not possible. His jury will be made up of people who work for or who have friends and relatives working for the CIA, which is in the Eastern District of Virginia, the Pentagon, which is in the Eastern District of Virginia, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and any one of dozens of intelligence community contractors.
Yeah, it's crazy. I agree with him. I thought that this case would have been thrown out a long time ago. It's because, like, they're charging him for espionage for publishing some, information, like writing an article. Like, that is crazy. So, shit, as far as this is drawn out, man, I think, Assange is fried, man. I mean, he doesn't have any powerful people, powerful enough advocating for him, and then the really powerful people are the ones that, they want him to pay, and like I was saying, the whistleblowers in this country are the ones that get prosecuted. The people that actually did crimes, get to run for president or whatever the hell. Like, it's so backwards. And like I say, I didn't think that they had no real case against him. I figured that would be dropped. So, but I guess it doesn't matter if they have a real case or not. They're pretending that they do. I don't know what evidence are they gonna freaking present. It's crazy. Oh, this is what I was looking for earlier. It says, when I knew this stuff was gonna pop up, it says, one of the most extraordinary aspects of the US-UK politics is how easily people are convinced to support every new war. Even works well on those who fancy themselves enemies of the media. As Mishmar explains, it's done through threat inflation. Every new enemy are the new Nazis. And look, that's what they were just saying about Trump, talking about fascism and all of that and comparing him to Hitler. He said threat inflation. So, and again, fear controlling people. So, like earlier, we were talking about how, controlling people's mind, and they were talking about asking questions like you shouldn't ask questions and all of that. And then that's when I was thinking about this. Wait a minute, can y'all hear me? The mic is doing something weird. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all can hear me because my mic just did something weird. Can y'all hear me? Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Okay. Yeah, so we were talking about how you can control people, manipulate people. And it's like, how it's so easy to sell people on, the next war or whatever the hell, How can people be so easily manipulated? Like back when the Iraq war and they said weapons of mass destruction and all of that. And then it came out that stuff wasn't true or whatever. And as time goes on, and people are like, meh. And then the next thing happens, and then they tell us some other lie. And then the American people just go with it every time. I don't get that at all. Like, we don't learn from history. Like, we don't learn from what happened before, and whatever they tell us to support, we just support it. It's crazy.
Israel is reliant on US support. Without it, it would functionally not survive. Would you agree with that statement?
Freddie, there's a fundamental problem in how you think about this whole issue. And that is, you think that Hamas is a state and that Israel is a state. And this is a classic case of interstate politics where realism applies. But that's not what's going on here. This is a case where you have a greater Israel, and Hamas is a group that operates inside of greater Israel. And this is a resistance movement. That's what's going on here. This is not interstate relations. Realism doesn't have a lot to say about relations between Hamas and Israel. You could argue that creating a Palestinian state and thinking about relations between a Palestinian state and Israel would bring realpolitik onto the table, because then you'd have two states and you'd have interstate relations. But this is not a case of interstate relations. Hamas is not a state. You said before that, one could argue that Israel is facing an existential threat. This is not a serious argument. Do you really believe that Hamas is an existential threat to Israel?
Well, I think it would be an existential threat if the US dialed down their support to the level you're suggesting. So I think if Israel, which is a state, is
I don't believe that's a serious argument. I'm sorry. Israel is a remarkably powerful state. In my opinion, it is militarily the most powerful state in the region. It is the only state that has nuclear weapons. Hamas doesn't even have a state, right? It occupies Gaza, which is part of greater Israel. It's remarkably weak. This is the kind of threat inflation that you get in the West, in places like Britain, where you operate, and places like the United States, where I operate, that are all designed to justify what Israel is doing, right? If they're facing an existential threat, if this is the second coming of the Third Reich, if Hamas fighters are the new Nazis, then you can make an argument that what you're doing here is you're killing large numbers of Palestinians to avoid another Holocaust. That's not what's going on here. Hamas is not the Third Reich. They're not an existential threat to Israel.
But the surrounding territories, I mean, it sounds like you're unpersuaded by concerns that there could be incursions from the north, from Lebanon, that Iran's influence could grow, that there could be a kind of wider strategic existential threat to Israel. Does that not worry you?
That's not a problem. I mean, what country is going to invade Israel and threaten its survival? There's no country. Jordan? I don't think so. Egypt? I don't think so. Syria? Iraq? I don't think so. Lebanon? No. Is there a problem with Hezbollah? No. Right? I mean, Hezbollah has lots of rockets and missiles, and it could do huge amounts of damage inside Israel if it launched those approximately 150,000 rockets and missiles. There's no question about that. But Hezbollah does not have the capability to invade Israel and conquer any territory and hold on to it. I mean, it's not a serious argument, and nor does Hamas have that capability. to the extent that Israel might face an existential threat in the future, that would be true if Iran were to get nuclear weapons, right? Because Iran and Israel obviously have hostile relations, bitter relations. And one could tell a story about how a conflict between the two of them escalated to the nuclear level. Of course, again, this assumes that Iran has nuclear weapons, but Iran is not a military threat to invade Israel and conquer Israel. And again, you don't want to forget that Israel has nuclear weapons. They are the ultimate deterrent. I've yet to see a country that has nuclear weapons disappear from the face of the earth. And I don't think that Israel is going to be the first country that fills the bill on that score. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, even if Iran had nuclear weapons, they wouldn't use them against Israel because you've got the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. It basically occupies the same space as Israel. So, and Iran is sympathetic with the Palestinians. So they would have to obliterate the Palestinians to get Israel. And that wouldn't make any sense at all. Yeah. Israel has like the most latest military equipment like in the world. Like they have state-of-the-art stuff. Like Hamas is no real threat to them.
The Russian sanctions triggered persistent inflation across the EU. Higher interest rates, a fall in real wages for workers, a cost of living crisis and a cost of energy crisis. Climate goals were trashed as EU countries fired up coal power stations. Germany's economy entered recession. 742 billion euros have been spent on energy subsidies, creating unprecedented market fragmentation as richer, more subsidy-capable countries draw investment away from others. The NATO proxy war has seen Europe sacrifice for US interests. European industry has the pleasure of paying multiples more for US LNG than their competitors in the US. The sanctions have backfired and no one in power is admitting it. The Russian sanctions...
Yeah, so this is really clearly apparent. And I really wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing some of these European countries kind of pull away from supporting the United States related to the Ukraine deal. Because what they're talking about here is the sanctions on Russia have hurt Europe a lot. One example is, we got the pipeline, it got blown up or whatever. But it has to do with like natural gas. Germany and the UK and them rely on, and they've had to pay higher prices for that because they were getting it from that side of the world before, and now they have to get it shipped. So when it's shipped, it has to have an extra price tag on it. It costs more to get over there. Before they were getting it through the pipeline at much more reasonable prices. And that's just one example of how these European countries are suffering as a result of the sanctions on Russia resulting from the Ukraine Russian conflict. So I don't see what the benefits are with these European countries riding with the United States in this situation. And as time goes on and their people continue to suffer, I could totally see them switching related to that. I'm surprised that it hasn't happened yet. It's coming. They don't have no reason to continue to ride with this situation. They're getting screwed out of it. And then the United States don't have any repercussions as a result of it. So the United States people aren't feeling no pain related to it. And it's all the United States pushing for this situation. And the EU are the ones that, they're the ones who gets to suffer from it. And then on top of that, Russia is doing fine. I mean, they are suffering related to the war and casualties and so forth and so on. But they have found other people to sell their gas to, and their economies is rolling on. BRICS is getting stronger. It's really driving them to have more alliances, with other countries now. So it just makes BRICS stronger, and it's making like competition to U.S. hegemony. It's making a bipolar world. Like, instead of the West basically running the show, now you have BRICS coming along and rivaling the West. It's totally backfired on them. They had to know that that's what was going to happen. I don't know. It's so much ego and arrogance in their moves. Man, I'm going to have to wrap it. It's 5:30. I've been on here for 6 hours. Way too long. I ain't going to even be able to edit this. Anyways, let me get out of here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening.